Chapter 21. Brain Scan. 45. "I'm sorry," said Seaver Gunnar, looking down his long nose at mother and daughter with an expression that seemed to beg their pardon even without his words. "I had told Marlena that this job was not a very busy one, and then almost immediately thereafter we had a kind of mini-crisis with our power supply, and I found I had to delay this conference of ours. The crisis is over, however, and wasn't much to begin with, now that we can view it in hindsight. Am I forgiven?" "Of course, Seaver," said Eugenia Insignia. She was clearly restless. "I won't say it's been an easy 3 days, though. I feel that every hour we stay here increases Marlena's danger." Marlena said, "I don't fear Erythro at all, Uncle Seaver." Insignia said, "And I don't think Pitt can do anything against us on Rotor. He knows that, or he wouldn't have sent us here." Gunnar said, "And I will try to play the honest broker and satisfy you both. Whatever Pitt can or cannot do openly, there is a great deal he can do indirectly, so it's dangerous, Eugenia, for you to let your fear of Erythro lead you to underestimate Pitt's resolve and ingenuity. To begin with, if you return to Rotor, you will be doing so against his emergency ruling, and he can imprison you or send you into exile on New Rotor, or even send you back here. As for Erythro, we don't dare underestimate the danger of the plague either, even though it seems to have died out in its virulent early form. I am as reluctant to risk Marlena as you are, Eugenia." And Marlena whispered in exaggeration, "There's no risk." Insignia said, "Seaver, I don't think we should carry on this discussion of Marlena in her presence." "You're wrong. I want to do it in her presence. I suspect that she knows better than either of us what she ought to do. She is the caretaker of that mind of hers, and it is our job to interfere with her as little as possible." Insignia made an inarticulate sound in her throat, but Gunnar went on, a quality of remorselessness entering his voice. "I want her in this discussion because I want her input. I want her opinion." Insignia said, "But you know her opinion. She wants to go out there, and you're saying that we must let her do what she wants to do because she is somehow magical." "No one said a word about magical or about simply letting her go out. I would like to suggest we experiment with all due precautions." "In what way?" "To begin with, I would like a brain scan." He turned to Marlena. "Do you understand, Marlena, that that's necessary? Do you have any objections?" Marlena frowned slightly. "I've had brain scans. Everyone has had brain scans. They don't let you start school without a brain scan. Any time you have a complete medical examination." "I know," said Gunnar gently. "I haven't completely wasted these last 3 days. I have here," and his hand came to rest on a stack of computer strips at the left end of his desk, "the computerization of every single brain scan you've ever had." "But you're not telling everything, Uncle Seaver," said Marlena calmly. "Ah," said Insignia with a touch of triumph. "What is he hiding, Marlena?" "He's a little nervous about me. He doesn't entirely believe my feeling that I'm safe. He's uncertain." Gunnar said, "How can that be, Marlena? I feel quite certain about your safety." But Marlena said with a glow of sudden enlightenment, "I think that's why you waited 3 days, Uncle Seaver. You argued yourself into being certain so that I wouldn't see your uncertainty. But it didn't work. I can still see it." Gunnar said, "If that shows, Marlena, then it's only because I value you so highly that I find even the slightest risk unpleasant." Insignia said angrily, "If you find even the slightest risk unpleasant, how do you suppose I feel as a mother? So in your uncertainty, you obtained brain scans, violating Marlena's medical privacy." "I had to find out, and I did. They're insufficient." "Insufficient in what way?" "In the early days of the Dome, when the plague struck again and again, one of our concerns was to devise a more detailed brain scanner and a more efficiently programmed computer to interpret the data. This has never been transferred to Rotor. Pitt's exaggerated desire to hide the plague led him to resist the sudden appearance of an improved brain scanner on Rotor. It might have given rise to inconvenient questions and rumors, ridiculous to my way of thinking, but in this, as in many other things, Pitt had his way. Therefore, Marlena, you have never been properly brain scanned, and I want you to have one on our device." Marlena shrank back. "No." A look of hope crossed Insignia's face. "Why not, Marlena?" "Because When Uncle Seaver said that, he was suddenly much more uncertain. Gunnar said, "No, that's not—" He stopped himself, lifted his arms, and let them drop helplessly. "Why do I bother? Marlena, dear, if I seemed suddenly concerned, it's because we need as detailed a brain scan as possible to serve as a standard of mental normality. Then, if you are exposed to erythro and suffer even the slightest mental distortion as a result, it can be detected by brain scan even when no one can tell by simply looking at you or talking to you. Well, as soon as I mention a detailed brain scan, I think of the possibility of detecting an otherwise indetectable mental change, and the thought itself sparks an automatic concern. That's what you detect. Come, Marlena, how much uncertainty do you detect? Be quantitative." But Marlena said, "Not much, but it's there. The trouble is, I can only tell you're uncertain. I can't tell why. Maybe this special brain scan is dangerous." "How can it be?" "It has been used so—" "Marlena, you know erythro won't hurt you. Don't you also know that the brain scan won't hurt you?" "No, I don't." "Do you know that it will hurt you?" A pause, and then Marlena said reluctantly, "No." "But how can you be sure about erythro and not sure about the brain scan?" "I don't know. I just know that erythro won't hurt me, but I don't know that the brain scan won't. Or will." A smile crossed Gunnar's face. It did not take unusual abilities to see that he was enormously relieved. Marlena said, "Why does that make you feel good, Uncle Seaver?" Gunnar said, "Because if you were making up your intuitional feelings out of a desire to be important, or out of general romanticism, or out of some sort of self-delusion, you would apply it to everything. But you don't. You pick and choose. Some things you know and some things you don't know. That makes me far more inclined to believe you when you claim to be sure erythro won't hurt you, and I no longer in the least fear that the brain scan will reveal anything disturbing." Marlena turned to her mother. "He's right, Mother. He feels much better, and so I feel much better. It's so obvious. Can't you see it, too?" "It doesn't matter what I see," said Insignia. "I don't feel better." "Oh, Mother," murmured Marlena. Then more loudly to Gunnar, "I'll take the scan." 46. "This is not surprising," murmured Seaver Gunnar. He was watching the computer graphics in their intricate, almost floral patterns as they moved slowly in and out in false color. Eugenia Insignia at his side stared at it keenly, but understood nothing. "What is not surprising, Seaver?" she asked. "I can't tell you properly because I don't have their jargon down pat, and if René Daubisson, who's our local guru on this, were to explain it, neither you nor I would understand her. However, she did point this out to me. It looks like a snail shell. The color makes it stand out. It's a measure of complexity rather than a direct indication of physical form, René says. This part is atypical. We don't find it in brains generally." Insignia's lip trembled. "You mean she's already affected?" "No, of course not. I said atypical, not abnormal. Surely I don't have to explain that to an experienced scientific observer. You'll have to admit that Marlena is different. In a way, I'm glad that the snail shell is there. If her brain were completely typical, we'd have to wonder why she seems to be what she is, where the perceptivity is coming from. Is she cleverly faking it, or are we fools? But how do you know it isn't something diseased? How can that be? We have all of the brain scans collected over her lifetime from infancy. That atypicality was always there. It was never reported to me. No one ever remarked on it. Of course not. Those early brain scans were the usual, fairly primitive type, and it wouldn't show, at least not so that it would hit you in the face. But once we have this proper brain scan and can see the detail clearly, we can go back to the early ones and make it out. René has already done so. I tell you, Eugenia, this advanced brain scanning technique ought to be standard on Rotor. Pitt's suppression of it is one of his most foolish moves. It's expensive, of course. I'll pay, murmured Insignia. Don't be silly. I'm putting this one on the dome budget. After all, this may be helpful in solving the plague mystery. At least that's what I'll claim if it's ever questioned. Well, there you are. Marlena's brain is recorded in greater complexity than ever before. If she should be even slightly affected, it will show on the screen. You have no idea how frightening this is, said Insignia. I don't blame you, you know. But she is so confident that I can't help going along with her. I'm convinced that this solid sense of security has meaning behind it. How can it? Gnar pointed to the snail shell. You don't have that, and I don't have it. So neither of us is in a position to tell where and how she gets her sense of security. But she has it, so we must let her out on the surface. Why must we risk her? Can you possibly explain to me why we must risk her? 2 reasons. First, she does seem determined, and I have the feeling that she'll get whatever she's determined to get sooner or later. In that case, we might as well be cheerful about it and send her off, since we won't be able to stop her for very long. Secondly, it's possible we'll learn something about the plague as a result. What that might be, I can't say. But anything, however small, that will yield additional information concerning the plague is worth a great deal. Not my daughter's mind. It won't come to that. For one thing, even though I have faith in Marlena and believe there's no risk, I will do what I can to minimize it for your sake. In the first place, we'll not let her out onto the surface itself for a while. I may take her out on a flight over Erythro, for instance. She'll see lakes and plains, hills, canyons. We might even go as far as the edge of the sea. It all has a stark beauty. I saw it once, but it is barren. There is no life anywhere that she can see. Only the prokaryotes in the water, which are invisible, of course. It's possible that the uniform barrenness may repel her, and she may lose interest in the outside altogether. If, however, she is still keen on going out, on feeling the soil of Erythro under her feet, we will see to it that she wears an E-suit. What is an E-suit? An Erythro suit. It's a straightforward affair, like a spacesuit, except that it doesn't have to hold in air pressure against a vacuum. It's an impermeable combination of plastic and textile that's very light and doesn't impede motion. The helmet, with its infrared shielding, is somewhat more substantial, and there is an artificial air supply and ventilation. What it amounts to is that the person in an E-suit is not subjected to the Erythro environment. And on top of that, there'll be someone with her. Who? I would trust no one with her but myself. Gnar smiled. I couldn't imagine a less suitable companion. You know nothing about Erythro, really, and you're frightened of it. I wouldn't dare let you out there. Look, the only person we can trust is not you, but me. You? Insignia stared at him open-mouthed. Why not? No one here knows Erythro better than I do, and if Marlena is immune to the plague, so am I. In 10 years on Erythro, I haven't been affected in the slightest. What's more, I can fly an aircraft, which means we won't need a pilot. And then, too, if I go out with Marlena, I can watch her closely. If she does anything abnormal, no matter how slightly, I'll have her back in the dome and under the brain scan faster than light. By which time, of course, it will be too late. No, not necessarily. You mustn't look upon the plague as an all-or-nothing matter. There have been light cases, even very light cases, and people who are lightly affected can live reasonably normal lives. Nothing will happen to her, I'm sure of it. Insignia sat in her chair, silent, seeming somehow small and defenseless. Gnar impulsively placed his arm around her. Come, Eugenia. Forget this for a week. I promise she'll not go out for at least a week. Longer than that if I can weaken her resolve by showing her Erythro from the air. And during the flight, she will be enclosed in the aircraft and will be as safe there as she is here. As for right now, I'll tell you what. You're an astronomer, aren't you? She looked at him and said wanly, You know I am. Then that means that you never look at the stars. Astronomers never do. They only look at their instruments. It's night over the dome now, so let's go up to the observation deck and observe. The night is absolutely clear, and there is nothing like just looking at the stars to make one feel quiet and at peace. Trust me. 47. It was true. Astronomers did not look at the stars. There was no need. One gave instructions to the telescopes, the cameras, and the spectroscope by way of the computer, which received instructions in the way of programming. The instruments did the work, the analyses, the graphic simulations. The astronomer merely asked the questions, then studied the answers. For that, one didn't have to look at the stars. But then she thought, how does one look at stars idly? Can one, when one is an astronomer? The mere sight should make one uneasy. There was work to be done, questions to be asked, mysteries to be solved, and after a while, Surely one would return to one's workshop and set some instruments in motion while one distracted one's mind by reading a novel or watching a holovision spectacle. She muttered this to Sivaganar as he went about his office, checking loose ends before leaving. He was a confirmed loose-end checker, Insignia remembered from the ancient days when they were all young. It had irritated her then, but perhaps she ought to have admired it. Siva had so many virtues, she thought, and Kral, on the other hand. She dragged at her thoughts mercilessly and pointed them another way. Gunnar was saying, "Actually, I don't use the observation deck myself very often. There always seems to be something else to do, and when I do go, I almost always find myself alone up there. It will be pleasant to have company. Come." He led the way to a small elevator. It was the first time Insignia had been in an elevator in the dome, and for a fleeting moment it was as though she were back on rotor, except that she felt no change in pseudo-gravitation pull and did not feel herself pressed gently against one of the walls through a Coriolis effect, as she would have been on rotor. "Here we are," said Gunnar, and motioned to Insignia to step out. She did so, curiously, into the empty chamber, and almost at once shrank back. She said, "Are we exposed?" "Exposed?" Gunnar asked, bewildered. "Oh, you mean, are we open to Erythro's atmosphere? No. Have no fears about that. We are enclosed in a hemisphere of diamond-coated glass, which nothing scratches. A meteorite would smash it, of course, but the skies of Erythro are virtually meteor-free. We have such glass on rotor, you know, but..." And his voice took on a tone of pride. "Not quite this quality, and not quite this size." "They treat you well down here," said Insignia, reaching out gently to touch the glass again and assure herself of its existence. "They must, to get people to come here." Then, reverting to the bubble, "It rains, of course, on occasion, but it's cloudy then anyway, and once the sky's clear, it dries up quickly. A residue is left behind, and during the day a special detergent mixture cleans the bubble. Sit down, Eugenia." Insignia sat in a chair that was soft and comfortable, and that reclined almost of its own accord, so that she found herself looking upward. She could hear another chair sigh softly as Gunnar's weight pushed it backward. And then the small night lights, which had cast a glow sufficient to point out the presence and location of chairs and small tables in the room, went out. In the darkness of an uninhabited world, the sky, cloudless and as dark as black velvet, burned with sparks. Insignia gasped. She knew what the sky was like in theory. She had seen it on charts and maps, in simulations and photographs, in every shape and way except reality. She found herself not picking out the interesting objects, the puzzling items, the mysteries that demanded she get to work. She didn't look at any one object, but at the patterns they made. In dim prehistory, she thought, it was the study of the patterns and not of the stars themselves that gave the ancients the constellations and the beginning of astronomy. Gunnar was right. Peace, like a fine, unfelt cobweb, settled down over her. After a while, she said almost sleepily, "Thank you, Gunnar." "For what?" "For offering to go out with Marlena, for risking your mind for my daughter." "I'm not risking my mind. Nothing will happen to either of us. Besides, I have a fatherly feeling toward her. After all, Eugenia, we go a long way back together, you and I think, I have always thought highly of you." "I know," said Insignia, feeling the stirrings of guilt. She had always known how Gunnar had felt. He could never obscure it. It had inspired her with resignation before she met Kral, and with annoyance afterward. She said, "If I've ever hurt your feelings, Siva, I am truly sorry." "No need," said Gunnar softly. And there was a long silence while peace deepened, and Insignia found herself earnestly hoping that no one would enter and break the strange spell of serenity that held her fast. And then Gunnar said, "I have a theory as to why people don't come up to the observation deck here, or on rotor. Did you ever notice that the observation deck isn't used much on rotor either?" "Marlena liked to go there on occasion," said Insignia. "She told me she was usually alone up there. In the last year or so, she would tell me that she liked to watch Erythro. I should have listened more closely, paid attention. Marlena is unusual. I think what gets most people and keeps them from coming up here is that." "What?" asked Insignia. That, said Gunnar. He was pointing to some spot in the sky, but in the darkness she could not see his arm. That very bright star, the brightest in the sky. You mean the sun? Our sun? The sun of the solar system. Yes, I do. It's an interloper. Except for that bright star, the sky would be just about the same as the one we see from Earth. Alpha Centauri is rather out of place, and Sirius is shifted slightly, but we wouldn't notice that. Barring such things, the sky you see is what the Sumerians saw 5,000 years ago. All except for the sun. And you think the sun keeps people away from the observation deck? Yes, perhaps not consciously, but I think the sight of it makes them uneasy. The tendency is to think of the sun as far, far away, unreachable, part of an altogether different universe. Yet there it is in the sky, bright, demanding our attention, stirring up our guilt for having run away from it. But then, why don't the teenagers and children go to the observation deck? They know little or nothing of the sun and the solar system. The rest of us set a negative example. When we're all gone, when there's no one on Rotor to whom the solar system is anything but a phrase, I think the sky will seem to belong to Rotor again, and this place will be crowded if it still exists. Do you think it won't still exist? We can't foresee the future, Eugenia. We seem to be flourishing and growing so far. Yes, we are. But it's that bright star, the interloper, that I'm worried about. Our old sun? What can it do? It can't reach us. Sure it can. Gunnar was staring at the bright star in the western sky. The people we've left behind on Earth and on the settlements are bound to discover Nemesis eventually. Maybe they already have, and maybe they've worked out hyper-assistance. I'm of the opinion they must have developed hyper-assistance soon after we left. Our disappearance must have stimulated them greatly. We left 14 years ago. Why aren't they already here? Perhaps they quail at the thought of a 2-year flight. They know that Rotor attempted it, but they don't know that we succeeded at it. They may think that our wreckage is strewn through space all the way from the sun to Nemesis. We didn't lack the courage to attempt it. Sure we did. Do you think that Rotor would have made the attempt if we hadn't had Pitt? It was Pitt who drove the rest of us, and I doubt that there's another Pitt anywhere in the settlements, or on Earth for that matter. You know I don't like Pitt. I disapprove of his methods, of his morals or the lack of them, of his deviousness, of his cold-blooded ability to send a girl like Marlena to what he clearly hopes will be her destruction. And yet, if we go by results, he may go down in history as a great man. As a great leader, said Insignia. You are a great man, Seaver. There's a clear difference. There was silence again till Gunnar said softly, I keep waiting for them to come here after us. That's my biggest fear. And it seems to strengthen when the interloper shines down upon me. It's 14 years now since we left the solar system. What have they been doing in these 14 years? Have you ever wondered about that, Eugenia? Never, said Insignia, half asleep. My worries are more immediate. Chapter 22. Asteroid. 48. August 22nd, 2235. It meant something to Cryle Fisher, for it was Tessa Wendell's birthday. To be precise, it was her 53rd birthday. She made no reference to the day or to its significance, perhaps because she had been so proud of her youthful appearance on Adelia, or perhaps because she was overconscious of Fisher's 5 years' advantage. But their relative age difference didn't matter to Cryle. Even if Fisher had not been attracted to her intelligence and to her sexual vigor, Tessa held the key to Rotor, and he knew it. There were fine wrinkles around her eyes now, and a distinct flabbiness to her upper arms, but her unmentioned birthday was one of triumph for her, and she came swinging into the apartment, which had grown steadily more lavish with the years, and threw herself into her sturdy, field-bottomed armchair with a smile of satisfaction on her face. It went as smoothly as interstellar space. Absolute perfection. I wish I'd been there, said Cryle. I wish you had too, Cryle. But we're on a strictly need-to-know basis, and I get you involved in more things than I should as it is. The goal had been Hypermnestra, an otherwise undistinguished asteroid that was in a convenient position not too close to other asteroids at the moment, and, what was more important, not too close to Jupiter. It was also unclaimed by any settlement and unvisited by any, and to top it off, there were the first two syllables of the name, which, however trivial, seemed to represent a proper target for a superluminal flight through hyperspace. I take it you got the ship there safely. Within 10,000 kilometers. We could easily have placed it closer, but we didn't want to risk an intensification of its gravitational field, feeble though it was. And back, of course, to the prearranged spot. It's being shepherded in by two ordinary vessels. I suppose the settlements were on the lookout. Of course. But it's one thing to see that the ship vanishes instantaneously, and quite another to tell where it went. Whether it went at or near light speed, or many multiples of it, and most of all, how it was done. So what they do see means nothing. They had nothing in the neighborhood of Hypermnestra, did they? They had no way of knowing what the destination was, barring a breakdown of security, and that apparently didn't happen. If they had known or guessed, that alone still would not have helped them. All in all, Crow, very satisfactory. Obviously a giant step. With additional giant steps still facing us, it was the first ship capable of carrying a human being to attain superluminal velocity, but as you know, it was staffed, if that's the word, by one robot. Did the robot operate successfully? Completely. But that's not very significant, except that it shows we can transfer a fairly large mass there and back in one piece, at least in one piece on the macro scale. It will take several weeks of inspection to make sure that no dangerous damage was done on the micro scale. And of course, that still leaves us the task of building larger ships, of making sure that life support systems are incorporated and functioning well, and of multiplying safety provisions. A robot can take stresses that human beings cannot. And is the schedule holding up? So far, so far. Another year or year and a half if there are no disasters or unexpected accidents, and we ought to be able to surprise the Rotorians, assuming them to exist. Fisher winced, and Wendell said, looking hangdog, I'm sorry. I keep promising myself not to say things like that, but it does slip out once in a while. Never mind, said Fisher. Is it definitely settled that I'll be going on the first trip to Rotor? If anything can be definitely settled for something that won't take place for a year or more, there's no way of guarding against sudden shifts of needs. But so far, apparently, Tanayama had left behind a note to the effect that you were promised a berth, more decent of him than I would have expected. Koropatsky was kind enough to tell me about the note today, after the successful flight, when it seemed to me that it might be a good time to advance the possibility. Good. Tanayama promised it to me by word of mouth once. I am glad he put it on the record. Do you mind telling me why he made that promise? Tanayama always struck me as someone who gave nothing for nothing. You're right. I got the trip on condition that I brought you back to Earth to work on superluminal velocities. I think you'll recall I carried out that task triumphantly. Wendell snorted. I doubt that it was that alone that shook and moved your government. Koropatsky said that he would not consider himself bound by Tanayama's promises, ordinarily, but that you had lived on Rotor for some years and that your special knowledge might come in handy. My own feeling is that your special knowledge after 13 years might have dimmed, but I didn't say that, because I was feeling good after the trial and decided that for the moment I loved you. Fisher smiled. I feel relieved, Tessa. I hope you'll be on the first flight, too. Did you get that straightened out? Wendell pulled her head back an inch or two, as though to get Fisher into better focus. That was a lot harder, my boy. They were perfectly willing to send you into danger, but as for me, they said that I couldn't be spared. Who could carry on the project if anything happens to you, they said. So I said, only any one of about 20 of my subordinates who are as well up on superluminal flight as I am and whose minds are younger and nimbler. A lie, of course, since there's no one quite like me, but it impressed them. There's something to what they say, you know. Should you take the risk? Yes, said Wendell. For one thing, I want the credit of being captain of the first superluminal flight. For another, I am curious to see another star, and resent that these Rotorians got there first, if... She caught herself and said, and finally, and most important, I believe, I want to get off Earth. She said that with a virtual snarl. Afterward, as they lay in bed together, she said, And when the time comes and we finally get there, what a marvelous feeling it will be." Fisher did not answer. He was thinking of a child with strange large eyes, and of his sister, and the two seemed to fuse as drowsiness closed down over him. Chapter 23. Air Flight. 49. Long-distance travel through a planetary atmosphere was not something that settlers accepted as part of their society. On a settlement, distances were small enough so that elevators, legs, and an occasional electric cart were all that was necessary. As for inter-settlement travel, that was by rocket. Many settlers, at least back in the solar system, had been in space so many times that progress through it was almost as common to them as walking. It was a rare settler, however, who had traveled to Earth, where alone atmospheric travel existed, and which had made use of air flight. Settlers who could face the vacuum as though it were a friend and brother felt unfathomable terror if expected to sense somehow the whistle of air past a vehicle without ground support below. Yet air travel, on occasion, was an obvious necessity on Erythro. Like Earth, it was a large world, and like Earth, it had a fairly dense and breathable atmosphere. There were reference books on air flight available on Rotor, and even several Earth immigrants with aeronautical experience. So the Dome owned 2 small aircraft, somewhat clumsy, somewhat primitive, ungiven to large bursts of speed or to headlong maneuverability, but serviceable. In fact, Rotor's very ignorance of aeronautical engineering helped in one respect. The Dome's aircraft were far more computerized than any corresponding vessel on Earth. In fact, Seaver Gunnar liked to think of the vessels as intricate robots that happened to be built in the shape of aircraft. Erythro's weather was much milder than Earth's could possibly be, since the low intensity of the radiation from Nemesis was insufficient to power large and violent storms, so that an aircraft robot was less likely to have to face an emergency, far less likely. As a result, virtually anyone could fly the raw and unpolished aircraft of the Dome. You simply told the plane what you wanted it to do, and it was done. If the message was unclear or seemed dangerous to the robotic brain of the vessel, it asked for clarification. Gunnar watched Marlena climb into the cabin of the plane with a certain natural concern, if not with the lip-biting terror of Eugenia Insignia, who stood well away from the scene. "Don't come any closer," he had ordered Insignia sternly, "especially if you're going to look as though you were witnessing the sure beginning of calamity. You'll panic the girl." It seemed to Insignia that there were grounds for panic. Marlena was too young to remember a world where air flight was common. She had taken a rocket calmly enough to come to Erythro, but how would she react to this unheard-of flight through air? And yet Marlena climbed into the cabin and took her seat with a look of utter calm on her face. Was it possible she did not grasp the situation? Gunnar said, "Marlena, dear, you do know what we're going to be doing, don't you?" "Yes, Uncle Seaver." "You're going to show me Erythro. From the air, you know. You'll be flying through the air." "Yes, you said so before." "Does the thought of it bother you?" "No, Uncle Seaver, but it's bothering you a lot." "Only on your behalf, dear." "I'll be perfectly all right." She turned her calm face toward him as he climbed in after her and took his seat. She said, "I can understand Mother being concerned, but you're more concerned than she is. You're managing to show it less in any big way, but if you could see yourself licking your lips, you would be embarrassed. You feel that if something bad happens, it will be your fault, and you just can't stand the thought. Just the same, nothing's going to happen." "Are you sure of that, Marlena?" "Absolutely sure. Nothing will harm me on Erythro." "You said that about the plague, but we're not talking about that now." "It doesn't matter what we're talking about. Nothing will harm me on Erythro." Gunnar shook his head slightly in disbelief and uncertainty, and then wished he hadn't, for he knew she read that as easily as though it were appearing in the largest block letters on the computer screen. But what was the difference? If he had repressed it all and had acted as if he were made of cast bronze, she would still have seen it. He said, "We'll go into an airlock and stay there just a while so that I can check the responsiveness of the vessel's brain. Then we will go through another door, and the plane will then move up in the air. There'll be an acceleration effect, and you'll be pressed backward, and we'll be moving in the air with nothing beneath us. You understand that, I hope? I am not afraid, said Marlena quietly. 50. The aircraft remained on its steady course across a barren landscape of rolling hills. Gunnar knew that Erythro was geologically alive, and knew also that what geological studies had been made of the world indicated that there had been periods in its history when it had been mountainous. And there were still mountains here and there on the cis-Megan hemisphere, the hemisphere in which the bloated circle of the planet Megas, around which Erythro orbited, hung almost motionless in the sky. Here on the trans-Megan side, however, plains and hills were the chief feature of the two large continents. To Marlena, who had never seen a mountain in her life, even the low hills were exciting. There were rivulets on Rotor, of course, and from the height at which they were viewing Erythro, these rivers looked no different. Gunnar thought, Marlena will be surprised when she sees them at a closer view. Marlena looked curiously at Nemesis, which had passed its noon mark and had declined toward the west. She said, It's not moving, is it, Uncle Seaver? It's moving, said Gunnar. Or at least Erythro is turning relative to Nemesis, but it turns only once a day, while Rotor turns once every 2 minutes. In comparison, Nemesis, as seen from here on Erythro, is moving less than 1/700th as fast as it seems to be moving as seen from Rotor. It seems to be standing still here by comparison, but it isn't standing entirely still. Then, casting a quick glance at Nemesis, he said, You've never seen Earth's sun, the sun of the solar system, you know. Or if you have, you don't remember it, having been a baby at the time. The sun was much smaller as seen from Rotor's position in the solar system. Smaller? Said Marlena in surprise. The computer told me that it was Nemesis that was smaller. In reality, yes. Still, Rotor is so much closer to Nemesis than it ever was to the sun in the old days that Nemesis seems larger. We're 4 million kilometers from Nemesis, aren't we? But we were 150 million kilometers from the sun. If we were that far from Nemesis, we'd get less than 1% of the light and warmth we get now. If we were as close to the sun as we are to Nemesis, we'd be vaporized. The sun is much larger, brighter, and hotter than Nemesis. Marlena wasn't looking at Gunnar, but apparently his tone of voice was sufficient. From the way you talk, Uncle Seaver, I think you wish you were back near the sun. I was born there, so I get homesick sometimes. But the sun is so hot and bright. It must be dangerous. We didn't look at it. And you shouldn't look at Nemesis too long either. Look away, dear. Gunnar cast another quick glance at Nemesis, however. It hung in the western sky, red and vast, its apparent diameter at 4 degrees of arc, or 8 times that of the sun as seen from Rotor's old position. It was a quiet red circle of light, but Gunnar knew that on comparatively rare occasions it would flare, and for a few minutes there would be a white spot on that serene face that would be painful to look at. Mild sunspots in darker red were more common, but not as noticeable. He murmured an order to the plane, which veered sufficiently to put Nemesis farther to the rear, out of direct view. Marlena took a last, thoughtful glance at Nemesis, then turned her eyes to Erythro's vista stretched out below. She said, You get used to the pink color of everything. It doesn't look so pink after a while. Gunnar had noticed that himself. His eyes caught differences in tint and shade, so that the world began to seem less monochromatic. The rivers and small lakes were ruddier and darker than the land surface, and the sky was dark. Little of the red light of Nemesis was scattered by Erythro's atmosphere. The most hopeless thing about Erythro, however, was the barrenness of the land. Rotor, even on its tiny scale, had green fields, yellow grain, varicolored fruit, noise-making animals, all the color and sound of human habitation and structures. Here, there was only silence and inanimation. Marlena frowned. There is life on Erythro, Uncle Seaver. Gunnar couldn't tell whether Marlena was making a statement, asking a question, or answering his thought as revealed by his body language. Was she insisting on something or seeking reassurance? He said, Certainly, lots of life. It's all pervasive. It's not only in the water, either. There are prokaryotes living in the water, films about the soil particles, too. After a while, The ocean made its appearance on the horizon ahead, first as simply a dark line, then a thickening band as the air vehicle approached it. Gunnar cast careful, sidelong glances at Marlena, watching her reaction. She had read about Earth's oceans, of course, and must have seen images on holovision, but nothing can prepare anyone for the actual experience. Gunnar, who had been on Earth once, as a tourist, had seen the edge of an ocean. He had never been over one, out of sight of land, however, and he wasn't sure of his own reactions. It rolled back below them, and now the dry land shrank behind into a lighter line, and eventually it was gone. Gunnar looked down with a queer feeling in the pit of his stomach. He remembered a phrase from an archaic epic, the wine-dark sea. Below them, the ocean certainly did look like a vast, rolling mass of red wine with pink froth here and there. There were no markings to identify in that vast body of water, and there was no place to land. The very essence of location was gone, yet he knew that when he wanted to return, he need do no more than direct the plane to take them back to land. The plane's computer kept track of position in accurate reckoning of speed and direction, and would know where land was, even where the dome was. They passed under a thick cloud deck, and the ocean turned black. A word from Gunnar, and the plane lifted through and above the clouds. Nemesis shone again, and the ocean could no longer be seen beneath them. There was instead a sea of pink water droplets, billowing and rising here and there so that bits of fog moved occasionally past the window. Then the clouds seemed to part, and between their edges, glimpses of the wine-dark sea could again be seen. Marlena watched, her mouth partly open, her breath shallow. She said in a whisper, "That's all water, isn't it, Uncle Seaver?" "Thousands of kilometers in every direction, Marlena, and 10 kilometers deep in spots." "If you fall into it, I suppose you drown." "You needn't worry about that. This vehicle won't fall into the ocean." "I know it won't," said Marlena matter-of-factly. There was another sight, Gunnar thought, to which Marlena could well be introduced. Marlena broke in on his thought. "You're getting nervous again, Uncle Seaver." Gunnar felt amused at the manner in which he was learning to take Marlena's penetration for granted. He said, "You've never seen Megas, and I was wondering if I ought to show it to you. You see, only one side of Erythro faces Megas, and the dome was built on the side of Erythro that doesn't face it, so that Megas is never in our sky. If we continue to fly in this direction, however, we'll enter the Cis-Megas hemisphere, and we'll see it rise above the horizon." "I would like to see that." "You will, then. But be prepared. It's large. Really large. Nearly twice as wide as Nemesis, and it looks almost like it's about to fall on us. Some people simply can't endure the sight. It won't fall, though. It can't. Try to remember that." They moved along at a higher altitude and a heightened speed. The ocean lay below in wrinkled sameness, occasionally obscured by clouds. Eventually, Gunnar said, "If you'll look ahead and a little to the right, you'll see Megas beginning to show at the horizon. We'll turn toward it." It looked like a small patch of light along the horizon at first, but grew like a slow upward swell. Then the widening arc of a deep red circle lifted itself above the horizon. It was distinctly deeper than Nemesis, which could still be seen to the right and in back of the plane and somewhat lower in the sky. As Megas loomed larger, it soon became apparent that what was being revealed was not a full circle of light, a bit more than a semicircle. Marlena said with interest, "Now, that's what they mean by phases, isn't that right?" "Exactly right. We only see the part that's lit by Nemesis. As Erythro goes around Megas, Nemesis seems to move closer to Megas, and we see less and less of the lit half of the planet. Then when Nemesis skims just above or below Megas, we see a thin curve of light at Megas' boundary. That's all we see of its lighted hemisphere. Sometimes Nemesis actually moves behind Megas. Nemesis is then eclipsed, and all the dim stars of night come out, not just the bright ones that show even when Nemesis is in the sky. During the eclipse, you can see a large circle of darkness with no stars in it at all, and that shows you where Megas is. When Nemesis reappears on the other side, you begin to see a thin curve of light again." "How marvelous," said Marlena. "It's like a show in the sky. And look at Megas, all those moving stripes." They stretched across the lighted portion of the globe. thick and reddish-brown interspersed with orange and slowly writhing. "They're storm bands," said Gunnar, "with terrific winds that blow this way and that. If you watch closely, you'll see spots form and expand, drift along, then spread out and vanish." "It is like a holovision show," said Marlena raptly. "Why don't people watch it all the time?" "Astronomers do. They watch it through computerized instruments located on this hemisphere. I've seen it myself in our observatory. You know, we had a planet like this back in the solar system. It's called Jupiter, and it's even larger than Megas. By now, the planet had lifted entirely above the horizon, looking like a bloated balloon that had somehow partially collapsed along its left half. Marlena said, "It's lovely. If the dome were built on this side of Erythro, everyone could watch it." "Actually not, Marlena. It doesn't seem to work that way. Most people don't like Megas. I told you that some people get the impression that Megas is falling, and it frightens them," Marlena said impatiently. "Only a few people would have such a silly notion." "Only a few to begin with. But silly notions can be contagious. Fears spread, and some people who wouldn't be afraid if left to themselves become afraid because their neighbor is. Haven't you ever noticed that sort of thing?" "Yes, I have," she said with a touch of bitterness. "If one boy thinks a bimbo is pretty, they all do. They start competing." She paused as if in embarrassment. "The contagious fear is one reason we built the dome on the other hemisphere. Another is that with Megas always in the sky, astronomic observations are more difficult to make in this hemisphere. But I think it's time we begin our return. You know your mother. She'll be in a panic." "Call her and tell her we're all right." "I don't have to. This ship is sending out signals continuously. She knows we're all right, physically, but that's not what she's worried about," he said, tapping his temple significantly. Marlena slumped in her chair, and a look of deep discontent crossed her face. "What a pain. I know everyone will say it's just because she loves you, but it's such a bother. Why can't she just take my word for it that I'll be all right?" "Because she loves you," said Gunnar as he quietly instructed the aircraft to return home, "just as you love Erythro." Marlena's face brightened at once. "Oh, I do." Yes, it's quite visible in your every reaction to the world." And Gunnar wondered how Eugenia Insignia would react to that. 51. She reacted in fury. "What do you mean she loves Erythro? How can she love a dead world? Is it possible you brainwashed her? Is there some reason you've talked her into loving it?" "Eugenia, be reasonable. Do you really believe it is possible to brainwash Marlena into anything? Have you ever succeeded in doing so?" "Then what happened?" "Actually, I tried to subject her to situations that would displease or frighten her. If anything, I tried to brainwash her into disliking Erythro. I know from experience that Rotorians, brought up in the tight little world of a settlement, hate the endlessness of Erythro. They don't like the redness of the light. They don't like that enormous puddle of an ocean. They don't like darkening clouds. They don't like Nemesis, and most of all, they don't like Megas. All these things tend to depress and frighten them, and I showed all these things to Marlena. I took her out over the ocean, and then far enough out to show her Megas entirely above the horizon. And nothing bothered her. She said she got used to the red light, and it stopped looking so terribly red. The ocean didn't in the least frighten her, and most of all, she found Megas interesting and amusing." "I can't believe it." "You must. It's true." Insignia sank into thought, then said reluctantly, "Maybe it's a sign that she's already infected with the plague. I arranged for another brain scan as soon as we got back. We still haven't got the complete analysis, but the preliminary inspection shows no change. The mind pattern changes markedly and noticeably, even in a light case of the plague. Marlena simply doesn't have it. However, an interesting thought just occurred to me. We know that Marlena is perceptive, that she can note all sorts of little things. Feelings flow from others to her. But have you ever detected anything that might seem the reverse? Do feelings flow from her to others? I don't understand what you're getting at." "She knows when I'm uncertain and a little anxious, no matter how I try to hide the fact, or that I'm calm and unafraid. Is there any way, though, that she can force me or encourage me to become uncertain and a little anxious, or calm and unafraid? If she detects, can she also impose?" Insignia stared at him. "I think that's crazy," she said, her voice choked in disbelief. Perhaps. But have you ever noticed that sort of effect with Marlena? Think about it. I don't have to think. I've never noticed any such thing. No, muttered Gunnar. I suppose you haven't. She would certainly love to make you feel less nervous about herself, and she certainly fails to bring that about. However, it is true, though, if we just cling to Marlena's perceptive ability, that it has strengthened since she arrived on Erythro. Agreed? Yes, agreed. But it's more than that. She's now strongly intuitive. She knows that she is immune to the plague. She is certain that nothing on Erythro will harm her. She stared down at the ocean in convinced knowledge that the aircraft wouldn't drop into it and drown her. Has she had this kind of attitude back on Rotor? Hasn't she felt uncertain and insecure on Rotor when there was reason to feel so, just as any other youngster might? Yes, certainly. But here she's a new girl, totally sure of herself. Why? I don't know why. Is Erythro affecting her? No, I mean nothing like the plague. Is there some other effect, something completely different? I'll tell you why I ask. I felt it myself. Felt what yourself? A certain optimism about Erythro. I didn't mind the desolation or anything else. It's not that I was desperately put off by it before, that Erythro made me seriously uneasy, but I never liked the planet. On this trip with Marlena, however, I came nearer to liking it than ever before in my 10 years of residence here. It was possible, I thought, that Marlena's delight was contagious, or that she might somehow be forcing it on me, or else whatever it is about Erythro that is affecting her may be affecting me, too, in her presence. Insignia said sarcastically, I think, Seaver, that you had better have a brain scan yourself. Gunnar raised his eyebrows. Do you think I haven't? I've undergone a check periodically ever since I've been here. There have been no changes except those inseparable from the aging process. But have you checked your mind pattern since getting back from the plane trip? Of course. First thing, I'm no fool. The complete analysis isn't back yet, but the preliminary work shows no change. Then what are you going to do next? The logical thing. Marlena and I are going out of the dome and out upon Erythro's surface. No. We'll take precautions. I've been out there before. You, perhaps, said Insignia stubbornly. Not she. Never she. Gunnar sighed. He whirled in his chair, looking at the false window in the wall of his office as though he were trying to penetrate it and look out upon the redness beyond. Then he looked back at Insignia. Out there is a huge, brand-new world, he said, one that belongs to no one and nothing except ourselves. We can take that world and develop it with all the lessons we've learned from our foolish mismanagement of our original world. We can build a good world this time, a clean world, a decent world. We can get used to the redness. We can bring it to life with our own plants and animals. We can make sea and land flourish and start the planet on its own course of evolution. And the plague, what of that? We might eliminate the plague and make Erythro ideal for us. If we eliminate the heat and the gravity and alter the chemical composition, we can make Megas ideal for us, too. Yes, Eugenia, but you must admit that the plague is in a different category from heat, gravity, and global chemistry. But the plague is just as deadly in its own way. Eugenia, I think I've told you that Marlena is the most important person we have. She certainly is to me. To you, she's important simply because she is your daughter. To the rest of us, she is important for what she can do. What can she do? Interpret our body language? Play tricks? She is convinced she is immune to the plague. If she is, that might teach us. If she is. It's childish fantasy, and you know it. Don't grasp at cobwebs. There's a world out there, and I want it. You sound like Pitt after all. For that world, will you risk my daughter? In human history, much more has been risked for much less. More shame to human history, and in any case, it's up to me to decide she's my daughter. And Gunnar said, in a low voice that seemed to contain infinite sorrow, I love you, Eugenia, but I lost you once. I have had this feeble dream of perhaps trying to undo that loss. But now I'm afraid I must lose you again, and permanently. Because, you see, I'm going to tell you that it's not up to you to decide. It is not even up to me to decide. It is up to Marlena. Whatever she decides, she will do somehow. And because she may well have the ability to win humanity a world, I am going to help her do what she wants to do, despite you. Please, you must accept that, Eugenia. Chapter 24. Detector. 52. Cryle Fisher studied the superluminal with a frozen expression. It was the first time he had seen it, and a quick glance at Tessa Wendell made it quite plain that she was smiling with what he could only think of as proprietary pride. It sat there in a huge cavern, inside a triple web of security barriers. There were human beings present, but most of the workforce consisted of carefully computerized, non-humanoid robots. Fisher had seen many spaceships in his time, and of a multiplicity of models used for a multiplicity of purposes, but he had never seen one like the superluminal, never seen one as repulsive in appearance. Had he seen it without knowing what it was, he might not have guessed, even, that it was a spaceship. What did he say, then? On the one hand, he did not want to anger Wendell. On the other hand, she was clearly waiting for his opinion, and she just as clearly expected praise. And so he said in a somewhat subdued voice, "It has an eerie kind of grace, rather wasp-like." She had smiled at the phrase, eerie kind of grace, and Fisher felt he had chosen well. But then she said, "What do you mean wasp-like, Cryle?" "It's an insect I'm referring to," said Cryle. "I know you're not aware of insects much on Adelia." "We know about insects," said Wendell. "We may not have Earth's chaotic profusion. You probably don't have wasps. Stinging insects, shaped rather like..." He pointed to the superluminal. "They, too, have a large bulge in front, another bulge in back, and a narrow connecting unit." "Really?" She looked at the superluminal with a sudden sparking of new interest. "Find me a picture of a wasp when you can. I might understand the ship design better in the light of the insect, or vice versa, for that matter." Fisher said, "Why the shape, then, if it wasn't inspired by the wasp?" "We had to find a geometry that would maximize the chance of the entire ship moving as a unit. The hyperfield has a tendency to extend outward cylindrically to infinity, actually, and you let it have its way to some extent. On the other hand, you don't want to give in entirely. You can't, in fact, so you have to seal it off in the bulges. The field is just within the hull, maintained and enclosed by an intense and alternating electromagnetic field, and... You don't really want to hear all this, do you?" "Not anymore, I think," said Fisher, smiling slightly. "I've heard enough. But since I'm finally allowed to see this..." "Now, don't be hurt," said Wendell, putting her arm around his waist. "It was all strictly on a need-to-know basis. There were times when they hated having me around. They kept muttering, I imagine, about this suspicious settler who was entirely too nosy, and wishing that I hadn't been the one who had designed the hyperfield, so they could kick me out. Now, however, things have lightened to the point where I could arrange to have you come and see it. You'll be on it eventually, after all, and I wanted you to admire it." She hesitated, then added, "And me." He looked across at her and said, "You know that I admire you, Tessa, without any need for anything like this." Then he put his arm around her shoulder. "I'm continuing to get older, Cryle," she said. "The process simply won't stop. And I'm also dismayingly satisfied with you. I've been with you 7 years now, going on 8, and I haven't felt the old urge to see what other men might be like." Fisher said, "Is that a tragedy? Perhaps it's just the fact that you've been so absorbed in the project. Now that the ship is completed, you'll probably have a feeling of release and enough time to begin hunting again." "No, I haven't the urge. I just haven't. But how about you? I know I neglect you at times." "It's all right. When you neglect me for your work, that suits me. I want the ship as much as you do, dear. And one nightmare is that by the time it is finally ready, you and I will be too old to be allowed on." He smiled again, this time with distinct ruefulness. "In your awareness of oncoming age, Tessa, don't forget that I, too, am no longer a lad. In less than 2 years, I'll be 50. But I have a question I'm reluctant to ask for fear of disappointment, but I'm going to anyway." "Ask away." "You arranged to have me see the ship to be allowed into this Holy of Holies. Somehow, I don't think that Koropatsky would have allowed this if the project weren't near completion. He's almost as diseased on security as Tanayama was. Yes, as far as the hyperfield is concerned, the ship is ready. Has it flown? Not yet. There are still things to do, but they don't involve the hyperfield itself. There have to be test flights, I suppose. With a crew aboard, of course. There's no way of doing it crewless and still feel that the life support systems will work. Even animals won't give us the necessary assurance. Who will go on the first trip? Volunteers chosen from among those on the project who qualify? How about you? I'm the only one who won't be a volunteer. I must go. I could trust no one else to make decisions in an emergency. Then I go too? Said Cryle. No, not you. Fisher's face instantly grew dark with anger. The arrangement was not on the test flights, Cryle. When will they be over, then? It's hard to say. It depends on what troubles may develop. If all goes as smoothly as possible, then 2 or 3 flights might suffice. A matter of months. When will the first test flight be? That? I don't know, Cryle. We're still working on the ship. You said it was ready to go. Yes, as far as the hyperfield is concerned. But we're installing the neuronic detectors. What are those? I never heard you mention them. Wendell did not answer directly. She looked around quietly and thoughtfully, then said, We're attracting attention, Cryle, and I suspect that there are people here who feel nervous about your presence. Let's go home. Fisher did not move. I take it you refuse to discuss this with me, even though it happens to be vital to me. We'll discuss it. At home. 53. Cryle Fisher was restless, his fury increasing. He refused to sit down and towered over Tessa Wendell, who had shrugged and taken a seat on the white modular couch and was now looking up at him, frowning. Why are you angry, Cryle? Fisher's lips were trembling. He pressed them together and waited before answering, as though forcing himself to remain calm by sheer muscular effort. He said finally, Once a crew is made up without me, it will be a precedent. I won't ever get on. It must be understood from the beginning that I am on the ship every time until we reach the neighbor star, and Rotor. I don't want to be left out. Wendell said, Why do you jump at conclusions? You won't be omitted at the crucial time. The ship isn't even ready to go yet. Fisher said, You said the ship was ready. What are these neuronic detectors you're suddenly speaking of? It's a device to keep me quiet, to keep me distracted, and then sneak the ship away before I realize I'm left out. That's what they're doing. And you're playing along with it. Cryle, you're mad. The neuronic detector is my idea, my insistence, my desire. She stared at him, unblinking, daring him to do something about it. Your idea, he exploded, but... She held out her hand as if to silence him. It's something we've been working on concurrently with the ship. It's not something that falls within my expertise, but I have driven the neurophysicists onward rather mercilessly to have it. And the reason? Precisely because I want you on the ship when it leaves for the neighbor star. Don't you see? He shook his head. Figure it out, Cryle. You would if you weren't blind with rage for no sane reason. It's perfectly straightforward. It's a neuronic detector. It detects nerve activity at a distance. Complex nerve activity. In short, it detects the presence of intelligence. Fisher stared at her. You mean what doctors use in hospitals? Of course. It's a routine tool in medicine and in psychology to detect mental disorders early on, but at meter distances. I need it at astronomical distances. It's not something new. It's something old with a vastly increased range. Cryle, if Marlene is alive, she'll be on the settlement on Rotor. Rotor will be there somewhere, circling the star. I told you that it would not be easy to spot. If we don't find it quickly, can we be sure that it's not there? And not that we just somehow missed it? Like missing an island in the ocean or an asteroid in space? Do we just continue searching for months or years to make sure that we haven't just missed it, that it's really not there? And the neuronic detector will find Rotor for us. Won't it be just as hard to detect? No, it won't. The universe is overrun with light and radio waves and all kinds of radiation, and we'll have to distinguish one source from 1,000 others or from 1,000,000 others. It can be done, but it's not easy, and it may take time. However, to get the precise electromagnetic radiation associated with neurons in complex relationship is quite unique. We are not likely to have more than one source exactly like that, or if we do, it's because Rotor has built another settlement. There you have it. I am as intent on finding your daughter for you as you are for finding her for yourself. And why would I do that if I weren't intent on having you on the flight with us? You'll be there. Fisher looked overwhelmed. And you forced the entire project to do this? I have considerable power over them, Cryle, and there's more to it as well. This is highly confidential. That's why I couldn't tell you at the ship. Oh? And what might that be? Wendell said, and there was a softness in her voice. Cryle, I spend more time thinking of you than you think. You don't know how strongly I want to spare you disappointment. What if we find nothing at the neighbor star? What if a sweep of the skies tells us definitely that there are no living, intelligent life forms anywhere in its vicinity? Do we go straight home and report that we found no sign of Rotor? Now, Cryle, don't go into one of your moods. I'm not saying that failure to find intelligence at the neighbor star will necessarily imply that Rotor and its people have not survived. What else can it imply? They might have been so dissatisfied with the neighbor star that they decided to move on elsewhere. Perhaps they stopped long enough to mine some asteroids for new materials they would need for construction and for refurbishing the microfusion motors. Then on they would go. And if that were so, how can we know where they would be? They've been gone almost 14 years. With hyper-assistance, they can travel only at the speed of light. If they have reached any star and settled in its neighborhood, it would have to be at a star within 14 light-years distance of us. There are not very many of those. At superluminal velocity, we can visit each of those. With neuronic detectors, we can quickly decide whether Rotor is in the neighborhood of any of them. They might be wandering through space between stars at this very moment. How would we detect them then? We wouldn't. But at least we increase our own chances just a bit if we investigate a dozen stars in 6 months with our neuronic detector, instead of spending that much time investigating one star in a futile search. And if we fail, and we have to face the fact that we might fail, then at least we will return with considerable data on a dozen different stars. A white dwarf, a blue-white hot star, a solar look-alike, a close binary, and so on. We're not likely to make more than one trip in our lifetime, so why not make it a good one and go down in history with a huge bang, eh, Cryle? Cryle said thoughtfully, I suppose you're right, Tessa. To comb a dozen stars and find nothing will be bad enough, but to search a single star vicinity and return thinking that Rotor might have been somewhere else that was reachable, but that we lacked the time to explore would be much worse. Exactly. I'll try to remember that, said Cryle sadly. Another thing, said Wendell. The neuronic detector might detect intelligence not of earthly origin. We wouldn't want to miss it. Fisher looked startled. But that's not likely, is it? Not at all likely, but if it happens, all the more reason not to miss it, especially if it is within 14 light-years of Earth. Nothing in the universe can be as interesting as another intelligent life form, or as dangerous. We'd want to know about it. Fisher said, What are the chances of detecting it at all if it is not of earthly origin? The neuronic detectors are geared for human intelligence only. It seems to me that we wouldn't even recognize a really odd life form as being alive, let alone as being intelligent. Wendell said, We may not be able to recognize life, but we can't possibly fail to recognize intelligence, in my view. And it's not life, but intelligence that we're after. Whatever intelligence might be, however strange, however unrecognizable, it has to involve a complex structure, a very complex structure, at least as complex as the human brain. What's more, it's bound to involve the electromagnetic interaction. Gravitational attraction is too weak. The strong and weak nuclear interactions are too short range. And as for this new hyperfield we're working with in superluminal flight, it doesn't exist in nature as far as any of us knows, but exists only when it is devised by intelligence. The neuronic detector can detect an elaborately complex electromagnetic field that will signify intelligence no matter the form or chemistry into which that intelligence may be molded. And we will be ready to either learn or run. As for unintelligent life, that is not at all likely to be dangerous to a technological civilization such as ourselves, though any form of alien life, even at the virus stage, would be interesting. And why must all this be kept secret? Because I suspect, in fact I know, that the Global Congress will want us back very quickly so that they can be sure the project is successful and so that they can learn to build better models of superluminal vessels based on our experience with this prototype. I, on the other hand, if things go well, would certainly want to see the universe and let them wait. I don't say I'll definitely do it, but I want the option held open. If they knew I was planning that, even thinking it, I suspect they would try to crew the ship with others whom they would consider more amenable to orders." Fisher smiled weakly. Wendell said, "What's wrong, Cryle? Suppose there's no sign of Rotor or its people. Would you then just want to go back to Earth in disappointment? The universe at your fingertips, but given up? No. I'm just wondering how long will it take to put in the detectors and all the other things you might dream up. In a little over 2 years, I'll be 50. At 50, agents working for the office are routinely taken off field duty. They get desk jobs on Earth and are no longer allowed to take space flights. Well, in a little over 2 years, I will no longer qualify for the flight. They'll tell me I'm too old and the universe won't be at my fingertips after all. Nonsense. They're going to let me go, and I'm over 50 right now. You're a special case. It's your ship. You're a special case, too, since I will insist on you. Besides, they won't find it so easy to get qualified people to go on the superluminal. It will be all we can do to persuade anyone to volunteer. And they'll have to volunteer. We can't risk placing the trip into the hands of unwilling and frightened draftees. Why wouldn't they volunteer? Because they're Earthmen, my good Cryle. And to almost all Earthmen, space is a horror. Hyperspace is a greater horror still, and they're going to hang back. There is going to be you and me, and we're going to need 3 more volunteers, and I tell you, we'll have trouble getting them. I've sounded out many, and I have 2 good people with a halfway promise. Charlie Wu and Henry Jarlow. I haven't got my 3rd yet. And even if, against all likelihood, there are as many as a dozen volunteers, they're not going to cut you out in favor of anyone else, for I will insist on your going with me as my ambassador to the Rotorians, if that becomes necessary. And even if that is not enough, I promise you that the ship will take off before you're 50. And now Fisher smiled with honest relief and said, "Tessa, I love you. You know, I really do." "No," said Wendell. "I don't know that you really do, especially when you say it in that tone of voice as though the admission has caught you by surprise. It's very odd, Cryle, but in the almost 8 years we've known each other and lived together and made love to each other, you've never once said that." "Haven't I? Believe me, I've listened. Do you know what else is odd? I've never said that I loved you, and yet I love you. It didn't start that way. What do you suppose happened?" Fisher said in a low voice, "It may be that we've fallen in love with each other so gradually that we never noticed. That may happen sometimes, don't you think?" And they smiled at each other shyly, as though wondering what they ought to do about it. Chapter 25. Surface. 54. Eugenia Insignia was apprehensive. More than that. "I tell you, Seaver, I haven't had a good night's sleep since you took her out in the aircraft." Her voice degenerated into what in a woman of less firm character might almost have been described as a whine. "Wasn't the flight through air off to the ocean and back, and coming back after nightfall, too, wasn't that enough for her? Why don't you stop her?" "Why don't I stop her?" said Seaver Ganar slowly, as though he were tasting the question. "Why don't I stop her? Eugenia, we've gotten past the stage of being able to stop Marlena." "That's ridiculous, Seaver. It's almost cowardly. You're hiding behind her, pretending she's all-powerful." "Isn't she? You're her mother. Order her to stay in the dome." Insignia's lips compressed. "She's 15. I don't like to be tyrannical." "On the contrary, you would love to be tyrannical. But if you try, she'll look at you out of those clear, extraordinary eyes of hers and say something like, 'Mother, you feel guilty of having deprived me of my father, so you feel that the universe is conspiring to deprive you of me as punishment, and that's a silly superstition.'" Insignia frowned. "Seaver, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I don't feel any such thing and couldn't possibly." "Of course you don't. I was just making something up, but Marlena won't be. She'll know from the twitching of your thumb or the movement of your shoulder blade or something just what is bothering you, and she'll tell you, and it will be so true and so shameful, I suppose, that you will be too busy looking for ways to defend yourself, and you'll give in to her rather than have her keep peeling away the outer layers of your psyche. Don't tell me that's what's happened to you." "Not much, because she's fond of me, and I've tried to be very diplomatic with her. But if I cross her, I shudder to think what a shambles she'll make of me. Look, I've managed to delay her. Give me credit for that. She wanted to go out immediately after the plane trip, and I held her off to the end of the month." "How did you do that?" "Pure sophistry, I assure you. It's December. I told her that in 3 weeks the new year would begin, at least if we go by Earth Standard Time. And how best to celebrate the beginning of 2237, I asked her, than to begin the new era of the exploration and settlement of Erythro. You know, she views her own penetration of the planet in that light as the beginning of a new age, which makes it worse. Why worse? Because she doesn't view it as a personal caprice, but as something of vital importance to Rotor, or even to humanity, perhaps. There's nothing like satisfying your personal pleasure and calling it a noble contribution to the general welfare. It excuses everything. I've done it myself. So have you. So has everyone. Pitt, more than anyone else whom I know, does it. He has probably convinced himself that he breathes only to contribute carbon dioxide to the plant life of Rotor. So, by playing on her megalomania, you had her wait. Yes, and it still gives us one more week to see if anything will stop her. I might say, though, that my plea didn't fool her. She agreed to wait, but she said, "You think that if you delay me, you will win your way at least a little bit into the affections of my mother, don't you, Uncle Seaver?" There's nothing about you that indicates you consider the coming of the new year of the slightest importance. How unbearably rude, Seaver. Merely unbearably correct, Eugenian. Same thing, perhaps. Insignia looked away. My affections? What can I say? Gunnar said quickly. Why say anything? I've told you I loved you in the past, and I find that getting old, or getting older, hasn't much changed it. But that's my problem. You've never treated me unfairly. You never gave me reason to hope. And if I'm fool enough not to be able to take no for an answer, what concern is that of yours? It concerns me that you're unhappy for any reason. That counts for a lot right there. Gunnar managed to smile. It's infinitely better than nothing. Insignia looked away and, with obvious deliberation, returned to the topic of Marlena. But, Seaver, if Marlena saw your motivation, why did she agree to the delay? You won't like this, but I'd better tell you the truth. Marlena said, I'll wait till the new year, Uncle Seaver, because perhaps that will please Mother, and I'm on your side. She said that? Please don't hold it against her. I have obviously fascinated her with my wit and charm, and she thinks she's doing you a favor. She's a matchmaker, said Insignia, obviously caught between annoyance and amusement. It did occur to me that if you could bring yourself to show an interest in me, we could use that to persuade her into all sorts of things that she would think would further encourage the interest, except that it would have to be real or she would see through it. And if it were real, she wouldn't feel it necessary to make sacrifices to bring about what was already so. Do you understand? I understand, said Insignia, that if it weren't for Marlena's perceptiveness, you would be positively Machiavellian in your approach to me. You've got me dead to rights, Eugenie. Well, why not do the obvious thing? Lock her up and eventually carry her onto the rocket back to Rotor. Bound hand and foot, I suppose. Aside from not thinking we could do such a thing, I've managed to catch Marlena's vision. I'm beginning to think of colonizing Erythro, a whole world for the taking. And breathing their alien bacteria, getting them into our food and water. Insignia's face curled into a grimace. What of it? We breathe, drink, and eat them to an extent right here. We can't keep them out of the dome altogether. For that matter, there are bacteria on Rotor that we breathe, drink, and eat, too. Yes, but we're adapted to Rotor's life. These are alien bits of life. All the safer. If we're not adapted to them, neither are they to us. There are no signs they can possibly parasitize us. They would simply be so many innocuous dust particles. And the plague. That's the real difficulty, of course. Even in the case of something as simple as letting Marlena go outside the dome. We will, of course, take precautions. What kind of precautions? She would wear a protective suit, for one thing. For another, I'll go out with her. I'll serve as her canary. What do you mean, canary? It was a device they had on Earth some centuries back. Miners carried canaries, you know, little yellow birds, into mines. If the air went bad, the canary died before the men were affected, but the men, knowing there was a problem, would get out of the mine. In other words, if I begin to act queerly, we'll both be brought in at once. But what if it affects her before it affects you? I don't think it will. Marlena feels immune. She's said that so many times that I have begun to believe her. 55. Eugenia Insignia had never before watched the new year approaching with such a painful concentration on the calendar. There had never been reason before. For that matter, the calendar was a vestigial hangover twice removed. On Earth, the year had begun by marking the seasons and the holidays that related to the seasons, midsummer, midwinter, sowing, harvest, by whatever names they were called. Kryl, Insignia remembered, had explained the intricacies of the calendar to her, and had reveled in them in his dark and solemn way, as he did in everything that reminded him of Earth. She had listened to him with a mixture of ardor and apprehension, ardently because she wished to share his interest, as that might draw them closer together; apprehensively because she feared his interest in Earth might drive him away from her, as eventually it did. Strange that she still felt the pang, but was it dimmer now? It seemed to her that she could not actually remember Kryle's face, that she remembered only the remembering now. Was it only the memory of a memory that stood between her and Seaver Gunnar now? And yet, it was the memory of a memory that held Rotor to the calendar now. Rotor had never had seasons. It had the year, of course, for it and all the settlements in the Earth-Moon system, which left out only those few that circled Mars or that were being built in the asteroid belt, accompanied Earth on its path around the sun. Still, without seasons, the year was meaningless, yet it was kept together with months and weeks. Rotor had the day, too, fixed artificially at 24 hours, during which sunlight was allowed to enter for half the time and blocked off for the other half. It could have been fixed for any length of time, but it was fixed at the length of an Earth day and divided into 24 hours of 60 minutes each, with each minute consisting of 60 seconds. The days and nights were at least uniformly 12 hours long. There had been occasional movements among the settlements to adopt a system of merely numbering days and grouping them into tens and multiples of tens, into decadays, hectadays, kilodays, and in the other direction, decidays, centidays, millidays. But that was really impossible. The settlements could not set up each their own system, for that would have reduced trade and communications to chaos. Nor was any unified system possible, save that of Earth, where 99% of the human population still lived, and to which ties of tradition still held the remaining 1%. Memory held Rotor and all the settlements to a calendar that was intrinsically meaningless for them. But now, Rotor had left the solar system, and was a world that was isolated and alone. No day or month or year in the earthly sense existed. It was not even sunlight that marked day from night, for Rotor gleamed with artificial daylight and darkened to a light whisper 12 hours on and 12 hours off. The harsh precision was not even broken by the gradual dimming and brightening at the boundaries that might simulate twilight and dawn. There seemed to be no need. And within this all-settlement division, individual homes kept their illumination on and off to suit their whims or needs, but counted the days by settlement time, which was Earth time. Even here at the Erythrodome, where there was a natural day and night that was casually used as such by those in occupation, it was the not quite matching settlement day length still tied to that of Earth, the memory of a memory, that was used in official calculations. The movement was now stronger to leave the day as the only basic measure of time. Insignia knew for a fact that Pitt favored the decimalization of time measure, and yet even he hesitated to suggest it officially for fear of rousing wild opposition. But perhaps not forever. The traditional disorderly units of weeks and months seemed less important. The traditional holidays were more frequently ignored. Insignia, in her astronomical work, used days as the only significant units. Someday the old calendar would die, and, in the far, unseen future, new methods of agreed-upon time marking would surely arise, a galactic standard calendar, perhaps. But now she found herself marking off the time to a new year that began arbitrarily. On Earth, at least, the new year began at the time of a solstice, winter in the northern hemisphere, summer in the southern. It had a relationship to Earth's orbit around the sun that only the astronomers on Rotor remembered clearly. But now, even though Insignia was an astronomer, the new year had to do only with Marlena's venture onto the surface of Erythro, a time chosen by Seaver Gunnar only because it involved a plausible delay, and accepted by Insignia only because she was officiously concerning herself with a teenager's notion of romance. Insignia came out of her roaming through the depths of thought to find Marlena regarding her solemnly. When had she entered the room so silently, or was Insignia so tied into an inner knot as to be unaware of footsteps? Insignia said in half a whisper, "Hello, Marlena." Marlena said solemnly, "You're not happy, Mother?" "You don't have to be super perceptive to see that, Marlena. Are you still determined to step out on Erythro?" "Yes. Entirely. Completely."
Why, Marlena? Why? Can you explain it so I can understand? No, because you don't want to understand. It's calling me.
What's calling you?
Erythro is. It wants me out there.
Marlena's ordinarily glum face seemed suffused with a furtive happiness. Insignia snapped. When you talk like that, Marlena, you simply give me the impression that you are already infected by the plague? I'm not. Uncle Seaver has just had another brain scan taken of me. I told him he didn't have to, but he said we had to have it for the record before we left. I'm perfectly normal. Brain scans can't tell you everything, said Insignia, frowning. Marlena said, neither can a mother's fears. Then, more softly, Mother, please. I know you want to delay this, but I won't accept a delay. Uncle Seaver has promised. Even if it rains, even if it's bad weather, I'm going out. At this time of the year, there are never real storms or temperature extremes. There are almost never at any time of the year. It's a wonderful world. But it's barren. Dead. Except for germs, Insignia said spitefully. But someday we'll put life of our own upon it. Marlena looked away, her eyes lost in dreaming. I'm sure of it, she said. 56. The E-suit is a simple suit, said Sieverganar. It doesn't have to withstand pressure. It's not a diving suit or a space suit. It has a helmet, and it has a compressed air supply that can be regenerated, and a small heat exchange unit that keeps the temperature comfortable. And it's airtight, obviously.
Will it fit me?
Asked Marlena, looking at the display of thickish, pseudo-textile material with distaste. Not fashionably so, said Gunnar, his eyes twinkling. It isn't made for beauty, but for use. Marlena said in a slightly exasperated tone, I'm not interested in looking beautiful, Uncle Seaver, but I don't want to be slopping around in it. If it makes walking hard, it won't be worth it. Eugenia Insignia interrupted. She had been watching, a little white-faced and pinch-lipped. The suit is necessary to protect you, Marlena. I don't care how sloppy it is. But it doesn't have to be uncomfortable, Mother, does it? If it happens to fit, it would protect me just the same. This will fit fairly well, actually, said Gunnar. It's the best we could find. After all, we only have them in adult sizes. He turned his head toward Insignia. We don't use them much these days. There was a time after the plague died down that we did some exploring, but by now we know the immediate surroundings quite well, and on the rare occasions we do go out, we tend to use enclosed E-cars. I wish you'd use an enclosed E-car now. No, said Marlena, obviously pained at the suggestion. I've been out in a vehicle. I want to walk. I want to feel the ground. You're mad, said Insignia discontentedly. Marlena fired back. Will you stop implying? Where's your perceptivity? I wasn't referring to the plague. I mean just plain mad, just mad in the ordinary sense. I mean, please, Marlena, you're driving me mad as well. She then said, Seaver, if these are old E-suits, how do you know they don't leak? Because we've tested them, Eugenia. I assure you they're in good working order. Remember, I'm going out with her, and also in a suit. Insignia was clearly seeking objections. And suppose you suddenly have to... She waved her hand meaninglessly. Urinate? Is that what you mean? That can be taken care of, though it's not comfortable. Still, it won't arise. We've emptied our bladders, and we're good for several hours, or should be. And we're not venturing far off, so in case of emergency, we can come back to the dome. We ought to leave now, Eugenia. Conditions are good outside, and we should take advantage of that. Here, Marlena, let me help you with your suit. Insignia said sharply, Don't sound so happy. Why not? To tell you the truth, I would like to step out myself. The dome can easily start to feel like a prison, you know. Maybe if we all stepped out more, our people could endure longer shifts in the dome. There you are, Marlena. We only have to fit on the helmet now. Marlena hesitated. Just a minute, Uncle Seaver. She walked toward Insignia, holding out her arm, suited and bulky. Insignia gazed at her mournfully. Mother, said Marlena, once again, please be calm. I love you, and I wouldn't do this and cause you such anxiety just to please myself. I do it only because I know I will be fine, and that you need not be anxious. And I bet you want to get into an E-suit also, so you can come out and never lose sight of me, but you mustn't. Why mustn't I, Marlena? How will I forgive myself if something happens to you and I'm not there to help you? But nothing will happen to me, and even if something does, which it won't, what could you do about it?
Besides, you're so afraid of erythro that your mind is probably open to all kinds of abnormal effects. What if the plague should strike you rather than me? How would you expect me to live with that?
She's right, Eugenia, said Gunnar. I'll be out there with her, and the best thing you can do is stay here and remain calm. All these suits are equipped with radios. Marlena and I will be able to hear each other, and we will be in communication with the dome. I promise you, if she behaves queerly in any way at all, if there is even the suspicion of oddness, I'll have her inside the dome at once. And if I feel in any way not quite my own normal self, I will come back at once, bringing Marlena with me. Insignia shook her head and did not look comforted as she watched the helmet being fitted first over Marlena's head and then over Gunnar's. They were near the dome's main airlock, and Insignia watched its manipulation. She knew the lock procedure perfectly well. One could scarcely be a settler otherwise. There was the delicate control of air pressure to make sure that there would be a gentle transfer of air from the dome outward, never from erythro inward. There were computerized checks at every moment to make sure there were no leaks. And then the inner door opened. Gunnar stepped into the airlock and beckoned Marlena inward. She followed, and the door closed. The two were lost to immediate sight. Insignia distinctly felt her heart miss a beat. She watched the controls and knew exactly when the outer door slid open and then when it closed again. The hollow screen sprang to life, and she could see the two suited figures on it, standing on the barren soil of erythro. One of the engineers handed a small earplug to Insignia, who inserted it into her right ear. An equally small microphone was fitted over her head. A voice in her ear said, "Radio contact," and at once the familiar voice of Marlena sounded. "Can you hear me, Mother?" "Yes, dear," said Insignia. Her voice sounded dry and abnormal in her own ear. "We're out here, and it's wonderful. It couldn't be nicer." "Yes, dear," Insignia repeated, feeling hollow and lost, and wondering whether she would ever see her daughter in her right mind again. 57. Seaver Gunnar felt almost light-hearted as he stepped out upon the surface of erythro. The sloping wall of the dome behind him reached upward, but he kept his back to it, for a sight so un-Erythronian would have spoiled the savor of the world. Savor? It was a queer word to use for erythro, for at the moment it had no meaning. He lived behind the protection of his helmet, breathing the air of the dome, or at least the air that had been purified and conditioned within the dome. They could not smell the planet or taste it within that shelter. And yet there was a feel to it that made him oddly happy. His boots crunched slightly upon the ground. Although erythro's surface was not rocky, it was rather gravelly, and between the bits of gravel there was what he could only describe as soil. There was, of course, ample water and air to break up the primordial surface rock, and perhaps the ubiquitous prokaryotes had, in their countless trillions, added their own work patiently over the billions of years. The soil felt soft. It had rained the day before, the soft and steady misty rain of erythro, or at least of this portion of erythro. The soil still felt slightly damp as a result, and Gunnar imagined the bits of soil, the tiny scraps of sand and loam and clay, each with its coat of water film that had been refreshed and renewed. In that film, prokaryotic cells lived happily, basking in the energy of Nemesis, building complex proteins out of simple ones, while other prokaryotes, indifferent to solar energy, made use instead of the energy content of the remnants of those prokaryotes that in their countless trillions died during each moment of time. Marlena was at his side. She was looking upward, and Gunnar said gently, "Don't stare at Nemesis, Marlena." Marlena's voice sounded naturally in his ear. It contained no tension or apprehension. Rather, her voice was filled with quiet joy. She said, "I'm looking at the clouds, Uncle Seaver." Gunnar looked up into the dark sky where, by squinting for a while, one could detect a faint greenish-yellow gleam. Against it were the feathery fair-weather clouds that caught Nemesis light and reflected it in orange splendor. There was an eerie quiet about erythro. There was nothing to make a sound. No form of life sang, roared, growled, bellowed, twittered, stridulated, or creaked. There were no leaves to rustle, no insects to hum. In the rare storms, there might be the rumble of thunder, or the wind might sigh against the occasional boulder if it blew hard enough. On a peaceful, calm day, however, as this one was, it was silent. Gunnar spoke, just to make sure that it was quiet and that he had not suddenly been struck deaf. He couldn't have been, to be sure, for he heard the faint rasp of his own breath. "Are you all right, Marlena?" "I feel wonderful. There's a brook up there." And she hastened her steps into an almost shambling run, hampered as she was by her E-suit. He said, "Watch out, Marlena, you'll slip." "I'll be careful." Her voice was not dimmed by increasing distance, of course, since it was a radio beam that carried it. Eugenia Insigna's voice sounded suddenly in Gunnar's ear. "Why is Marlena running, Seaver?" Then almost at once she added, "Why are you running, Marlena?" Marlena did not bother to answer, but Gunnar said, "She just wants to look at some creek or other up ahead, Eugenia." "Is she all right?" "Of course she is. It's weirdly beautiful out here. After a while, it doesn't even seem barren, more like an abstract painting. Never mind the art criticism, Seaver. Don't let her get away from you." "Don't worry. I'm in constant contact with her. Right now, she hears what you and I are saying, and if she doesn't answer, it's because she doesn't want to be bothered by irrelevancies. Eugenia, relax. Marlena is enjoying herself. Don't spoil it." Gunnar was indeed convinced that Marlena was enjoying herself. Somehow he was, too. Marlena was running upstream along the brook's edge. Gunnar felt no great urgency to follow her. Let her enjoy herself, he thought. The dome itself was built on a rocky outcropping, but the region in this direction was interlaced with small, gently flowing brooks that all combined into a rather large river some 30 kilometers away that in turn flowed into the sea. The brooks were welcome, of course. They supplied the dome with its natural water supply once the prokaryote content was removed. Actually, killed was the better word. There had been some biologists in the early days of the dome who had objected to the killing of the prokaryotes, but that was ridiculous. The tiny specks of life were so incredibly numerous on the planet and could proliferate so rapidly to replace any shrinkage of their numbers that no amount of ordinary killing in the process of ensuring a water supply could hurt them in any significant way. Then, once the plague began, a vague but strong hostility to erythro rose up, and after that, no one cared what one did to the prokaryotes. Of course, now that the plague did not seem to be much of a threat any longer, humanitarian feelings, Gunnar privately felt that biotarian was the better word, might rise again. Gunnar sympathized with those feelings, but then what would the dome do for a water supply? Lost in thought, he was no longer looking at Marlena, and the shriek sounded deafeningly in his ear. "Marlena? Marlena? Seaver, what is she doing?" Now he looked up, and was about to answer with automatic reassurance that nothing was wrong, that all was well, when he caught sight of Marlena. For a moment, he could not tell what she was doing. He just stared at her in the pink light of Nemesis. Then he made it out. She was unhitching her helmet and was taking it off. Now she was working at removing the rest of her E-suit. He had to stop this. Gunnar tried to call out to her, but in the horror of the emergency, he couldn't find his voice. He tried to run to her, but his legs felt leaden and barely responded to the urgency of his feelings. It was as though he found himself in a nightmare where dreadful things were happening, and he could do nothing to prevent them. Or perhaps his mind, under the stress of events, was dissociating from his body. Is this the plague striking at me? Gunnar wondered in panic. And if so, what will happen to Marlena now as she is bearing herself to the light of Nemesis and the air of Erythro? Chapter 26. Planet. 58. Cryle Fisher had seen Igor Koropatsky only twice in the 3 years since he had assumed the post formerly held by Tanayama and had become the actual, if not the titular, head of the project. He had no trouble recognizing him, however, when the photo entry had signaled his image. Koropatsky was still his portly, outwardly genial self. He was dressed well with a large and fluffy cravat in the latest style. As for Fisher, he had been relaxing through the morning and was scarcely presentable, but one did not refuse to receive Koropatsky, even when he came without warning. Fisher signaled the tactful hold image, the cartoon figure of a welcoming host or hostess, for the sex was made conventionally ambiguous, with a hand upraised delicately in a gesture that was universally understood to mean, "Just a minute," without the crassness of actually saying so. Fisher had a few moments to comb his hair and adjust his clothes. He might have shaved, but he felt that Koropatsky would consider any further delay insulting. The door slid aside, and Koropatsky walked in. He smiled pleasantly and said, "Good morning, Fisher. I intrude upon you, I know."
No intrusion, Director, said Fisher, making an effort to sound sincere. But if you wish to see Dr. Wendell, she is, I'm afraid, at the ship. Koropatsky grunted. You know, I rather thought she might be. I have no choice, then, but to talk to you. May I sit down? Yes, of course, Director, said Fisher, chagrined at not having offered Koropatsky a seat before the request was made. Would you care for refreshment? No. Koropatsky patted his abdomen. I weigh myself every morning, and that alone is sufficient to cost me my appetite. Almost. Fisher, I have never had a chance to talk to you man to man. I have wanted to. It is my pleasure, Director, mumbled Fisher, beginning to grow uneasy. What was this all about? Our planet is in debt to you. If you say so, Director, said Fisher. You were on Rotor before it left. That was 14 years ago, Director. I know it was. You were married on Rotor and had a child. Yes, Director, said Fisher in a low voice. But you returned to Earth just before Rotor left the solar system. Yes, Director. It was from something that was said to you and that you repeated here, plus another suggestion you made that led to Earth's discovery of the neighbor star. Yes, Director. And it was you who brought Dr. Tessa Wendell from Adelia to Earth. Yes, Director. And you have made it possible for her to work here for over 8 years and kept her happy, eh? He chuckled deeply, and Fisher felt that had Koropatsky been closer, he would have dug his elbow into Fisher's side in a man-to-man fashion. Fisher said cautiously, We get along well, Director. But you have never married. I'm already married, Director. And separated 14 years. A divorce could be quickly arranged. I also have a daughter. Who would remain your daughter even if you married again? It would be a meaningless formality, surely. Well, perhaps, Koropatsky nodded, and perhaps it even works better this way. You know, the superluminal ship is ready to move. We hope to launch it at the beginning of 2237. So I have been told by Dr. Wendell, Director. The neuronic detectors are installed and work well. I have been told that too, Director. Koropatsky held one hand in the other in his lap and nodded his large head ponderously. Then he looked up quickly at Fisher and said, Do you know how it works? Fisher shook his head. No, sir. I know nothing about the actual workings of the ship. Koropatsky nodded his head again. Nor I. We have to accept the word of Dr. Wendell and our engineers. One thing is still lacking, though. Oh? Cold anxiety swept over Fisher. More delay? What is lacking, Director? Communications. I would think that if there is a device that can make a ship move much faster than light, there should also be a device that would send waves or some other form of message-carrying device faster than light, too. It seems to me it would be easier to send a superluminal message than drive a superluminal ship. I can't say, Director. Yet Dr. Wendell assures me that the reverse is true, that, as yet, there is no method of efficient superluminal communication. Eventually there will be, she says, but not now. And she doesn't want to wait for such communication, which, she says, may take a long time. I don't want to wait either, Director. Yes, I'm anxious for progress and success. We've been waiting years already, and I am eager to see the ship leave and return. But it does mean that once the ship leaves, we will be out of contact. He nodded thoughtfully, and Fisher maintained a discreet silence. What was all this about? What was the old bear getting at? Koropatsky looked up at Fisher. You know that the neighbor star is heading in our direction? Yes, Director, I've heard of that, but it seems to be the common feeling that it will pass us at a great enough distance to leave us unaffected. That's the feeling we want people to have. Now, the truth is, Fisher, that the neighbor star will pass closely enough to disturb Earth's orbital motion substantially. Fisher paused for a moment in shock. And destroy the planet? Not physically. The climate will be sufficiently changed, however, so that Earth will no longer be habitable. Is that certain? Said Fisher, reluctant to believe it. I don't know that scientists are ever really certain, but they seem sufficiently close to certain to make it necessary for us to begin to take measures. We have 5,000 years, and we are developing superluminal flight, assuming the ship works. If Dr. Wendell says it will work, Director, I'm convinced it will. Let's hope your confidence is not misplaced. Nevertheless, even 5,000 years with superluminal flight leaves us in a bad spot.
We would have to build 130,000 settlements like Rotor to carry off Earth's 8 billion people, plus enough plants and animals to set up viable worlds. That's 26 Noah's Arks a year starting right now. That's assuming there's no increase in population over the next 5,000 years. Perhaps, said Fisher cautiously, we can handle an average of 26 a year. Our experience and expertise should increase with the centuries, and our population control has worked for decades. Very well. Now tell me this. If we do lift Earth's population into space in 130,000 settlements, making use of Earth's full resources plus those of the Moon, Mars, and the asteroids, and abandon the solar system to the gravitational mercies of the neighbor star, where do all these settlements go? I don't know, Director, said Fisher. We will have to find planets sufficiently Earth-like to accept our vast population without prohibitive requirements for terraforming. We must think of that, too, and we must think of it now, not 5,000 years from now. Even if we don't find suitable planets, we can put the settlements into orbit about suitable stars. Inevitably, Fisher made circular movements with his finger. My dear man, that wouldn't work. With all respect, Director, it does work right here in the solar system. Not at all. There's a planet here in the solar system that even today, despite all the settlements, contains 99% of the human species. We are still humanity, and the settlements are just a kind of fluff that surrounds us. Could the fluff exist by itself? We have no proof that they can, and I think not. You may be right, Director, said Fisher. Maybe. There's no doubt about it, said Koropatsky heatedly. The settlers affect to despise us, but we fill their thoughts. We're their history, we're their model. We're the teeming source to which they return again and again for reinvigoration. Left to themselves, they would wither. You may be right, Director, but the experiment has never been tried. We have never had a situation in which settlements tried to exist without a planet. But we have had such a situation, at least in analogy. In Earth's early history, human beings settled islands and were isolated from the mainstream. The Irish settled Iceland. The Norse settled Greenland. The mutineers settled Pitcairn Island. The Polynesians settled Easter Island. Result? The colonists withered, sometimes disappeared entirely. Always stagnation. No civilization ever developed except in a continental area or in islands in close proximity to a continental area. Humanity needs space, size, variety, a horizon, a frontier, you see? Fisher said, Yes, Director. Past a certain point, why argue? So that, and Koropatsky put his right forefinger on his left palm didactically, we must find a planet, at least one planet to begin with. Which brings us to Rotor. Fisher raised his eyebrows in surprise. To Rotor, Director? Yes. In the 14 years since they've left, what's happened to them? Dr. Wendell is of the opinion that they may not have survived. He felt a pang saying it. He always felt a pang when he thought about it. I know she does. I've talked to her, and I've accepted what she has said without discussion, but I'd like your opinion. I don't have one, Director. I have only the earnest hope that they have survived. I have a daughter on Rotor. Perhaps you still have. Think. What was there to have destroyed them? A malfunctioning part. Rotor is not a ship but a settlement that for 50 years had had no serious malfunction. It traveled through empty space between here and the neighbor star, and what can be more harmless than empty space? A mini black hole? An undetected asteroidal body? What evidence? Those are just guesses and of almost zero probability, the astronomers tell me. Is it something about the inherent properties of hyperspace that may have destroyed Rotor? We've been experimenting with hyperspace for years now, and there is nothing inherently dangerous in it that we can find. So we can suppose that Rotor reached the neighbor star safely, if that's where they went, and all seem to agree that it makes no sense to suppose they went anywhere else. I would like to think that they arrived safely, but then the question arises, if Rotor is safe at the neighbor star, what is it doing there? Existing. It was halfway between a statement and a question. But how? Circling the neighbor star, a single settlement on an endless, lonely journey about a red dwarf star? I don't think so. They would wither, and it would not take them long to realize that. I am sure they would wither fast. And die?
Is that your conclusion, Director?
No. They would give up and come home. They would acknowledge defeat and come back to safety. However, they have not done so, and do you know what I've been thinking? I've been thinking they've found a habitable planet at the neighbor star. But there can't be a habitable planet circling a red dwarf star, Director. There's a shortage of energy, unless you get so close that there's too much tidal effect. He paused and muttered, shamefaced. Dr. Wendell explained that to me. Yes, astronomers have explained it to me, too, but... He shook his head. Experience has taught me that no matter how sure scientists think they are, nature has a way of surprising them. Anyway, do you understand why we are letting you go on this voyage? Yes, Director. Your predecessor promised I would go in return for services rendered. I have a better reason than that. My predecessor, who was a great man, an admirable man, was also a sick old man at the end. His enemies thought that he had become paranoid. He believed Rotor knew of Earth's danger and had left without warning us because they wanted Earth destroyed, and that Rotor must therefore be punished. However, he is gone, and I am here. I am not old or sick or paranoid. Assuming Rotor is safe and is at the neighbor star, it is not our intention to harm them. I'm glad of that. But isn't this something you ought to discuss with Dr. Wendell, Director? She is to be the captain of the ship. Dr. Wendell is a settler. You are a loyal Earthman. Dr. Wendell has worked loyally for years on the superluminal project. That she has been loyal to the project is beyond question, but is she loyal to Earth? Can we count on her to carry out the letter and the spirit of Earth's intentions toward Rotor? May I ask, Director, just what Earth's intentions are toward Rotor? I take it that there is no longer the intention of punishing the settlement for its failure to warn us. That is correct. What we want now is association, human brotherhood, only the kindliest of feelings. With friendship established, there must be a quick return with as much information as possible about Rotor and its planet. Surely, if Dr. Wendell is told this, if she has this explained to her, she will carry it out. Koropatsky chuckled. One would think so, but you know how it is. She is a woman who is not in the first bloom of youth. A fine woman, I have no fault to find, but she is in her 50s. What of that? Fisher found himself offended. She must know that when she comes back, with the vital experience of a successful superluminal flight, she will be more valuable to us than ever. That she will be needed to design newer, better, more advanced superluminal vessels. That she will have to train young people as superluminal pilots. She will be quite sure that she will never be allowed to venture out through hyperspace again, for she will simply be too valuable to risk. Therefore, before coming back, she may be tempted to explore further. She may not wish to abandon the thrill of seeing new stars and penetrating new horizons. But we cannot have her take one risk more than she must take to reach Rotor, gain the information, and return. We cannot afford the time lost, either. Do you understand? His voice had become hard. Fisher swallowed. Surely you have no real reason. I have every reason. Dr. Wendell has always been in a delicate position here, as a settler. You understand, I hope. Of all the people on Earth, she is the one we depend on most, and she is a settler. She has had to be the subject of a detailed psychological profile. She has been extensively studied with and without her knowledge, and we are quite certain that, given the chance, she will go off exploring. And she will be out of communication with us. We won't know where she is, what she is doing. We won't even know if she is alive. And why are you telling me all this, Director? Because we know you have great influence over her. She can be guided by you if you are firm. I think, perhaps, you overestimate my influence, Director. I am sure we don't. You, too, have been much studied, and we know exactly how bound the good doctor is to you, perhaps more than you yourself realize. We know also that you are a loyal son of Earth. You might have left with Rotor, stayed with your wife and daughter, but you returned to Earth at the cost of losing them. You did that, moreover, knowing that my predecessor, Director Taniyama, would consider you a failure for failing to bring information back concerning hyper-assistance, and that your career might well be ruined. That satisfies me that I can count on you to see to it that Dr. Wendell is kept under firm control and is brought back to us quickly, and that you will, this time,
bring back the information we need."
"I'll try, Director," said Fisher.
"You say that dubiously," said Koropatsky. "Please understand the importance of what I am asking you to do. We must know just what they're doing, how strong they are, and what the planet is like. Once we know all that, we will know what we must do and how strong we must be, and for what kind of life we must be prepared. Because, Fisher, we must have a planet, and we must have it now. And we have no choice but to take Rotor's planet."
"If it exists," said Fisher hoarsely.
"It had better exist," said Koropatsky. "Earth's survival depends upon it."
Chapter 27. Life. 59. Seaver Gunnar opened his eyes slowly and blinked at the light. He had a little trouble focusing at first and couldn't quite make out whatever filled his vision. The image sharpened slowly, and soon Gunnar recognized René D'Aubisson, chief neurophysicist of the Dome. Gunnar said in a weak voice, "Marlena?" D'Aubisson looked grim. "She seems well. It's you I'm concerned about right now." A pang of apprehension made its way through Gunnar's vitals, and he tried to drown it with his sense of black humor. He said, "I must be worse off than I thought if the angel of the plague is here." Then, as D'Aubisson said nothing, Gunnar asked sharply, "Am I?" She seemed to come to life. Tall and angular, she bent over him, the fine wrinkles about her piercing blue eyes becoming more prominent as she squinted at him. "How do you feel?" she asked, answering no questions. "Tired. Very tired. All right otherwise, I think." The rising inflection served to repeat his earlier question. She said, "You've been sleeping for 5 hours." She was still not answering. Gunnar groaned. "I'm tired anyway, and I have to go to the bathroom." He began to struggle into a sitting position. At D'Aubisson's signal, a young man approached rapidly. Respectfully, he placed his hand under Gunnar's elbow and was indignantly shaken off. D'Aubisson said, "Please let yourself be helped. We have made no diagnosis yet." When Gunnar was back in bed 10 minutes later, he said ruefully, "No diagnosis. Have you made a brain scan?" "Yes, of course. Instantly." "Well?" She shrugged. "We found nothing of importance, but you were asleep. We will take another when you're awake. And you must be observed in other ways." "Why? Isn't the brain scan enough?" Her gray eyebrows rose. "Do you think it is?" "No games. What are you getting at? Say it straight out. I'm not a child." D'Aubisson sighed. "The cases of the plague we have had showed interesting features on brain scan, but we were never able to compare it with the pre-plague standard because none of the sufferers had been scanned prior to onset. By the time we set up a routine and universal brain scanning program for all people in the Dome, there were no longer any unmistakable cases of the plague. Did you know this?" "Don't lay traps for me," said Gunnar pettishly. "Of course I knew of it. Do you think my memory is gone? I deduce, then, I can still deduce, too, you know, that although you have my scan of earlier days and can compare it with the scan you just took, you found nothing of significance. Is that it? You obviously do not have anything remarkably wrong, but we might have something we would consider a subclinical situation. If you find nothing, we might not notice a subtle change if we're not specifically looking for it. After all, you collapsed, and you are not ordinarily given to collapsing, Commander. Take another scan now that I'm awake, then, and if it's something so subtle it escapes you, then I'll live with it. But tell me about Marlena. Are you sure she's well?" "I said, she seems well, Commander. Unlike you, she showed no abnormality of behavior. She did not collapse." "And is she safely inside the Dome?" "Yes. She brought you in herself just before you fell unconscious. Don't you remember?" Gunnar flushed and mumbled something. D'Aubisson's look grew sardonic. "Suppose you tell us exactly what you do remember, Commander. Tell us everything. Any of it may be important." Gunnar's discomfort increased as he tried to remember. It seemed a long time ago, and the edges were blurred, very much as though it were a dream he was trying to recall. "Marlena was taking off her E-suit." Then, weakly, "Wasn't she?" "Quite. She came in without it, and we had to send someone out there to retrieve it. Well, I tried to stop her, of course, when I noticed what she was doing. Dr. Insignia called out, I remember, and that alerted me. Marlena was a distance away from me by the stream. I tried to call out, but in the shock of the situation, I couldn't manage to make a sound just at first. I tried to get to her quickly to run to her, put in D'Aubusson. Yes, but you found you couldn't run. You were almost in a state of paralysis, am I correct? Gunnar nodded. Yes, rather. I tried to run, but... Did you ever have one of those nightmares where you are pursued and somehow you can't manage to make yourself run? Yes, we all have those. It usually comes when we have managed to tangle our arms or legs in the bedclothes. It felt like a dream. I managed to get my voice at last and shouted at her, but without the E-suit, she couldn't hear me, I'm sure. Did you feel faint? Not really. Just helpless and confused, as though it were not even any use in trying to run. Then Marlena saw me and ran toward me. She must somehow have recognized I was in trouble. She didn't seem to have any trouble running, is that right? I wasn't aware that she was. She seemed to reach me. Then I'll be honest, René, I don't remember after that. You came into the dome together, said D'Aubusson calmly. She was helping you, holding you up. And once in the dome, you collapsed, and now here you are. And you think I have the plague. I think you experienced something abnormal, but I can find nothing in your brain scan, and I am puzzled. There you have it. It was the shock of seeing Marlena in danger. Why should she be taking off her E-suit if she weren't... He stopped abruptly. If she weren't succumbing to the plague, is that it? The thought crossed my mind. But she seems fine. Would you like to sleep some more? No, I'm awake. Scan and see to it that it comes out negative, because I feel much better now that I have the story off my chest. And then I'm going about my business, you harpy. Even if the brain scan is apparently normal, Commander, you'll stay in bed for at least 24 hours. For observation, you understand? Gunnar groaned theatrically. You can't do that. I can't lie here and stare at the ceiling for 24 hours. You won't have to. We can set up a viewing stand for you so that you can read a book or enjoy holovision. You can even have a visitor or two. I suppose the visitors will be observing me, too. It's conceivable they may be questioned on the matter. And now we'll set up the brain scan equipment again. She turned away, then turned back with a smile that softened slightly at the edges. It's very possible you're all right, Commander. Your reactions seem normal to me. But we must be sure, mustn't we? Gunnar grunted, and when D'Aubusson turned again and walked away, he made a face at her straight back. That, he decided, was a normal reaction, too. 60. When Gunnar opened his eyes again, it was to see Eugenia Insignia gazing at him sadly. He looked surprised and began to sit up. Eugenia! She smiled at him, but that did not make her face look less sad. She said, They said I could come in, Seaver. They said you were all right. Gunnar felt a wave of relief. He knew he was all right, but it was nice to hear that his opinion was confirmed. He said with bravado, Of course I am. Brain scan normal, asleep. Brain scan normal, awake. Brain scan normal, forever. But how's Marlena? Her brain scan is perfectly normal, too. Even that did not lighten her mood. As you see, said Gunnar, I was Marlena's canary, as I had promised. I was affected by whatever it was before she was. And then his mood changed. It was no time for banter. He said, Eugenia, how can I excuse myself to you? I wasn't watching Marlena to begin with, and I was too paralyzed with horror to do anything afterward. I failed completely, and did so after my telling you with such confidence that I would take care of her. Honestly, I have no excuse. Insignia was shaking her head. No, Seaver, it was in no way your fault. I'm so glad she brought you in. Not my fault? Gunnar felt dumbfounded. Of course it was his fault. Not at all. There's something much worse than Marlena foolishly removing her suit, or you being unable to act quickly. Much worse, I'm sure of it. Gunnar felt himself turning cold. What's much worse, he thought. What are you trying to tell me? He swung himself out of bed, and suddenly became aware of his bare legs and of the totally inadequate gown he was wearing. He hastily draped the light blanket around himself. He said, Please, sit down and tell me. Is Marlena all right? Are you hiding something about her? Insignia sat down and looked solemnly at Gunnar. They say she's all right. The brain scan is entirely normal. Those who know about the plague say she shows no symptoms. Well, then, why are you sitting there as though it's the end of the world? I think it is, Seaver. Of this one. What does that mean? I can't explain. I can't reason it out. You have to talk to Marlena to understand. She's going her own way, Seaver. She's not upset over what she did. She insists that she cannot properly explore erythro. Experience erythro is the phrase she uses, with the E-suit on, and she has no intention of wearing one any longer. In that case, she won't go out. Oh, but Marlena says she will. Quite confidently. Whenever she wishes, she says. And alone. She blames herself for having let you come with her. She's not callous over what happened to you, you see. Over that she is upset, and she was glad she reached you in time. Really, there were tears in her eyes when she talked about what might have happened if she hadn't walked you into the dome in time. Doesn't that make her feel insecure? No. That's the oddest part of it. She's now sure that you were in danger, that anyone would have been in danger, but not she. She is so positive, Seaver, I could... She shook her head, then muttered, I don't know what to do. She's a positive girl by nature, Eugenia. You must know that better than I do. Not this positive. It's as though she knows we can't stop her. Perhaps we can. I'll talk to her, and if she pulls any of this "you can't stop me" when she talks to me, I'll just send her back to Rotor, and at once. I was on her side, but after what happened to me outside the dome, I'm afraid I'm going to have to be tough. But you won't. Why not? Because of Pitt? No, I mean you just won't. Gunnar stared at her, then laughed uneasily. Oh, come. I'm not that much under her spell. I may feel like a kindly uncle, Eugenia, but I'm not so kindly I'll let her walk into danger. There are limits, and you'll find that I know how to set them. He paused and said ruefully, We seem to have changed sides, you and I. Before today, it was you who insisted on stopping her, and I who said it couldn't be done. Now it's the other way around. That's because the incident outside has frightened you, and the experience since then has frightened me. What experience since then, Eugenia? I tried to set the limits after she was back in the dome. I said to her, Young lady, don't you dare speak to me like that, or far from not being able to leave the dome, you won't be able to leave your room. You'll be locked in, tied up if necessary, and back to Rotor we'll go on the first rocket. You see, I was wild enough to threaten her all the way. Well, what did she do? I'm willing to bet a large sum she didn't burst into tears. I suspect she gritted her teeth and defied you, right? No. I hadn't even gotten half the words out when my teeth started chattering and I couldn't speak. A wave of nausea swept over me. Gunnar said, frowning, Are you about to tell me that you think Marlena has some strange hypnotic power that can prevent us from opposing her? Surely that's impossible. Have you ever noticed anything like that in her before this? No, of course I haven't. I don't even see this in her now. She has nothing to do with it. I must have looked quite ill at the moment I was threatening her, and that clearly frightened her. She was very concerned. She couldn't possibly have caused it and then reacted so. And when you two were outside the dome and she was taking off her E-suit, she wasn't even looking at you. She had her back to you. I was watching, and I know that. Yet you found you couldn't do anything to interfere with her, and when she realized you were in trouble, she flew to your assistance. She couldn't have deliberately done that to you and reacted in that fashion. But then, I'm not through. After I had threatened her, or rather, after I had failed to threaten her, I scarcely dared say anything to her that wasn't perfectly superficial. But you can be sure I kept my eye on her and tried not to let her see I was doing that. At one point, she talked to one of your guards. You have them all over the place. In theory, muttered Gunnar, the dome is a military post. The guards merely maintain order, help out when needed. Yes, I dare say, said Insignia with a touch of contempt. That's Janus Pitt making sure he has a way of keeping you all under observation and under control, but never mind. Marlena and the guard talked for quite a while, seemed to be arguing. I went to the guard afterward, after Marlena was gone, and asked him what Marlena had talked to him about. He was reluctant to say, but I squeezed it out of him. He said she wanted to arrange some sort of pass that would allow her to leave and re-enter the dome freely. I said to him, What did you tell her? He said, I told her that would have to be arranged at the commander's office, but that I would try to help her. I was indignant. What do you mean you would help her? I said, How could you offer to do that? He said, I had to do something, ma'am. Every time I tried to tell her it couldn't be done, I felt sick. Gunnar listened to all of this stonily. Are you telling me that this is something Marlena does unconsciously? That anyone who dares contradict her is made ill? And that she doesn't even know that she is responsible for it? No, of course not. I don't see how she can be doing anything at all. If this were an unconscious ability of hers, it would have made its appearance on Rotor, and it never happened there. And it isn't just any contradiction. She tried for a second helping of dessert at dinner last night, and quite forgetting that I didn't dare cross her, I said sharply, "No, Marlena." She looked terribly rebellious, but subsided, and I felt in perfect health, I can tell you. Now, I think it's only in connection with Erythro that one can't contradict her. But why do you suppose that should be, Eugenia? You seem to have some notion or other about this. If I were Marlena, I would read you like a book and tell you what that notion is, but since I am not, you must tell me. I don't think it's Marlena at all who's doing this. It's the planet itself. The planet. Yes, Erythro. The planet. It's controlling Marlena. Why else should she be so confident that she is immune to the plague, and that she will come to no harm? It controls the rest of us, too. You came to harm when you tried to stop her. I did. The guard did. Many people came to harm in the early days of the dome because the planet felt it was being invaded, so it produced the plague. Then, when it seemed you were all content to remain within the dome, it let go, and the plague stopped. See how it all fits in? Do you think, then, that the planet wants Marlena out upon its surface? Apparently. But why? I don't know. I don't pretend to understand it. I'm just telling you how it must be. Gunnar's voice softened. Eugenia, surely you know the planet can't do anything. It's a lump of rock and metal. You're being mystical. I am not. Seaver, don't slip into this trick of pretending that I'm a silly woman. I'm a first-class scientist, and there's nothing mystical about my thinking. When I say the planet, I don't mean the rock and metal. I mean that there's some powerful, permeating life form upon the planet. It would have to be invisible, then. This is a barren world with no sign of life above the prokaryote, let alone intelligence. What do you know about this barren world, as you call it? Has it been properly explored? Has it been searched through and through? Slowly, Gunnar shook his head. He said with a pleading note in his voice, Eugenia, you're drifting off into hysteria. Am I, Seaver? Think it out yourself and tell me if you can find an alternate explanation. I tell you the life on the planet, whatever it is, will not have us. We're doomed. And what it wants with Marlena, her voice quavered, I can't imagine. Chapter 28. Takeoff. 61. Officially, it had a very elaborate name, but it was spoken of as Station 4 by those few Earth people who had occasion to mention it. From the name, it was at once apparent there had been 3 such objects earlier, none of which were any longer in use, having been cannibalized in point of fact. There was also a Station 5 that had never been finished and had become derelict. It is doubtful if the vast majority of Earth's population ever thought of the existence of Station 4, which drifted slowly around Earth in an orbit well beyond that of the Moon. The early stations had been Earth's launching pads for the construction of the first settlements, and then, when the settlers themselves took over the job of building settlements, Station 4 was used for Earth's flights to Mars. One such Martian flight was all that took place, however, for it turned out that the settlers were far better suited psychologically to long flights, living as they did in worlds that were large enclosed spaceships, and Earth left it to them with a sigh of relief. Station 4 was now rarely used for any purpose and was maintained only as Earth's foothold in space, as a symbol that the settlers were not the sole owners of the vastness beyond Earth's atmosphere. But now, Station 4 had a use. A large cargo ship had lumbered out in its direction, carrying with it the rumor among the settlements that another attempt, the first in the 23rd century, would be made to place an Earth team on Mars. Some said it was merely for exploration, some for the establishment of an Earth colony on Mars in order to bypass the few settlements in orbit around the planet, and some for the purpose, eventually, of establishing an outpost on some sizable asteroid that no settlement had yet claimed. What the ship actually carried in its cargo hold was the superluminal and the crew that was to propel her to the stars. Tessa Wendell, even though she had been planet-bound for 8 years, took the space experience calmly, as any settler by birth would naturally do. Spaceships were far more like settlements in principle than they were like the planet Earth, and because of that, Crowell Fisher, though he had been on many a space flight before, was a bit uneasy. This time, something more than the unnaturalness of space contributed to the tension on board the cargo ship. Fisher said, I can't endure the waiting, Tessa. It's taken us years to reach this point, and the superluminal is ready, and we still wait. Wendell regarded him thoughtfully. She had never intended to get this involved with him. She had wanted moments of relaxation to rest a mind overcome with the complexity of the project so that it might return to work refreshed and keener. That was what she had intended. What she had ended up with was something much more. Now she found herself helplessly tied to him so that his problems had become hers. The years of his waiting would surely come to nothing, and she worried about the despair that would follow his inevitable disappointment. She had tried to dash cold water on his dreams judiciously, tried to cool down his overheated anticipation of a reunion with his daughter, but she had not succeeded. If anything, over this past year, he had grown more optimistic about the possibility for no obvious reason, at least none he would explain to her. Tessa was finally satisfied and relieved that it was not his wife Crowell was looking for, but only his daughter. To be sure, she had never understood this longing for a daughter he had last seen as an infant, but he had volunteered no explanation, and she had not wanted to probe the matter. What was the use? She was certain that his daughter was not alive, that nothing on Rotor was alive. If Rotor was there near the neighbor star, it was a giant tomb drifting in space, wandering forever, and undetectable except by incredible coincidence. Cryle Fisher would have to be kept steady and functioning once that inevitable prospect became clearly apparent reality. Tessa said cajolingly, "There's only a 2-month wait left, at most. Since we've waited for years, another 2 months won't hurt." "It's the waiting for years that makes even 2 months more unbearable," muttered Fisher. "Tell yourself otherwise, Cryle," said Wendell. "Learn to bow to necessity. The Global Congress simply won't allow us to go any sooner. The settlements have their eyes on us, and there's no way of being sure that they all accept the notion that we're heading for Mars. It would be strange if they did, considering Earth's poor record in space. If we do nothing for 2 months, they will assume we're having trouble, something they would readily believe and find satisfaction in, and withdraw their attention." Fisher shook his head angrily. "Who cares if they know what we're doing? We'll be off and gone, and they won't duplicate superluminal flight for years, and by that time we'll have a fleet of superluminal vessels and be moving rapidly forward toward opening up the galaxy. Don't take that for granted. It's easier to imitate and overtake than it is to originate, and Earth's government, considering its dismal record in space after the settlements reached maturity, is obviously anxious to establish unmistakable priority for psychological reasons." She shrugged. "Besides, we need the time to carry out more tests on the superluminal under low-gravity conditions." "There's never any end to tests, is there?" "Don't be impatient. This is so new and untried a technique, and so unlike anything humanity has ever had, that it is all too easy to think of new tests, especially since we are a little uncertain as to the manner in which moving into and out of hyperspace is affected by the level of intensity of a gravitational field. Seriously, Cryle, you can't blame us for being cautious. After all, as recently as a decade ago, superluminal flight was considered theoretically impossible." "Even caution can be overdone." "Possibly. Eventually, I will decide that we've done all we can reasonably be expected to do, and then we'll take off. I promise you, Cryle, we won't wait unreasonably. I won't overdo caution." "I hope not." Wendell looked at him doubtfully. She had to ask. She said, "You know, Cryle, you're not yourself lately. For the last 2 months, you seemed to be burning up with impatience. For a while there, you had cooled down, and then you suddenly gained excitement again. Has something happened that I don't know about?" Fisher calmed suddenly. "Nothing's happened. What can possibly have happened?" To Wendell, it seemed he had calmed down too quickly, had wrenched himself into a most suspicious affectation of normality. She said, "I'm asking you what can possibly have happened. I've tried to warn you, Cryle, that we are not likely to find Rotor a functioning world, or find it at all. We are not likely to find any of its inhabitants alive." She waited through his stubborn silence, then said, "Haven't I warned you of that possibility?" "Often," said Fisher. "Yet you sound now as though you can hardly wait for what is sure to be a happy reunion. It is dangerous to have hopes that are not likely to be fulfilled, to pin everything upon them. What has suddenly produced this new attitude? Have you been talking to someone who was unjustifiably optimistic?" Fisher flushed. "Why do I have to have been talking to someone? Why couldn't I have come to an independent conclusion concerning this or any other matter? Just because I don't understand the theoretical physics that you do understand doesn't mean I'm subnormal or brainless." Wendell said. No, Cryle. I never thought anything of the sort about you, nor did I mean to imply it. Tell me what you think about Rotor. Nothing terribly deep or subtle. It just seemed to me that there was nothing in empty space that is very likely to have destroyed Rotor. It's easy to say that there might only be the dead hulk of a settlement at Rotor if it reached the neighbor star at all, but what is it that would have destroyed them either on the way or once they were there? I defy you to give me a specific scenario of destruction. Collisions, alien intelligences, whatever. Wendell said earnestly, Cryle, I can't. I have no mystical visions of something having happened. It's just hyper-assistance itself. It's a tricky technique, Cryle, take my word for it. It doesn't use either space or hyperspace in a steady way, but skids along at the interface, wobbling to one side or another for short periods, and moving from space to hyperspace and then from hyperspace back to space several times a minute, perhaps. The passage from one to the other may therefore have taken place 1,000,000 times or more in the course of the trip from here to the neighbor star. And so, it happens that the transition is far more dangerous than is level flight in either space or hyperspace. I don't know how thoroughly the Rotorians had established hyperspatial theory, but the chances are that they had done so in only a rudimentary fashion, or they would have surely developed true superluminal flight. In our project, which has worked out hyperspatial theory in great detail, we've managed to establish the effect on material objects of passing from space to hyperspace and vice versa. If an object is a point, there is no strain on it during the transition. If an object is not a point, however, if it is an extended bit of matter, as any ship would be, then there is always a finite period of time during which part of it is in space and part is in hyperspace. This creates a strain. The amount of strain depending on the size of the object, its physical makeup, its speed of transition, and so on. Even for an object the size of Rotor, the danger involved in a single transition, or a dozen for that matter, is so small that it can reasonably be ignored. When the superluminal will travel superluminously to the neighbor star, we are liable to make a dozen transitions, or possibly only as few as 2. The flight will be a safe one. In a flight with hyper-assistance only, on the other hand, there may be 1,000,000 transitions in the course of the same trip, you see, and the chances of fatal strain mount up. Fisher looked appalled. Is the chance of fatal strain certain? No, nothing is certain. It's a statistical matter. A ship might undergo 1,000,000 transitions, or 1,000,000,000 with nothing happening. It might be destroyed, on the other hand, on the very first transition. The chances, however, increase rapidly with the number of transitions. I suspect, then, that Rotor embarked on its trip understanding very little about the dangers of transition. Had they known more, they would never have left. There is a very good chance, then, that they experienced some sort of strain that might have been weak enough to allow them to limp to the neighbor star, or one that was strong enough to blow them completely out of existence. Therefore, we might find a hulk, or we might find nothing at all. Or we might find a settlement that has survived, said Fisher rebelliously. Admit it, said Wendell. Or we might ourselves be strained against the odds, be destroyed, and for that reason find nothing. I ask you not to be prepared for certainties, but for probabilities. And remember that those who think about the matter without some accurate knowledge of hyperspatial theory are not likely to come to reasonable conclusions. Fisher fell into a profound and clearly depressed silence while Wendell watched him uneasily. 62. Tessa Wendell found Station 4 a weird environment. It was as though someone had built a small settlement but fitted it out to be a combination of nothing more than a laboratory, an observatory, and a launching platform. It had no farms, no homes, none of the appurtenances of a settlement, however small. It was not even equipped with a spin that would set up an adequate pseudo-gravitational field. It was, in fact, nothing but a spaceship with acromegaly. It was clear that although it could be permanently occupied provided there was a continuous drizzle of food, air, and water supplies, there was some recycling, but it wasn't efficient, no single individual could remain there for very long. Cryle Fisher made the wry comment that Station 4 was like an old-fashioned space station from the early days of the space age that had unaccountably survived into the 23rd century. In one respect, though, it was unique. It presented a panoramic view of the Earth-Moon system. From the settlements that orbited Earth, the two bodies could rarely be seen in their true relationship. From Station 4, however, Earth and Moon were never more than 15 degrees apart, and as Station 4 revolved around the center of gravity of that system, roughly equivalent to revolving about the Earth, the changing pattern of the two worlds, both in position and phase, and the changing size of the Moon, depending on whether it was on the station's own side of Earth or on the opposite side, was a never-ending wonder. The sun was blocked out automatically by the Artec device. Wendell had to ask to find out that stood for Artificial Eclipse Device, and only when the sun moved too near either Earth or Moon in the station's sky was the view spoiled. Wendell's settlement background showed up now, for she enjoyed watching the Earth-Moon interplay, mostly, she explained, because it made it clear she was no longer on Earth. She said as much to Fisher, who smiled dourly. He had noticed her quick glance to right and left as she said it. He said, "I see you don't mind telling me that, even though I'm an Earthman and might resent it. But never fear, I won't pass it along." "I'd trust you with anything, Cryle." She smiled at him happily. He had changed considerably since that crucial conversation when they had first reached Station 4. He was somber, yes, but sooner that than the feverish expectation of what could not be. He said, "Do you really think they resent your being a settler at this stage of the game?" "Of course they do. They never forget. They're as narrow-minded as I am, and I never forget they're Earth people." "You obviously forget I'm an Earthman." "That's because you're Cryle, and fall into no category other than Cryle. And I'm Tessa, and that ends it." Fisher said thoughtfully, "Does it ever bother you, Tessa, that you have worked out superluminal flight for Earth rather than for your own settlement, Adelia?" "But I haven't done it for Earth, and I wouldn't have done it for Adelia in other circumstances. In both cases, I'm doing it for myself. I had a problem to solve, and I completed the job successfully. Now I'm going down in history as the inventor of superluminal flight, and that's what I've done for myself. And it may sound pretentious, but I'm doing it for humanity, too. It doesn't matter on which world the discovery is made, you know. Some person or persons on Rotor invented hyper-assistance, but we have it now, and so do all the settlements. In the end, the settlements will all have superluminal flight, too. Wherever an advance takes place, ultimately, all humanity is helped. Earth needs it more than the settlements do, though." "You mean because of the approach of the neighbor star, which the settlements can easily evade by leaving, if necessary, but which Earth can't?" "Well, I'll leave that as a problem for Earth's leaders. I've supplied the tool, and they can work out methods for using it to their best advantage." Cryle said, "I understand we're taking off tomorrow." "Yes, finally. They'll be taking holographic recordings and give us the full treatment. There's no way of telling, though, when they'll be able to release them to the general public and the settlements." "It can't be till after our return," said Fisher. "There'd be no sense in putting them on display if they can't be certain we'll ever come back. It's going to be an agonizing wait for them, too, since they'll have no contact with us at all. When the astronauts first landed on the Moon, they were in touch with the Earth all the way." "True," said Wendell. "But when Columbus sailed off into the Atlantic, the Spanish monarchs never heard from him again till he returned 7 months later." Fisher said, "Earth now has far more at stake than Spain had 7.5 centuries ago. It is really a great pity we can't have superluminal communication since we have superluminal flight." "I think so, too. As does Koropatsky, who has been hammering at me to work out telecommunication. But as I told him, I am not a marvelous supernatural force who can crank out everything anyone needs. It is one thing to push mass through hyperspace, and quite another to push some sort of radiation through hyperspace. They follow different rules, even in ordinary space, so that Maxwell didn't work out his electromagnetic equations until 2 centuries after Newton worked out his gravitational equation. Well, mass and radiation follow different rules in hyperspace, too, and the rules for radiation still defeat us. Someday we'll work out superluminal communication, but we haven't yet." "It's too bad," said Fisher thoughtfully. "It's possible that without superluminal communication, superluminal flight won't be practical." "Why not?" "The lack of superluminal communication cuts the umbilical cord. Could settlements live far from Earth, far from the rest of humanity, and survive?" Wendell frowned. "What's this new line of philosophy you've begun to track down?" "Just a thought. Being a settler, Tessa, and being accustomed to it, it may not occur to you that living on a settlement is not truly natural to human beings." "Really? It never seemed unnatural to me." "That's because you weren't really living on one. You were living in a whole system of settlements, among which one was a large planet with billions of people on it. Might not the Rotorians once they reached the neighbor star, find that living on an isolated settlement was unsatisfactory? In that case, they would surely return to Earth, but they haven't. Might that not be because they have found a planet to live on? A habitable planet circling a red dwarf star? Most unlikely. Nature has a way of fooling us and upsetting supposed certainties. Suppose there is a habitable planet there. Shouldn't it be carefully studied? Wendell said, I'm beginning to get what you're driving at. You feel that the ship may come to the neighbor star and find that there is some sort of planet there. We would then make a note of it, decide from a distance that it is uninhabited, and go on about our task of further exploration. You would want us to land and make a much more thorough search so that we can at least try to find your daughter. But what if our neuronic detector finds no trace of intelligence anywhere within any planetary system the neighbor star may have? Must we still search the individual planets? Fisher hesitated. Yes. If they show any signs of being habitable, we must study them, it seems to me. We must know all we can about any such planet. We may have to begin evacuating Earth soon, and we must know where to take our people. It's all very well for you to overlook that, since settlements can just drift off without the necessity of evacuate. Cryle, don't start treating me as the enemy. Don't start suddenly thinking of me as a settler. I'm Tessa. If there is a planet, we'll investigate it as much as we can, I promise you. But if there is, and if the Rotorians are occupying it, then... Well, you spent some years on Rhoda, Cryle. You must know Janus Pitt. I know of him. I never met him, but my ex-wife worked with him. According to her, he was a very capable man, very intelligent, very forceful. Very forceful. We knew of him on other settlements, too. And we were not generally fond of him. If it was his plan to find a place for Rhoda that was hidden from the rest of humanity, he could do no better than to go to the neighbor star, since it was so close and since its existence was not known by anyone outside Rhoda at the time. And if, for any reason, he wanted a system all to himself, he would, being Janus Pitt, fear the possibility of being followed and having his monopoly upset. If he happened to find a useful planet that could be used by Rhoda, he would be even more resentful of intrusion. What are you getting at? Asked Fisher, who looked perturbed as though he knew what she was getting at. Why, tomorrow we take off, and in not too long a time we'll be at the neighbor star. And if it does have a planet, as you seem to think it might, and if we find the Rotorians are occupying it, it's not going to be a matter of just going down to the surface and saying, hello, surprise. I'm afraid that at the first sight of us, he would give us his version of a hello and blast us into oblivion. Chapter 29. Enemy. 63. René d'Aubusson, like all the inhabitants of the Erythrodome during their period of habitation, visited Rhoda periodically. It was necessary, a touch of home, a return to the roots, a gathering of renewed strength. This time, however, d'Aubusson had moved upward, the usual phrase for passing from Erythro to Rhoda, a bit earlier than her schedule had called for. She had, indeed, been summoned by Commissioner Pitt. She sat in Janus Pitt's office, noting with her skilled eyes the small signs of aging that had accumulated since she had last seen him several years before. She did not, in the ordinary course of her work, have frequent occasions to see him, of course. His voice, however, was as strong as ever, his eyes as sharp, and she noted no decline in mental vigor. Pitt said, I have received your report on the incident outside the dome, and I recognize the caution with which you approached your diagnosis of the situation. But now, off the record and unofficially, exactly what happened to Gunnar? This room is shielded, and you can talk freely. d'Aubusson said dryly, I'm afraid that my report, cautious as it was, happens to be truthful and complete. We don't really know what happened to Commander Gunnar. The brain scan showed changes, but these were extraordinarily small and did not correspond to anything in our past experience. And they were reversible, since they did, in fact, quickly reverse. But something did happen to him. Oh, yes, but that's the point. We can't say anything more than something. Some form of the plague, perhaps? None of the symptoms that have been detected in the past were found in this case. But in the old days of the plague, brain scanning was still comparatively primitive. You would not have detected the symptoms you have detected now in the past, so it might still be a mild form of the plague, might it not? We could say so, but we could not present real evidence to that effect, and in any case, Gunnar is now normal. He seems normal, I suppose. But we don't really know if there might not be a relapse. Neither is there any reason to suppose there might be. A fleeting look of impatience crossed the commissioner's face. You're sparring with me, D'Aubusson. You know perfectly well that Gunnar's position is one of considerable importance. The situation in the dome is always precarious, since we never know if and when the plague will strike again. Gunnar's value was that he seemed immune to it, but we can scarcely consider him immune now. Something happened, and we must be prepared to replace him. That is your decision to make, Commissioner. I am not suggesting replacement as a medical necessity. But you'll keep him under close observation, and you'll keep the possibility of such a necessity in mind, I hope. I would consider that part of my medical duties. Good. Especially since if there is to be a replacement, I have been considering you. Considering me? A small flash of excitement crossed her face before she could suppress it. Yes. Why not? It's well known that I've never been enthusiastic about the project of colonizing Erythro. I have always felt it necessary to retain the mobility of humanity and not to allow ourselves to be trapped into slavery to a large planet again. Nevertheless, it would be wise if we could colonize the planet, not as a place intended primarily for population, but as a vast resource, rather as we treated the moon in the old solar system. But we can't do that if the plague hangs over our heads, can we? No, we can't, Commissioner. So our real task, to begin with, is to solve that problem. We never have. The plague just died down, and we have accepted that. But this latest incident shows us that the danger is not yet gone. Whether Gunnar suffered a touch of the plague or not, he certainly suffered something, and I want the matter now given top priority. You would be the natural person to head that project. I would be glad to accept the responsibility. It would mean doing what I am, in any case, trying to do, but with greater authority. I hesitate at supposing that I ought to be the Erythro Dome commander. As you said, that's for me to decide. I take it you would not refuse the post if it were offered to you. No, Commissioner. I would be greatly honored. Yes, I'm sure, said Pitt dryly. And what happened to the girl? For a moment, D'Aubusson seemed taken aback by the sudden change in subject. She all but stammered as she repeated, The girl? Yes, the girl who was outside the dome with Gunnar, the one who removed her protective suit. Marlene Fisher? Yes, that's her name. What happened to her? D'Aubusson hesitated. Why, nothing, Commissioner. So it says in the report. But I'm asking you now. Nothing? Nothing detectable by brain scan or in any other way? You mean that at the same time that Gunnar, wearing an E-suit, was struck down, the girl, this Marlene Fisher, without an E-suit, suffered nothing? D'Aubusson shrugged. Nothing at all, as far as we could tell. Don't you consider that strange? She's a strange young woman. Her brain scan... I know about her brain scan. I know also that she has peculiar abilities. Have you noted that? Oh, yes, I have indeed. And how do her abilities strike you? Mind reading, by any chance? No, Commissioner. That's impossible. The concept of telepathy is a mere fantasy. I wish it were mind reading, in fact, since that would not be so dangerous. Thoughts can be placed under control. What is it about her that is more dangerous? Apparently, she reads body language, and we can't control that. Every motion speaks. She said it with a touch of bitterness that Pitt did not fail to note. He said, Did you have a personal experience of that? Certainly. D'Aubusson looked grim. It is impossible to be near the young woman without experiencing some of the inconvenience of her habit of perception. Yes, but what happened? Nothing of tremendous importance, but it was annoying. D'Aubusson flushed, and for a moment her lips pressed together as though she were thinking of defying her interrogator. But that moment passed. She said, almost in a whisper, After I had examined Dome Commander Gunnar, Marlena asked me how he was. I told her that he was not seriously harmed, and that there was every hope that he would recover completely. She said, Why does that disappoint you? I was taken aback, and said, I'm not disappointed, I'm pleased. She said, But you are disappointed. That is quite clear. You're impatient. It was the first time I had encountered that sort of thing directly, though I had heard about it from others, and I couldn't think of anything to do but challenge her. Why should I be impatient? For what? She looked at me solemnly, with her large, dark, and unsettling eyes. Then she said, "It seems to be about Uncle Seaver."
Pitt interrupted. Uncle Seaver? Is there a relationship?
"No, I think it's only a term of affection." She said, "It seems to be about Uncle Seaver, and I wonder if you want to replace him as Dome Commander." At that, I just turned and walked away.
Pitt said, "How did you feel when she told you this?"
I was furious, naturally.
Because she had maligned you? Or because she was correct?
Well, in a way...
No, don't hedge, Doctor. Was she wrong, or was she right? Were you sufficiently disappointed at Gunnar's recovery for the girl to notice, or was the whole thing a stroke of her peculiar imagination?
The words seemed to force themselves out of D'Aubisson's lips. She sensed something that was really there. She stared at Pitt defiantly. "I'm only human, and I have my impulses, and you yourself have now indicated that I might be offered the post, which would seem to mean you consider me qualified for it."
"I'm sure you are maligned in spirit, if not in fact," said Pitt without any sign of humor. "But now consider. You have this young woman who is peculiar, who is very strange, both as shown by the brain scan and by her behavior, and in addition she seems unaffected by the plague. Clearly, there may be a connection between her neuronic pattern and her plague resistance. Might she not be a useful tool for studying the plague?"
"I can't say. I suppose it's conceivable."
"Shouldn't it be tested?"
"Perhaps. But how?"
Pitt said quietly, "Let her be exposed to the influence of erythro as much as possible."
D'Aubisson said thoughtfully, "That is what she wants to do, as it happens, and Commander Gunnar seems to be willing to let her."
"Good. Then you will supply the medical backing."
"I understand. And if the young woman gets the plague?"
"We must remember that the solution of the problem is more important than the welfare of a single individual. We have a world to win, and for that we might have to pay a sad but necessary price."
"And if Marlena is destroyed, and that does not help us understand or counteract the plague?"
Pitt said, "That risk must be faced. After all, it might also be that she will remain untouched, and that untouchability, carefully studied, may give us the means of a breakthrough in understanding the plague. In that case, we win without loss."
It was only afterward, when D'Aubisson had left for her Rotorian apartment, that Pitt's iron resolution permitted him to think of himself as Marlena Fisher's confirmed enemy. True victory would be to have Marlena destroyed and the plague remain unsolved. At a stroke, he would be rid of an inconvenient girl who might otherwise someday produce young like herself, and of an inconvenient world that might otherwise someday produce a population as undesirable, as dependent, and as immobile as Earth's population had been. 64. The three of them sat together in the erythrodome, Seaver Gunnar watchful, Eugenia Insigna deeply concerned, and Marlena Fisher clearly impatient. Insigna said, "Now remember, Marlena, do not stare at Nemesis. I know you've been warned about the infrared, but it's also a fact that Nemesis is a mild flare star. Every once in a while, there's an explosion on its surface and a burst of white light. It just lasts a minute or two, but that will be enough to shock your retinas, and you can't tell when it's going to happen."
Gunnar said, "Can astronomers tell when it's going to happen?"
"Not so far. It's one of the many chaotic aspects of nature. We have not yet worked out the rules underlying stellar turbulence, and there are some among us who think the rules can never be worked out entirely. They are simply too complex."
"Interesting," said Gunnar.
"It's not that we're not grateful to the flares. 3% of the energy reaching erythro from Nemesis is the result of those flares."
"That doesn't sound like much."
"It is, though. Without the flares, erythro would be an icy world and much less easy to live on. The flares do make problems for Rotor, which has to adjust its use of sunlight quickly whenever there's a flare and strengthen its particle absorption field." Marlena was looking from one to the other as they spoke, and she finally broke in with a small note of exasperation. "How long are you two going to keep this up? It's just to keep me sitting here. I can tell that very easily."
Insigna said hastily,
"Where will you go when you're out there?" "Just around. To the little river, or creek, or whatever it is." "Why?" "Because it's interesting. Just flowing water in the open. and you can't see the ends, and you know it's not being pumped back to the beginning. But it is, said Insignia, by the heat of Nemesis. That doesn't count. I mean, human beings aren't doing it. Besides, I just want to stand there and watch it. Don't drink from it, said Insignia severely. I don't intend to. I can last an hour without drinking. If I get hungry or thirsty or anything else, I'll come back. You're making such a fuss over nothing. Gunnar smiled. I suppose you want to recycle everything right here in the dome. Yes, of course. Wouldn't anyone? Gunnar's smile broadened. He said, You know, Eugenia, I'm quite certain that living in settlements has changed humanity permanently. The necessity of cycling is now ingrained in us. On Earth, you just threw things away, assuming it would recycle naturally, and of course, sometimes it didn't. Gunnar, said Insignia, you're a dreamer. It may be possible for human beings to learn good habits under pressure, but relieve the pressure and the bad habits are back at once. Downhill is easier than uphill. It's called the second law of thermodynamics, and if we ever do colonize Erythro, I predict that we will litter it from end to end in no time at all. No, we won't, said Marlena. Gunnar said in a tone of polite inquiry, Why not, dear? And Marlena said with impatient force, Because we won't. Now can I go out? Gunnar looked at Insignia and said, We might as well let her go, Eugenia. We can't hold her back forever. Besides, for what it's worth, René d'Aubisson, who just got back from Rota, went over all the records from the start and told me yesterday that Marlena's brain scan seems so stable that she is convinced that Marlena will come to no harm on Erythro. Marlena, who had turned toward the door as though ready to walk to the airlock, now turned back. Wait, Uncle Seaver, I almost forgot. You must be careful of Dr. d'Aubisson. Why? She's an excellent neurophysicist. That's not what I mean. She was pleased when you were in trouble after your trip outside and pretty disappointed when you got better. Insignia looked surprised and said automatically, What makes you say that? Because I know. But I don't understand that. Seaver, don't you get along with d'Aubisson? Certainly I do. We get along very well, never a cross word. But if Marlena says, Mightn't Marlena be wrong? Marlena said it once. But I'm not. Gunnar said, I'm sure you're right, Marlena. Then to Insignia, d'Aubisson is an ambitious woman. If anything happens to me, she's the logical choice as my successor. She's had a great deal of experience down here, and she's surely the best person to deal with the plague if it lifts its head again. What's more, she's older than I am, and may not feel there's much time to waste. I couldn't blame her if she was anxious to succeed me, and if her heart lifted a bit when I was ill. The chances are she's not even consciously aware of these feelings. Yes, she is, said Marlena ominously. She knows all about it. You watch out, Uncle Seaver. Well, I will. Are you ready now? Of course I'm ready. Then let me walk you to the airlock. You come with us, Eugenia, and try not to look so tragic. And so it was that Marlena stepped out onto the surface of Erythro, alone and unprotected for the first time. It was, by Earth Standard Time, 9:20 p.m., January 15th, 2237. By Erythro time, it was mid-morning. Chapter 30. Transition. 65. Cryle Fisher tried to suppress his excitement, tried to maintain the same calm expressions that the others were wearing. He didn't know where Tessa Wendell was at the moment. She couldn't be far, since the superluminal was reasonably small, though broken up so that someone in one bay might well be out of sight to someone in another. The other three crew members were just pairs of hands to Fisher. They each had something to do, and they were doing it. Only Fisher himself had nothing specific to do, except perhaps to be careful to stay out of the way of the others. He looked at the other three, 2 men and 1 woman, almost furtively. He knew them to talk to, and had talked to them frequently. They were all young. The oldest was Chow Li Wu, who was 38 and a hyperspatialist. Then there was Henry Jarlow, who was 35, and Mary Blankowitz, the baby of the team, 27 years old, and with the ink still damp on her doctor's diploma. Wendell, at 55, was ancient by comparison, but she was the inventor, the designer, the demigoddess of the flight. It was Fisher who was odd man out. He would be 50 on his next birthday, which was not so far off, and he had no specialized training. He had no right to be on the ship if either youth or knowledge were considered. But he had been on Rota once. That counted. And Wendell wanted him with her, and that counted even more. So did Tanayama and Koropatsky, which counted most of all. The ship was making its way, lumbering through space. Fisher could tell that, even though there was no physical indication that this was so. He could feel it with the tendrils of his intestines, if they had any. He thought fiercely, I've been in space far longer than all the others put together, far more times on far more ships. I can tell there is nothing sleek about this ship just by the feel of it. They can't. The superluminal had to lack sleekness. The normal power sources that kept ordinary spaceships moving through the vacuum were cramped and cut down in the superluminal. They had to be, for most of the ship was given over to the hyperspatial motors. It was like a seabird that waddled clumsily on land because it was designed for the water. Wendell suddenly appeared. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and she was perspiring a bit. Fisher said, Is everything all right, Tessa? Oh, yes, perfectly. She rested her rear end against one of the convenient wall depressions, very useful considering the light pseudo-grav maintained on the ship. No problems. When do we make the move into hyperspace? In a few hours. We want to get into the proper coordinates with all appropriate gravitational sources twisting space precisely as calculated. So we can allow for it exactly? That's right. Fisher said, That doesn't make hyperspatial flight sound very practical. What if you don't know where everything is? What if you're in a hurry and can't wait to calculate every gravitational twitch? Wendell looked up at Fisher with a sudden smile. You've never asked anything like this before. Why do you ask it now? I've never actually been on a hyperspatial flight before. The question presents itself to me with greater urgency under these conditions, you see. This and many other such questions have presented themselves to me with the greatest possible urgency for years. Welcome to the club. But answer me. Gladly. In the first place, there are devices that measure overall gravitational intensity in both scalar and tensor aspects at any point in space, whether you know the neighborhood or not. The result is not quite as accurate as it would be if you painstakingly measured each gravitational source and added them together, but it is close enough, if time is precious. And if time is still more precious, and you have to push the hyperspatial button, so to speak, and trust to good fortune that gravitation is not very significant and should happen to be slightly wrong, then the transition would be accompanied by something roughly equivalent to a jar, like crossing a threshold and catching the toe of your shoe on the sill. If we can avoid that, fine. But if we don't, it's not necessarily fatal. Naturally, in the first transition point, we would like it to be as smooth as possible for our psychological peace of mind, if nothing else. What if you're in a hurry? Feel that gravitation is negligible, and it isn't. You have to hope that that doesn't happen. You talked about strains during transition. That means our very first transition might be fatal, even if gravity is allowed for. Might be. But the odds against a fatal accident at any given transmission are enormous. Even if it isn't fatal, might it not be unpleasant? That's harder to say, because it requires a subjective judgment. Understand that there's no acceleration involved. In hyperassistance, a ship has to work its way up to light speed, and even a little beyond at intervals, by use of a low-energy hyperspatial field. Efficiency is low, speeds are high, risks are great, and frankly, I don't know what the discomforts may or may not be. In our kind of superluminal flight, using a high-energy hyperspatial field, we make the transition at normal speeds. We may be at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second at one instant, and at the next we are going 1,000 million kilometers per second without acceleration. And since there is no acceleration, we don't feel it. How can there be no acceleration when you increase the speed a millionfold in an instant? Because the transition is the mathematical equivalent of acceleration. However, whereas your body responds to acceleration, it does not to transition. But how can you tell? By sending animals through hyperspace from one point to another. They are in hyperspace for only a brief fraction of a microsecond, but it's the transition between space and hyperspace that we worry about, and there is one in either direction in even the briefest possible passage through hyperspace. And animals were sent? Of course. Once they had reached the reception point, they couldn't very well tell us how things were, but there they were, totally unhurt and calm. It was clear they hadn't been harmed in any way. We tried it on dozens of animals of all kinds. We even tried it on monkeys, all of which survived perfectly, except in one case. Ah, and what happened in that one case? The animal was dead, grotesquely mutilated, but that was caused by a mistake in the programming. It wasn't the transition at all. And something like that can happen to us. It's not likely, but it can. It would be equivalent to stepping over a threshold, catching the toe of your shoe on the sill, tripping, falling forward, and breaking your neck. Such things have indeed happened, but we don't expect it to happen every time we cross a threshold, all right? I guess I don't have a choice, said Fisher grimly. All right. 2 hours and 27 minutes later, the ship crossed safely into hyperspace with no sensation whatever for anyone on board, and the first superluminal flight at speeds far beyond that of light took place. The transition, by Earth Standard Time, was 9:20 p.m., January 15th, 2237. Chapter 31. Name. 66. Silence. Marlena reveled in it, all the more so because she could break it if she wished. She stooped to pick up a pebble and tossed it against a rock. It made a small thunk, then fell to the ground and was still. Having left the dome with no more clothes than she would have worn on Rotor, she felt perfectly free. She had walked straight away from the dome toward the creek without even watching to check the landmarks. Her mother's last words had been a rather weak plea. "Please, Marlena, remember you said you would stay inside of the dome." She had smiled briefly, but had paid no attention. She might stay in sight, but perhaps not. She did not intend to be hemmed in regardless of what promises she had been forced to make to keep the peace. After all, she was carrying a wave emitter. At any time she could be located. She herself could use the receiving end of it to sense the direction of the dome's emitter. If she had an accident of some sort, if she fell or was somehow hurt, they could come get her. If a meteor struck her, well, she'd be dead. There would be nothing anyone could do about that, even if she were in sight of the dome. Even allowing for the disturbing thought of meteors, it was also peaceful and wonderful on Erythro. On Rotor, it was always noisy. Wherever you went, the air quivered and shook and battered your tired ears with sound waves. It must be even worse on Earth, with its 8 billion people and trillions of animals, and its thunderstorms and wild surges of water from the sea and sky. She had once tried to listen to a recording entitled Noises of Earth, had winced at it, and had quickly had enough. But here on Erythro, there was a wonderful silence. Marlena came to the creek, and the water moved past her with a soft, bubbly sound. She picked up a jagged pebble and tossed it into the water, and there was a small splash. Sounds were not forbidden on Erythro. They were merely doled out as occasional adornments that served to make the surrounding silence more precious. She stamped her foot on the soft clay at the creek's edge. She heard a small, dull thump, and there was the vague impression of a footprint. She bent down, cupped some water in her hand, and tossed it over the soil in front of her. It moistened and darkened in spots, crimson showing against pink. She added more water, and finally placed her right shoe on the dark spot, pressing down. When she lifted her shoe, there was a deeper footprint there. There were occasional rocks in the creek bed, and she used them as stepping stones to cross the water. Marlena kept on, walking vigorously, swinging her arms, taking in deep breaths of air. She knew very well that the oxygen percentage was somewhat lower than it was on Rotor. If she ran, she would quickly grow tired, but she lacked the impulse to run. If she ran, she would use up her world more rapidly. She wanted to look at everything. She looked back, and the mound of the dome was visible, especially the bubble that housed the astronomical instruments. That irritated her. She wanted to be far enough away so that she could turn around and see the horizon as a perfect, if irregular, circle, with no intrusion of any sign of humanity, except herself, anywhere. Should she call the dome? Should she tell her mother she would be out of sight for a little while? No, they would just argue. They could receive her carrier wave. They would be able to tell that she was alive, well, and moving around. If they called her, she decided she would ignore them. Really, they must leave her to herself. Her eyes were adjusting to the pinkness of Nemesis and of the land around her in every direction. It was not merely pink. It was all in darks and lights, in purples and oranges, almost yellows in some places. In time, it would become a whole new palette of colors to her heightened senses, as variegated as Rotor, but more soothing. What would happen If someday people settled on Erythro, introduced life, built cities, would they spoil it? Or would they have learned from Earth, and would they go about it in a different way, taking this new untouched world and making it into something close to their heart's desire? Whose heart's desire? That was the problem. Different people would have different ideas, and they would quarrel with each other and pursue irreconcilable ends. Would it be better to leave Erythro empty? Would that be right, when people might enjoy it so? Marlena knew well that she didn't want to leave it. It warmed her, being on this world. She didn't know quite why, but it felt more like home than Rotor ever had. Was it some dim, atavistic memory of Earth? Was there a feeling for a huge, endless world in her genes, a longing that a small artificial turning city in space could not fulfill? How could that be? Earth was surely different from Erythro in every possible way but the similarity of size. And if Earth were in her genes, why wouldn't it be in the genes of every human being? But there must be some explanation. Marlena shook her head as though to clear it, and whirled around and around as if she were in the midst of endless space. Strange that Erythro didn't seem barren. On Rotor, you could see acres of grain and orchards of fruit trees and a haze of green and amber, and the straight-line irregularity of human structures. Here on Erythro, however, you saw only the rolling ground, interspersed with rocks of all sizes, as though strewn carelessly by some giant hand. Strange, brooding, silent shapes, with rivulets of water here and there, flowing around and among them. And no life at all, if you didn't count the myriads of tiny germ-like cells that kept the atmosphere full of oxygen, thanks to the energy supply of Nemesis red light. And Nemesis, like any red dwarf, would continue to pour out its careful supply of energy for a couple of 100 billion years, hoarding its energy and seeing to it that Erythro and its tiny prokaryotes were warm and comfortable through all that time. Long after Earth's sun had died and other bright stars born still later had also died, Nemesis would shine on unchanged, and Erythro would roll about Megas unchanged, and the prokaryotes would live and die, also essentially unchanged. Surely human beings would have no right to come to this unchanging world and change it. Yet if she were alone on Erythro, she would need food and companionship. She might return to the dome now and then for supplies, or to refresh her need to see other people, but she could still spend most of her time alone with Erythro. But would not others follow? How could she prevent them? And with others, no matter how few, would not Eden inevitably be ruined? Wasn't it being ruined because she herself had entered Eden? Only she? No, she shouted it. She shouted it loudly in a sudden, eager experiment to see if she could make the alien atmosphere tremble and force it to carry words to her ears. She heard her own voice, but in the flat terrain there were no echoes. Her shout was gone as soon as it sounded. She whirled again. The dome was just a thin shadow on the horizon. It could almost be ignored, but not quite. She wished it was not visible at all. She wanted nothing in view but herself and Erythro. She heard the faint sigh of the wind and knew it had picked up speed. It was not strong enough to feel, and the temperature hadn't dropped, nor was it unpleasant. It was just a faint ah. She imitated it cheerfully. Ah. Marlena stared up at the sky curiously. The weather forecasters had said it would be clear that day. Was it possible for storms to blow up suddenly and unpredictably on Erythro? Would the wind rise and become uncomfortable? Would clouds whip across the sky and rain begin to fall before she could get back to the dome? That was silly. As silly as the meteors. Of course it rained on Erythro, but right now there were only a few wispy pink clouds above. They moved lazily against the dark and unobstructed sky. There didn't seem to be any sign of a storm. Ah, whispered the wind. Ah, I. It was a double sound, and Marlena frowned. What could be making that sound? Surely the wind could not make the sound by itself. It would have to pass some obstruction and whistle as it did so. But there was nothing of the sort within sight. It was a triple sound now, with the stress on the second sound. Marlena looked around, wondering. She couldn't tell where it was coming from. To make the sound, something had to be vibrating, but she saw nothing, felt nothing. Erythro looked empty and silent. It could make no sound. Again, clearer than before. It was as though it were in her own head, and at that thought her heart seemed to contract and she shivered. She felt the goose flesh rise on her arms. She didn't have to look. Nothing could be wrong with her head. Nothing. She was waiting to hear it again, and it came, louder, still clearer. Suddenly there was a ring of authority to it, as though it were practicing and growing better. Practicing? Practicing what? And unwillingly, entirely unwillingly, she thought, it's as though someone who can't sound consonants is trying to say my name. As though that were a signal, or her thought had released another spasm of power, or had perhaps sharpened her imagination, she heard, Marlena. Automatically, without knowing she was doing it, she lifted her hands and covered her ears. Marlena, she thought, soundlessly. And then came the sound, mimicking. Marlena. It came again, almost easily, almost naturally. Marlena. She shuddered and recognized the voice. It was Orinel of Rota, whom she hadn't seen since the day on Rota when she told him that the earth would be destroyed. She had thought of him hardly at all since then, but always achingly when she did. Why was she hearing his voice where he was not, or hearing any voice where all was not? Marlena. And she gave up. It was the erythro plague that she had been so certain would not touch her. She was running blindly toward the dome, not pausing to tell where it was. She did not know that she was screaming. 67. They had brought her in. They had sensed her sudden approach at a run. 2 guards in E-suits and helmets had moved out at once, and they had heard her screaming. But the screaming had stopped before they had reached her. The running had slowed and stopped, too, and that was before she seemed aware of their approach. When they reached her, she looked at them quietly and amazed them by asking, "What's wrong?" No one had answered. A hand reached out for her elbow, and she whipped away. "Don't touch me," she said. "I'll go to the dome if that's what you want, but I can walk." And she had walked quietly back with them. She was quite self-possessed. 68. Eugenia Insignia, lips dry and pale, was trying not to seem distraught. "What happened out there, Marlena?" Marlena said, her dark eyes wide and unfathomable. "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Don't say that. You were running and screaming." "I may have been for a little while, but just for a little while. You see, it was quiet. So quiet that after a while I felt as though I must be deaf. Just silence, you know. So I stamped my feet and ran just to hear the noise, and I screamed." "Just to hear the noise of it?" asked Insignia, frowning. "Yes, Mother." "Do you expect me to believe that, Marlena? Because I don't. We picked up the screams, and those were not the screams of making noise. They were screams of terror. Something had frightened you. I told you. The silence. The possibility of deafness." Insignia turned to D'Aubusson. "Isn't it possible, Doctor, that if you don't hear anything at all, and if you're used to hearing things all the time, then your ears might just imagine they're hearing something so they can feel useful?" D'Aubusson forced a thin smile. "That's a colorful way of putting it, but it is true that sensory deprivation can produce hallucinations." "That disturbed me, I suppose. But after I heard my own voice and my own footsteps, I quieted down. Ask the 2 guards who came to get me. I was perfectly calm when they arrived, and I followed them into the dome with no trouble. Ask them, Uncle Seaver." Gunnar nodded. "They've told me this, and we watched it happen, besides." "Very well, then, that's it." "That's not it at all," said Insignia, her face still white, from fright or anger or both. "She's not going out any more. The experiment is finished." "No, Mother," said Marlena, outraged. D'Aubusson raised her voice as though to forestall any angry clash of wills between mother and daughter. She said, "The experiment is not finished, Dr. Insignia. Whether she goes out again or not is beside the point. We still have to deal with the consequences of what has happened." "What do you mean?" demanded Insignia. "I mean, It's all very well to talk about imagining voices because the ear is not accustomed to silence. But surely another possible reason for imagined voices is the onset of a certain mental instability. Insignia looked stricken. Marlena said loudly, "Do you mean the erythro plague?" "I don't mean that particularly, Marlena," said D'Aubusson. "We don't have any evidence, only a possibility. So we need another brain scan. It's for your own good." "No," said Marlena. "Don't say no," said D'Aubusson. "It's a must. We have no choice. It's something we'll have to do." Marlena looked at D'Aubusson out of her dark and brooding eyes. She said, "You're hoping I have the plague. You want me to have the plague." D'Aubusson stiffened and her voice cracked. "That's ridiculous. How dare you say such a thing?" But it was Guenard now who was staring at D'Aubusson. He said, "René, we've discussed this little point about Marlena, and if she says you want her to have the plague, you must have given yourself away in some way. That is, if Marlena is serious and isn't just saying it out of fright or anger." "I'm serious," said Marlena. "She was just bubbling with hopeful excitement." "Well, René," said Guenard a little more coldly, "are you?" "I see what the girl means," said D'Aubusson, frowning. "I have not studied a fresh case of advanced plague in years. And in the days when I did, when the dome was primitive and had just been established, I had had virtually no appropriate devices with which to study it. Professionally, I would greatly welcome a chance to make a thorough study of a case of the plague with modern techniques and instrumentation, to find out, perhaps, the true cause, the true cure, the true prevention. It's a reason for excitement, yes. It is a professional excitement that this young woman, unable to read minds and without experience in such things, interprets as simple joy. It isn't simple." "It may not be simple," said Marlena, "but it's malevolent. I'm not mistaken in that." "You are mistaken. The brain scan must and will take place." "It will not," said Marlena, practically shouting. "You'll have to force me or sedate me, and then it won't be valid." Insignia said, her voice shaking, "I don't want anything done against her will." "This is something that goes beyond what she wills or does not will," began D'Aubusson, and then staggered back with her hand to her abdomen. Guenard said automatically, "What's the matter?" Then, without waiting for an answer, leaving it to Insignia to lead D'Aubusson to the nearest sofa and to persuade her to lie down, he turned to Marlena and said hurriedly, "Marlena, agree to the test." "I don't want to. She'll say I have the plague." "She won't, I guarantee that. Not unless you really do." "I don't. I'm sure you don't, and the brain scan will prove it. Trust me, Marlena, please." Marlena looked from Guenard to D'Aubusson and back again. "And I can go back out on erythro again?" "Of course. As often as you wish. If you're normal, and you're sure you're normal, aren't you?" "Sure as anything." "Then the brain scan will prove it." "Yes, but she'll say I can't go out again." "Your mother?" "And the doctor." "No, they won't dare stop you. Now just say you'll allow the brain scan." "All right. She can have it." René D'Aubusson struggled to her feet. 69. D'Aubusson studied the computerized analysis of the brain scan carefully while Sivert Guenard watched. "A curious scan," muttered D'Aubusson. "We knew that to begin with," said Guenard. "She's a strange young woman. The point is, there's no change?" "None," said D'Aubusson. "You sound disappointed." "Don't start that again, Commander. There's a certain professional disappointment. I would like to study the condition." "How do you feel?" "I just told you. I mean physically." "That was a strange collapse you had yesterday." "It wasn't a collapse. It was nervous tension. I'm not often accused of wanting someone to be seriously ill and of having it apparently believed." "What happened? An attack of indigestion?" "Could be. Abdominal pains in any case, and dizziness." "Does that often happen to you, René?" "No, it doesn't," she said sharply. "Neither am I accused of unprofessional behavior often. Just an excitable young woman. Why did you take it so seriously?" "Do you mind if we change the subject? She does not have any signs of brain scan change. If she was normal before, then she is still normal." "In that case, is it your professional opinion that she may continue to explore erythro?" "Since she has not been affected, apparently, I have no grounds on which to forbid her." "Are you willing to go beyond that and send her out?" D'Aubusson's attitude grew hostile. "You know that I've been to see Commissioner Pitt." It did not sound like a question. "Yes, I know," said Guenard quietly. "He has asked me to head a new project designed to study the erythro plague, and there will be a generous appropriation toward that study. I think that is a good idea, and that you are a thoroughly good choice to head the study. Thank you. However, he did not appoint me commander in your place. Therefore, it is up to you, Commander, to decide whether Marlena Fisher can be allowed to go out on erythro. I will confine myself to giving her a brain scan if signs of abnormality show up. I intend to give Marlena permission to explore erythro freely whenever she wishes. May I have your concurrence in that? Since you have my medical opinion that she does not have the plague, I will make no attempt to stop you, but the order to do so will have to be yours alone. If anything must be put into writing, you will have to sign it yourself. But you won't try to stop me. I have no reason to.
70. Dinner was over and soft music played in the background. Seaver Gunnar, who had carefully talked of other things to an uneasy Eugenia Insignia, finally said, "The words are the words of René d'Aubusson, but the force behind them is that of Janus Pitt." Insignia's look of uneasiness deepened. "Do you really think that?" "Yes, I do. And you should. You know Janus better than I do, I think. It's too bad. René is a competent doctor, has a profound mind, and is a good person, but she's ambitious, as we all are, one way or another. And she can therefore be corrupted. She really wants to go down in history as the one who defeated the erythro plague. And she would be willing to risk Marlena to do it? Not willing in the sense that she wants to, or is eager to, but willing in the sense of, well, if there's no other way. But there must be other ways. To send Marlena into danger as an experimental device is monstrous, not from her standpoint, and certainly not from Pitt's. One mind is well lost if it rescues a world and makes it a fit human habitation for millions. It's a hard-hearted way of looking at it, but future generations might make a heroine out of René for being hard-hearted and agree with her that one mind was well lost, or 1,000, if that's what it would take. Yes, if it's not their minds, of course. All through history, human beings have been ready to make sacrifices at the expense of other people. Certainly Pitt would. Or don't you agree? About Pitt? Yes, I do, said Insignia energetically. To think that I worked with him all those years. Then you would know that he would view this in a very moralistic sense. The greatest good for the greatest number, he would say. René admits that she talked to him on her recent visit to Rotor, and I'm as positive that that's what he said to her in one form of words or another as that I am sitting in this chair. And what would he say, said Insignia bitterly, if Marlena were exposed and destroyed and the plague remained untouched? What would he say if my daughter's life were uselessly reduced to vacuity? And what would Dr. d'Aubusson say? The doctor would feel unhappy, I'm sure of that. Because she wouldn't gain the credit for the cure? Of course. But she would also feel unhappy about Marlena, and I dare say guilty. She's not a monster. As for Pitt, he is a monster. I wouldn't even say that, but he has tunnel vision. He sees only his plan for the future of Rotor. If anything goes wrong, from our standpoint, he will undoubtedly tell himself that Marlena would in any case have interfered with his plans, and he will consider all to have happened for the good of Rotor. It will not hang heavily on his conscience. Insignia shook her head slightly. I wish we were making a mistake, that Pitt and d'Aubusson were not guilty of such things. I too wish that. But I am willing to trust Marlena and her body language insights. She said that René was happy at the possibility that she would have a chance to study the plague. I accept Marlena's judgment in this. D'Aubusson said she was happy for professional reasons, Insignia said. Actually, I can believe that in a way. After all, I'm a scientist, too. Of course you are, said Gunnar, his homely face crinkling into a smile. You were willing to leave the solar system and go on an untried trip across the light years to gain astronomical knowledge, even though you knew it might mean the death of every person on Rotor. A very small chance, it seemed to me. Small enough to risk your 1-year-old child. You might have left her with your stay-at-home husband and made sure of her safety, even though it would have meant you would never see her again. Instead, you risked her life, not even for the greater good of Rotor, but for the greater good of yourself. Insignia said, Stop it, Seaver. That's so cruel. I'm just trying to show you that almost everything can be looked at from two opposing sets of views, given sufficient ingenuity. Yes, d'Aubusson calls it professional pleasure at being able to study the disease, but Marlena said the doctor was being malevolent. And again, I trust Marlena's choice of words. "Then I suppose," said Insignia, the corners of her mouth curving downward, "that she is anxious to have Marlena go out on Erythro again." "I suspect she does, but she is cautious enough to insist that I give the order and even suggests I put it in writing. She wants to make sure that it is I, not she, who gets the blame if something goes wrong. She's beginning to think like Pitt. Our friend Janus is contagious." "In that case, Seaver, you mustn't send Marlena out. Why play into Pitt's hands?" "On the contrary, Eugenia, it's not simple at all. We must send her out." "What?" "There's no choice, Eugenia, and no danger to her. You see, I now believe you were right when you suggested there was some permeating life form on the planet that could exert some sort of power over us. You pointed out that I was deleteriously affected, and you were, and the guard was, and always when Marlena was in any way opposed. And I just saw precisely that happen to Renee. When Renee tried to force a brain scan on Marlena, she doubled up. When I persuaded Marlena to accept the brain scan, Renee immediately improved." "Well, there you are then, Seaver. If there's a malevolent life form on the planet—" "Now wait, Eugenia. I didn't say it was malevolent. Even if this life form, whatever it might be, caused the plague as you suggested it did, that stopped. You said it was because we seemed to be content to remain in the dome. But if the life form were truly malevolent, it would have wiped us out, and it would not have settled for what seems to me to have been a civilized compromise. I don't think it's safe to try to consider the actions of a totally alien life form and deduce from that its emotions or intentions. What it thinks might well be totally beyond our understanding." "I agree, Eugenia. But it's not harming Marlena. Everything it has done has served to protect Marlena, to shield her from interference." "If that's so," said Insignia, "then why was she frightened? Why did she begin to run to Dome, screaming? Not for one moment do I believe her tale that the silence made her nervous and she was just trying to make some noise to break that silence." "That is hard to believe. The point is, though, that the panic subsided quickly. By the time her would-be rescuers reached her, she seemed perfectly normal. I would guess that something the life form had done had frightened Marlena. I would imagine it was as unlikely to understand our emotions as we are to understand its. But seeing what it had done, it proceeded to soothe her quickly. That would explain what happened, and would demonstrate, once again, the humane nature of the life form." Insignia was frowning. "The trouble with you, Seaver, is that you have this terrible compulsion to think good of everyone and everything. I can't trust your interpretation." "Trust or not, you will find we can in no way oppose Marlena. Whatever she wants to do, she will do, and the opposition will be left behind, gasping in pain or flat out unconscious." Insignia said, "But what is this life form?" "I don't know, Eugenia." "And what frightens me more than anything now is, what does it want with Marlena?" Gunnar shook his head. "I don't know, Eugenia." And they stared at each other, helplessly. Chapter 32. Lost. 71. Cryle Fisher watched the bright star thoughtfully. At first, it had been too bright to watch in the ordinary sense. He had glanced at it every once in a while and would see a bright after-image. Tessa Wendell, who was in a state of despair over developments, had scolded and spoken of retinal damage, so he had opacified the viewport and had brought the brightness of the star down to just bearable levels. That dimmed the other stars to a downcast, tarnished glitter. The bright star was the sun, of course. It was farther away than any human being had ever seen it, except for the people of Rotor on their journey away from the solar system. It was twice as far away as one would see it from Pluto at its farthest, so that it showed no orb and shone with the appearance of a star. Nevertheless, it was still 100 times the brightness of the full moon as seen from Earth, and that 100-fold brightness was condensed and compacted into one brilliant point. No wonder one still couldn't bear to turn a direct and unflinching gaze upon it through an unopacified glass. It made things different. The sun, ordinarily, was nothing to wonder at. It was too bright to look at, too unrivaled in its position. The minor portion of its light that was scattered into blueness by the atmosphere was sufficient to blank out the other stars altogether, and even where the stars were not blanked out, as on the moon, for instance, they were so overridden by the sun that there was no thought of comparison. Here, so far out in space, the sun had dimmed at least to the point where comparison was possible. Wendell had said that from this vantage point, the sun was 160,000 times as bright as Sirius, which was the next brightest object in the sky. It was perhaps 20 million times as bright as the dimmest stars he could see by eye. It made the sun seem more marvelous by comparison than when it shone uncompared in Earth's sky. Nor did he have much more to do than watch the sky, for the superluminal was merely drifting. It had been doing that for 2 days. 2 days of drifting through space at mere rocket velocities. At this speed, it would take 35,000 years to reach the neighbor star, if they had been heading in the right direction, and they weren't. It was this that had turned Wendell 2 days earlier into a picture of white-faced despair. Until then, there had been no trouble. When they were due to enter hyperspace, Fisher had tensed himself, fearing the possible pain, the piercing flash of agony, the sudden surge of eternal darkness. None of that had happened. It had all been too fast to experience. They had entered into and emerged from hyperspace in the same instant. The stars had simply blinked into a different pattern with no perceptible moment in which they had lost their first pattern, yet not gained their second. It was relief in a double sense. Not only was he still alive, but he realized that if something had gone wrong and he had died, then death would have come in such a no-time way that he would not possibly have experienced death. He would simply have been dead. The relief was so keen that he was scarcely aware that Tessa had let out a gasp of disturbance and pain and dashed out to the engine room with an outcry. She came back looking disheveled, not a hair out of place, but looking internally disheveled. Her eyes were wild, and she stared at Fisher as though she did not really recognize him. She said, "The pattern should not have changed." "Shouldn't it?" "We haven't moved far enough, or shouldn't have. Only 1 1/3 millilight years. That would not have been enough to alter the star pattern to the unaided eye. However," she drew a deep, shuddering breath, "it's not as bad as it might have been. I thought we had slipped and moved out thousands of light years." "Would that have been possible, Tessa?" "Of course it would have been possible. If our passage through hyperspace weren't tightly controlled, 1,000 light years is as easy as 1. "In that case, we can as easily just go—" Wendell anticipated the conclusion. "No, we couldn't just go back. If our controls were that slipshod, every pass we would make would be uncontrolled travel, ending at some random point, and we'd never find our way back." Fisher frowned. The euphoria of having passed through hyperspace and back and stayed alive began to leak away. "But when you sent out test objects, you brought them back safely." "They were far less massive, and were sent out through far shorter distance. But as I said, it's not too bad. It turns out we went the correct distance. The stars are in the correct pattern." "But they changed." "I saw them change. Because we're oriented differently. The long axis of the ship has veered through an angle of better than 28 degrees. In short, we followed a curved path rather than a straight one for some reason." The stars, as seen through the viewport, were moving now, slowly, steadily. Wendell said, "We're turning to face the neighbor star again, just for the psychological value of facing in the right direction. But then we must find out why we curved in passage." The bright star, the beacon star, the star of brilliance, entered the viewport and moved across it. Fisher blinked. "That's the sun," said Wendell, answering Fisher's look of astonishment. Fisher said, "Are there any reasonable explanations why the ship curved in passage? If Rotor also curved, who knows where they ended? Or where we will end either, because I don't have any reasonable explanation. Not right now." She looked at him, clearly troubled. "If our assumptions were correct, then we should have changed position but not direction. We should have moved in a straight line, a Euclidean straight line, despite the relativistic curve of space-time, because we weren't in space-time, you see. There may be a mistake in the programming of the computer, or a mistake in our assumptions. I hope the former. That can be corrected easily." 5 hours passed. Wendell came in, rubbing her eyes. Fisher looked up uncomfortably. He had been viewing a film, but had lost interest. He had then watched the stars, allowing the patterns to hypnotize him like anesthesia. He said, "Well, Tessa? Nothing wrong with the programming, Cryle." "Then the assumptions must be wrong?" "Yes." "But in what way?" "There are an infinite number of assumptions we might make. Which are correct? We can't try them one after another. We'd never finish, and we'd be hopelessly lost." Silence fell between them for a while, and then Wendell said, "If it had been the programming, it would have been a stupid mistake. We would have corrected it without learning anything, but we'd have been safe. But now, if we must go back to fundamentals, we have a chance of discovering something really important, but if we fail, we may never find our way back." She snatched at Fisher's hand. "Do you understand, Cryle? Something is wrong, and if we don't find out what, there's no way except sheer, incredible accident that will allow us to find our way home. No matter how we try, we may continue to end up in the wrong place and find ourselves steadily wronger and wronger, which means death eventually, when our cycling fails, or our power supply peters out, or deep despair drains away our ability to live. And it's I who've done this to you, but the real tragedy would be the loss of a dream. If we don't come back, they'll never know if the ship was successful at all. They might conclude the transition was fatal, and they might never try again." "But they must, if they expect to escape from Earth. They may give up. They may sit cowering, waiting for the neighbor star to complete its approach and pass on and dying bit by bit." She looked up, her eyes blinking rapidly, her face looking terribly tired. "And it would be the end of your dream, too, Cryle." Cryle's lips tightened, and he said nothing. Almost timidly, Wendell said, "But for years now, Cryle, you've had me. If your daughter, your dream, is gone, was I enough?" "I might ask, if superluminal flight is gone, was I enough?" There seemed no easy answer on either side, but then Wendell said, "You're second best, Cryle, but it has been a good second best, thank you." Fisher stirred. "You speak for me too, Tessa. Something I wouldn't have believed at the start. If I had never had a daughter, there would have only been you. I almost wish—" "Don't wish that. Second best is enough." And they held hands, quietly, and gazed out at the stars. Until Mary Blankowitz poked her face through the doorway. "Captain Wendell Wu has an idea. He said he had it all along, but was reluctant to mention it." Wendell started to her feet. "Why was he reluctant?" "He said he once suggested the possibility to you, and you told him not to be a fool." "Did I? And what has convinced him that I'm never wrong? I'll listen to it now, and if it's a good idea, I'll break his neck for not forcing it on me earlier." And she hurried out. 72. Fisher could only wait during the day and a half that followed. They all ate together, as they always did, but silently. Fisher did not know if any of them slept. He slept only in snatches and woke to renewed despair. How long can we go on like this, he thought on the second day, as he looked at the beauty of that unattainable bright dot in the sky that so brief a time ago had warmed him and lighted his way on Earth. Sooner or later they would die. Modern space technology would prolong life. Recycling was quite efficient. Even food would last a long time if they were willing to accept the tasteless algae cake they would end up with. The microfusion motors would dribble out energy for a long time, too, but surely no one would want to prolong life through the full time that the ship would make possible. With a lingering, dragging, hopeless, lonely death finally certain, the rational way out would be to use the adjustable demetabolizers. That was the preferred method for suicide on Earth. Why should it not be on board ship as well? You could, if you wished, adjust the dose for a full day of reasonably normal life, live it out as joyously as you could, a known last day. At the end of the day, you would grow naturally sleepy. You would yawn and release your hold on wakefulness, passing into a peaceful sleep of restful dreams. The sleep would slowly deepen, the dreams would slowly fade, and you would not wake up. No kinder death had ever been invented. And then Tessa, just before 5 p.m. ship time on the second day after the transition that had curved instead of being straight, burst into the room. Her eyes were wild, and she was breathing hard. Her dark hair, which in the last year had become liberally salted with gray, was mussed. Fisher rose in consternation. "Bad?" "No, good," she said, throwing herself into a chair rather than sitting down. Fisher wasn't sure he had heard correctly, wasn't sure that perhaps she might only have been speaking ironically. He stared at her and watched her as she visibly gathered herself together. "Good," she repeated. "Very good. Extraordinary. Cryle, you're looking at an idiot. I don't suppose I'll ever recover from this." "Well, what happened?" "Chow Li Wu had the answer. He had it all along. He told me. I remember him telling me. Months ago, maybe a year ago. I dismissed it. I didn't even listen, really." She paused to catch her breath. Her excitement had completely disoriented the natural rhythm of her speech. She said, "The trouble was that I thought of myself as the world authority on superluminal flight and was convinced that no one could possibly tell me anything I didn't know or hadn't thought of. And if someone did suggest something that seemed strange to me, the idea was simply wrong and presumably idiotic. Do you know what I mean?" Fisher said grimly, "I've met people like that." "Everyone's like that now and then," said Wendell, "given certain conditions. I suppose aging scientists are particularly like that. That's why the daring young revolutionaries of science become old fossils after a few decades. Their imaginations harden with encrusted self-love, and that's their end. It is now my end, but enough of that. It took us over a day to really work it out, to adjust the equations, to program the computer and set up the necessary simulations, to go down blind alleys and catch ourselves. It should have taken a week, but we were all driving each other like maniacs." Wendell paused here as if to catch her breath. Fisher waited for her to continue, nodding encouragement as he reached out to grasp her hand. "This is complex," she continued. "Let me try to explain. Look, we go from one point in space through hyperspace to another point in space in zero time. But there's a path we take to do that, and it's a different path each time depending on the starting and ending points. We don't observe the path, we don't experience it, we don't actually follow it in space-time fashion. It exists in a rather incomprehensible way. It's what we call a virtual path. I worked out that concept myself." "If you don't observe it and don't experience it, how do you know it's there?" "Because it can be calculated by the equations we use to describe the motion through hyperspace. The equations give us the path." "How can you possibly know that the equations are describing anything that has actual reality? It could be just mathematics." "It could be. I thought it was. I ignored it. It was Wu who suggested it might have significance maybe a year ago, and like a full-grown idiot, I dismissed it. A virtual path, I said, had merely virtual existence. If it couldn't be measured, it was outside the realm of science. I was so short-sighted, I can't endure myself when I think of it." "All right. Suppose the virtual path has some sort of existence. What then?" "In that case, if the virtual path is drawn near a sizable body, the ship experiences gravitational effects. That was the first breathtakingly true and useful new concept, that gravitation can make itself felt along the virtual path." Wendell shook her fist angrily. "I saw that myself in a way, but I reasoned that since a ship would be moving at many times the speed of light, gravitation would have insufficient time to make itself felt to any measurable extent. Travel would therefore be, by my assumption, in a Euclidean straight line. But it wasn't. Obviously not. And Wu explained it. Imagine that the speed of light is a 0 point. All speeds less than that of light would have negative magnitude, and all speeds greater than that of light would have positive magnitude. In the ordinary universe we live in, therefore, all speeds would be negative by that mathematical convention, and, in fact, must be negative. Now, the universe is built on principles of symmetry. If something as fundamental as speed of movement is always negative, then something else just as fundamental ought to be always positive, and Wu suggested that that something else was gravitation. In the ordinary universe, it is always an attraction. Every object with mass attracts every other object with mass. However, if something goes at a superluminal speed, that is faster than light, then its speed is positive, and the other something that was positive has to become negative. At superluminal speed, in other words, gravitation is a repulsive force. Every object with mass repels every other object with mass. Wu suggested that to me a long time ago, and I wouldn't listen. His words just bounced off my eardrums. Cryle said, "But what's the difference, Tessa? When we're going at enormous superluminal speeds and gravitational attraction doesn't have time to affect our motion, neither would gravitational repulsion." "Ah, that's not so, Cryle. That's the beauty of it. That reverses, too. In the ordinary universe of negative speeds, the faster the speed relative to an attractive body, the less gravitational attraction affects the direction of movement. In the universe of positive speeds, hyperspace, the faster we go relative to a repulsive body, the more gravitational repulsion affects the direction of movement. That makes no sense to us, since we're used to the situation as it exists in the ordinary universe. But once you are forced to change signs from plus to minus and vice versa, you find these things falling into place. Mathematically. But how much can you trust the equations? You match your calculations against the facts. Gravitational attraction is the weakest of all the forces, and so is the gravitational repulsion along the virtual paths. Within the ship and within us, every particle repels all other particles while we are in hyperspace. But that repulsion can do nothing against the other forces that hold it together and have not changed signs. However, our virtual path from Station 4 to here carried us close to Jupiter. Its repulsion along the virtual hyperspatial path was just as intense as its attraction would have been along a non-virtual spatial path. We calculated how Jupiter's gravitational repulsion would affect our path through hyperspace, and that path curved exactly as it had been observed to do. In other words, Wu's modification of my equations not only simplifies them, but it makes them work. Fisher said, "And did you break Wu's neck, Tessa, as you promised you would?" Wendell laughed, remembering her threat. "No, I didn't. Actually, I kissed him. I don't blame you. Of course, it's more important now than ever that we get back safely, Cryle. This advance in superluminal flight must be reported, and Wu must be properly honored. He built on my work, I admit. But he went on to do what I might never have thought to do. I mean, consider the consequences." "I can see them," said Fisher. "No, you can't," said Wendell sharply. "Now listen to me. Rotor had no problems with gravitation because they merely skimmed the speed of light, a little below it at some times, a little above it at others, so that gravitational effects, whether positive or negative, attractive or repulsive, had immeasurably small effects on them. It was our own true superluminal flights at many times the speed of light that makes it imperative to take gravitational repulsion into account. My own equations are useless. They will get ships through hyperspace, but not in the right direction, and that's not all. I have always thought that there was a certain unavoidable danger in emerging from hyperspace, the second half of the transition. What if you merge into an already existing object? There would be a fantastic explosion that would destroy the ship and everything in it in a trillionth of a second. Naturally, we're not going to end up inside a star because we know where the stars are located and can avoid them. In time, we might even know where a star's planets are and avoid them, too. But there are asteroids by the tens of thousands, and comets by the tens of billions in the neighborhood of every star. If we end up overlapping one of those, that would still be deadly. The only thing that would save us, in the situation as I had thought it to be before today, is the laws of chance. Space is so huge that the chance of striking any object larger than an atom, or at most a grain of dust, is extraordinarily small. Still, given enough trips through hyperspace, the overlapping of matter is a catastrophe just waiting to happen. But under conditions as we now know them to be, the chances are zero. Our ship and any sizable object would repel each other and tend to move apart. We are not likely to run afoul of anything deadly. They would all automatically move out of our path. Fisher scratched at his forehead. "Wouldn't we move out of our path, too?" "Won't that upset our course unexpectedly?" "Yes, but the small objects we are likely to encounter will alter our path in a very limited fashion, and we could easily make it up, a small price to pay for safety." Wendell took a deep breath and stretched luxuriantly. "I feel great. What a sensation all this will make when we get back to Earth." Fisher chuckled. "You know, Tessa, before you came in, I was building a morbid picture in my head of our being irretrievably lost, of our ship wandering forever with 5 dead bodies aboard, of its being found someday by intelligent beings who would mourn the obvious space tragedy." "Well, it won't happen, you can count on that, my dear," said Wendell, smiling. And they embraced. Chapter 33. Mind. 73. Eugenia Insignia looked woebegone. "Have you really decided to go out again, Marlena?" "Mother," said Marlena with weary patience. "You make it sound as though I've come to this decision 5 minutes ago after a long period of uncertainty. I've been sure for a very long time that out there on Erythro is where I intend to be. I haven't changed my mind, and I won't change it. I know you're convinced that you're safe, and I admit that nothing has happened to you so far, but," Marlena said, "I feel safe on Erythro. I'm drawn to it. Uncle Seaver understands." Eugenia looked at her daughter, as if to object once again, but shook her head instead. Marlena's mind was made up, and she was not to be stopped. 74. It's warmer on Erythro this time, Marlena thought, just warm enough to make the breeze welcome. The grayish clouds were scudding across the sky a bit more rapidly, and they seemed thicker. Rain was predicted for the next day, and Marlena thought it might be nice to be out in the rain and watch what happened. It should splash in the little creek and make the rocks wet and turn any soil muddy and mushy. She had come up to a flat rock near the creek. She brushed it with her hand and sat down on it carefully, staring at the flowing water curling around the rocks that studded it, and thinking that the rain would feel like taking a shower. It would be like a shower coming down from the whole sky, so that you couldn't step out of it. A thought occurred to her. Will there be trouble breathing? No, that couldn't be. It rained on Earth all the time, frequently anyway, and she didn't hear that people drowned in it. No, it would be like a shower. You could breathe in a shower. The rain wouldn't be hot, though, and she liked hot showers. She thought about it lazily. It was very quiet out here and very peaceful, and she could rest, and there was no one to see her, to watch her, no one whom she had to interpret. It was great not to have to interpret. What temperature would it be? The rain, that is. Why shouldn't it be the same comfortable temperature as Nemesis itself? Of course, she would get wet, and it was always cold when you stepped out of a shower all wet, and the rain would wet her clothes, too. But it would be silly to wear clothes in the rain. You didn't wear clothes in the shower. If it rained, you would take off your clothes. That would be the only thing that made sense. Only, where did you put the clothes? When you showered, you put your clothes in the cleaner. Here on Erythro, maybe you could put them under a rock or have a little house built in which you could leave your clothes on a rainy day. After all, why wear clothes at all if it were raining? Or if it were sunny? You'd want to wear them if it were cold, of course, but on warm days... But then, why did people wear clothes on Marauder, where it was always warm and clean? They didn't at swimming pools, which reminded Marlena that the young people with slim bodies and good shapes were the first ones off with their clothes, and the last ones to put them on again. And people like Marlena just didn't take their clothes off in public. Maybe that's why people wore clothes, to hide their bodies. Why didn't mines have shapes you could show off? Except that they did, and then people didn't like it. People liked to look at shapely bodies and turned up their noses at shapely minds. Why? But here in Erythro, with no people, she could take her clothes off whenever it was mild and be free of them. There'd be no one to point fingers or laugh at her. In fact, she could do whatever she wanted because she had a whole comfortable world, an empty world, an all-alone world to surround her and envelop her like a huge, soft blanket enclosing her, and just silence. She could feel herself letting go. Just silence. Her mind whispered it, so that even that would interfere as little as possible. Silence. And she sat upright. Silence? But she had come out to hear the voice again, and not scream this time, not be afraid. Where was the voice? As though she had called it, as though she had whistled it up. Marlena? Her heart gave a little jump. She held herself firm. She mustn't make any sign of fright or disturbance. She simply looked around and then said very calmly, Where are you, please? It is not necessary to vibrate the air. Talk. The voice was Orinel's, but it didn't speak like Orinel at all. It sounded as though talking were difficult, but as though it would get better. It will get better, said the voice. Marlena had not said anything. She did not say anything now. She merely thought the words. I don't
have to talk. I only need to think. Only need to adjust the pattern. You're doing it. But I hear you talk. I am adjusting your pattern. It is as though you hear me. Marlena licked her lips gently. She must not allow herself to be frightened, to be anything but calm. There is nothing of which, whom, what, to be frightened, said the voice that was not quite Orinel's voice. She thought, you hear everything, don't you? Does that bother you? Yes, it does. Why? I don't want you to know everything. I want some thoughts to myself. She tried not to think that that was how others might react to her and want to keep their feelings private, but the thought, Marlena knew, would leak out the moment she made the effort not to think it. But your pattern is unlike the others. My pattern? The pattern of your mind. Others are tangled, snarled. Yours is splendid. Marlena licked her lips again and smiled. When her mind was sensed, it could be seen to be splendid. She felt triumphant and thought with contempt of the girls who had only outsides. The voice in her mind said, Is that thought private? Marlena almost spoke aloud. Yes, it is. I can detect a distinction. I will not respond to your private thoughts. Marlena felt herself hungering for praise. Have you seen many patterns? I have sensed many since you humans things came. It wasn't sure of the word, Marlena thought. The voice made no response, and Marlena was surprised. The surprise had been a private sensation, now that she came to think of it, but she hadn't openly marked it to herself as private. Private was private, whether she thought of it or not, perhaps. The mind had said it could detect the distinction, and it clearly could. It showed in the pattern. The voice didn't respond to that either. She would have to ask specifically to show that it was not a private thought. Please, does it show in the pattern? She didn't have to specify. The voice would know what she was talking about. It shows in the pattern. Everything shows in your pattern because it is so well designed. Marlena virtually purred. She had her praise. It would only be right to return the compliment. But your own must be well designed, too. It is different. My pattern stretches out. It is simple in every spot and is only complex when taken together. Yours is complex to start with. There is no simplicity in it. And yours is different from the others of your kind. The others are snarled. It is not possible to cross-reach with them, to communicate. A rearrangement is damaging, for the pattern is fragile. I didn't know. My pattern is not fragile. Is my pattern fragile? No. It adjusts itself. You tried to communicate with others, didn't you? Yes. The erythro plague. There was no response. The thought was private. She closed her eyes, reaching out intently with her mind, trying to locate the source of the outside mind reaching her. She was doing it in some way she did not understand, perhaps doing it all wrong, perhaps not doing it at all. The mind might laugh at her clumsiness, if it did such a thing as laugh. There was no response. Marlena thought, think something. Inevitably the thought came back, what shall I think? It did not come from anywhere. It did not come from here or there or elsewhere. It came from inside her mind. She thought, angered at her own insufficiency, when did you sense my mind pattern? On the new container of human beings. On Rotor? On Rotor. She was suddenly enlightened. You wanted me. You called me. Yes. Of course. Why else had she so wanted to go to Erythro? Why else had she been looking at Erythro so longingly that day when Orinel came to her to say her mother was looking for her? She clenched her teeth. She must continue asking. Where are you? Everywhere. Are you the planet? No. Show yourself. Here. And suddenly the voice had a direction.
She was staring at the creek, and she suddenly realized that while she had been communicating with the voice in her mind, the creek had been the only thing she had been sensing. She had not been aware of anything else around her. It was as though her mind had enclosed itself in order to make it more sensitive to the one thing that had filled it. And now the veil lifted. The water was moving along the rocks, bubbling over them, swirling in a small eddy in a space marked off by several of those bubbles. The small bubbles turned and broke, even as new ones formed, setting up a pattern that, in essence, didn't change, and in fine detail was never repeated. Then, one by one, the bubbles broke noiselessly, and the water was flat and featureless, but still turned. How could she see it turn if it were featureless? Because it glistened very slightly in the pink light of Nemesis. It turned, and she could see it turn because the shimmers formed arcs that spiraled as they turned and coalesced. Her eyes were caught in it, slowly following the turns as they collected into the caricature of a face. 2 dark holes for eyes, a slash for a mouth. It grew sharper as she watched, fascinated, and it took on definition and became a face, staring up at her with empty eyes, yet real enough to recognize. It was the face of Ornell Pampas. 75. Seaver Gunnar said thoughtfully and slowly, making an effort to treat the matter calmly. "And so you left at that time?" Marlena nodded. "The time before I left when I heard Ornell's voice. This time, I left when I saw Ornell's face." "I don't blame you." "You're humoring me, Uncle Seaver." "What should I do? Kick you? Let me humor you, if it pleases me. The mind, as you call it, picked up Ornell's voice and his face from your mind, obviously. Those things must have been very clear in your mind. How close were you to Ornell?" She looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean? How close?" "I don't mean anything terrible. Were you friendly?" "Yes, of course." "Did you have a crush on him?" Marlena paused, and her lips pressed together. Then she said, "I suppose I did." "You use the past tense. Don't you any more?" "Well, what's the use? He just thinks of me as a little girl, a kid sister, maybe." "Not entirely an unnatural thought under the circumstances, but you still think of him, which is why you've conjured up his voice and then his face." "What do you mean, conjured up? It was a real voice and a real face." "Are you sure?" "Of course I am." "Have you told your mother any of this?" "No, not a word." "Why not?" "Oh, Uncle Seaver, you know her. I couldn't stand all that nervousness. I know. You're going to tell me it's all out of love, but that doesn't make it easier." "You're willing to tell it to me, Marlena, and I'm certainly very fond of you." "I know that, Uncle Seaver, but you're not the excitable type. You just look at things logically." "Shall I take that as a compliment?" "I mean it as one." "In that case, let's look at what you have found out and do it logically." "All right, Uncle Seaver." "Good. To begin with, there is something alive on this planet." "Yes." "And it's not the planet itself." "No, definitely not. He denied that." "But it's one living thing, apparently." "I get the impression that he's one living thing. The trouble is, Uncle Seaver, that what I get is not like telepathy is supposed to be. It's not like reading a mind and just getting talk. It's also impressions that come over you all at once, like looking at a whole picture instead of at the little bits of light and darkness that make it up." "And the impression is of one living thing?" "Yes." "And intelligent?" "Very intelligent." "But not technological?" "There is nothing technological that we've ever found on the planet. This living thing that is not visible, not apparent, merely broods over the planet, thinks, reasons, but doesn't do anything. Is that it?" Marlena hesitated. "I can't quite tell, but maybe you're right." "And then we came. When do you suppose that it became aware that we had come?" Marlena shook her head. "I couldn't say." "Well, dear, it was aware of you while you were still on rotor. It must have become aware of intelligence invading the Nemesian system when we were still quite a way off. Did you get that impression?" "I don't think so, Uncle Seaver. I think he didn't know about us until we landed on Erythro. That attracted his attention, and then he looked around and found rotor." "Perhaps you're right. Then it experimented with these new minds that it sensed on Erythro. They were the first minds not its own that it may have ever sensed." "How long has it lived, Marlena? Any idea?" "Not really, Uncle Seaver, but the impression I got is that he has lived a long time, maybe nearly as long as the planet." "Maybe. In any case, however long it has lived, this was the first time it ever found itself immersed in many other minds, far different from its own. Does that sound right to you, Marlena?
Yes.
So, it experimented with these new minds, and because it knew so little about them, it damaged them. That was the erythro plague.
Yes, said Marlena with sudden animation. He didn't say anything about the plague directly, but the impression was strong. That original experimentation was the cause.
And when it realized that it was causing damage, it stopped.
Yes, that's why we don't have erythro plague now.
And from that, it would seem that this mind is benevolent, that it has a sense of ethics we can approve of, that it doesn't wish to harm other minds.
Yes, said Marlena with delight. I'm sure of that.
But what is this life form? Is it a spirit? Something immaterial? Something beyond our senses?
I can't say, Uncle Seaver, sighed Marlena.
Gunnar said, Well, let me repeat what it told you. Stop me if I'm wrong. It said its pattern stretches out, that it is simple in every spot and is complex only taken together, that it is not fragile. Am I right?
Yes, you are.
And the only life we have ever found on Erythro are the prokaryotes, the tiny bacteria-like cells. If I don't want something that's spiritual and immaterial, I'm stuck with those prokaryotes. Is it possible that those little cells, which seem separate, are actually part of one world-girdling organism? The mind pattern would then be stretched out. It would be simple in every spot and would be complex only when taken together. And it would not be fragile, for even if large sections of it were killed, the world organism would scarcely be touched as a whole.
Marlena stared at Gunnar.
You mean I've been talking to germs?
I can't say certainly, Marlena. It's only a hypothesis, but it fits beautifully, and I can't think of anything else that would explain it as well. Besides, Marlena, if we looked at the 100 billion cells that make up your brain, each one of them, take it by itself, isn't really very much. You are an organism in which all the brain cells are clumped together. If you talk to another in which all the brain cells are separate and linked, let us say by tiny radio waves, is that so very different?
I don't know, said Marlena, obviously disturbed.
But let's ask another question, one that is very important. What does this life form, whatever it is, want with you?
Marlena looked startled. He can talk to me, Uncle Seaver. He can transfer ideas to me.
Your suggestion, then, is that it just wants someone to talk to? Do you suppose that once we humans came, it realized for the first time that it was lonely?
I don't know.
No impressions to that effect?
No.
It could destroy us. Gunnar was talking to himself now. It could destroy us without trouble if it grew tired of you or bored with you.
No, Uncle Seaver.
Gunnar said, But it definitely hurt me when I wished to get in the way of your connection with the mind of the planet. It hurt Dr. Daubisson, your mother, and a guard.
Yes, but he hurt you all with only just enough force to stop you from interfering with me. He did no further damage.
It goes to all these lengths to have you outside on the surface just so that it can talk to you and have companionship. Somehow, that doesn't seem to be enough of a reason.
Marlena said, Perhaps the reason is something we can't understand. Perhaps he has so different a mind that he couldn't explain his reason, or if he did, that it would make no sense to us.
But its mind is not so different that it can't converse with you. It does receive ideas from you and transmit other ideas to you, doesn't it? You two do communicate.
Yes.
And it understands you well enough to try to make itself seem pleasant to you by taking on Oronel's voice and face.
Marlena's head bent, and she fixed her eyes on the floor in front of her.
Gunnar said softly, So since it understands us, we may be able to understand it. And if so, you must find out why it wants you so. It could be very important to find that out, for who knows what it is planning. We have no way of finding out except through you, Marlena.
Marlena was trembling. I don't know how to do that, Uncle Seaver.
Just do as you have been doing. The mind seems friendly to you, and it may explain.
Marlena looked up and studied Gunnar. She said, You're afraid, Uncle Seaver.
Of course. We're dealing with a mind far more powerful than ours. It may, if it decides it doesn't want us, do away with us all.
I don't mean that, Uncle Seaver. You're afraid for me.
Gunnar hesitated. Are you still sure that you're safe on Erythro, Marlena?
Are you safe talking to this mind? Marlena rose to her feet and said almost haughtily, "Of course I am. There is no risk. He will not hurt me." She sounded supremely confident, but Gunnar's heart sank. What she thought scarcely counted, for her mind had been adjusted by the mind of Erythro. Could he trust her now, he wondered? After all, why should this mind built up of prokaryotes in their trillion not have an agenda of its own, as, for instance, Pitt had? And why shouldn't this mind, in its anxiety to fulfill that agenda, show all the duplicity of Pitt? In short, what if the mind were lying to Marlena for reasons of its own? Was he right to send Marlena out to that mind under such conditions? But did it matter whether he was right or not? Had he a choice? Chapter 34. Close. 76. "Perfect," said Tessa Wendell. "Perfect, perfect, perfect." She made a gesture as though she were nailing something to the wall, firmly and hard. "Perfect." Cryle Fisher knew what she was talking about. Twice, in two different directions, they had passed through hyperspace. Twice, Cryle had watched the pattern of stars change somewhat. Twice, he had searched out the sun, finding it a bit dimmer the first time, a bit brighter the second. He was beginning to feel like an old hyperspatial knockabout. He said, "The sun isn't bothering us, I take it." "Oh, it is, but in a perfectly calculable way, so that the physical interference is a psychological pleasure, if you know what I mean." Fisher said, playing the devil's advocate, "The sun's pretty far away, you know. The gravitational effect must be pretty close to zero." "Certainly," said Wendell, "but pretty close to zero isn't zero. The effect is measurable. Twice we passed through hyperspace, with the virtual path first approaching the sun obliquely and then receding at another angle. Wu did the calculations beforehand, and the path we took fit those calculations to all the decimal points we could reasonably ask. The man's a genius. He weaves shortcuts into the computer program in a fashion you wouldn't believe." "I'm sure," murmured Fisher. "So there's no question now, Cryle. We can be at the neighbor star by tomorrow. By today, if we're really in a hurry. Not very close, of course. We may have to coast inward toward the star for a reasonable period of time as a precautionary measure. Besides, we don't know the mass of the neighbor star with sufficient precision to take too many chances on a really close approach. We don't want to be hurled off unexpectedly and have to work our way back." She shook her head admiringly. "That Wu. I'm so pleased with him. I can't begin to describe it." Fisher said cautiously, "Are you sure you don't feel a little annoyed?" "Annoyed? Why?" She stared at Fisher in surprise, then said, "Do you think I ought to be jealous?" "Well, I don't know. Is there a chance that Chow Li Wu will get the credit for working out superluminal flight? I mean, the true details of it? And that you'll be forgotten or remembered only as a forerunner?" "No, not at all, Cryle. It's nice of you to worry on my behalf, but matters are secure. My work is recorded in full detail. The basic mathematics of superluminal flight are mine. The engineering details I have also contributed to, although others will get the major credit for designing the ship, and should. What Wu has done has been to add a correction factor to the basic equations. Highly important, of course, and we can now see that superluminal flight wouldn't be practical without it, but it's just the icing on the cake. The cake is still mine." "Fine. If you're sure of that, I'm happy. As a matter of fact, Cryle, I'm hoping Wu will now take the lead in developing superluminal flight. The fact is, I'm past my best years. Scientifically, that is." "Only scientifically, Cryle." Fisher grinned. "I know that. But scientifically, I am over the hill. The work I've done has been the mining of the concepts I had when I was a graduate student. It's been a matter of about 25 years of drawing conclusions, and I've gone about as far as I can go. What's needed are brand new concepts, entirely new thoughts, a branching off into uncharted territory. I can't do that anymore." "Come, Tessa. Don't underrate yourself."
"That's never been one of my faults, Cryle. New thoughts are what we need youth for. It's not just young brains that young people have, it's new brains. Wu has a genome that has never appeared in humanity before. He's had experiences that are crucially his, no one else's. He can have new thoughts. Of course he bases them on what I have done before him, and he owes a great deal to my teaching. He's a student of mine, Cryle, a child of my intellect. All that he does well reflects well on me. Jealous of him? I glory in him. What's the matter, Cryle? You don't look happy."
"I'm happy if you are, Tessa, no matter how I look. The trouble is that I have the feeling you're feeding me the theory of scientific advance.
Weren't there cases in history of science, as in everything else, where jealousy existed and where teachers detested their students for surpassing them? Certainly. I could quote you half a dozen notorious cases right off the top of my head, but those are rare exceptions, and the fact is that I don't feel that way right now. I don't say that it isn't conceivable that I may at some time lose patience with Wu and the universe, but it isn't happening at the moment, and I intend to savor this moment while it... Oh, now what? She pushed the receive contact, and Mary Blankowitz's young face appeared trimensionally in the transmitter. "Captain," she said hesitantly, "we're having a discussion out here, and I wonder if we can consult you. Is something wrong with the flight?" "No, Captain. It's just a discussion over strategy." "I see. Well, you needn't file in here. I'll come out to the engine room." Wendell blanked out the face. Fisher muttered, "Blankowitz doesn't usually sound that serious. What's bugging them, do you suppose?" "I'm not going to speculate. I'll go out there and find out." And she motioned Fisher to follow. 77. There were the three of them, sitting in the engine room, all of them with seats carefully on the floor, despite the fact that they were under zero gravity at the moment. They might just as well have been sitting each on a different wall, but that would have detracted from the seriousness of the situation, and it would have shown disrespect for the office of captain besides. There was a complex system of etiquette that had long been developed for zero gravity. Wendell did not like zero gravity, and if she had wanted to push her captain's privileges, she could have insisted on the ship being in rotation at all times to produce a centrifugal effect that would have produced some feeling of gravity. She knew perfectly well that computing a flight path was easier when the ship was at rest, both translationally and rotationally, with respect to the universe as a whole, but calculating it under constant rotational velocity didn't raise the difficulty to too high a level. Nevertheless, to insist on such motion would have been disrespectful to the person at the computer. Etiquette again. Tessa Wendell took her seat, and Cryle Fisher could not help but notice with a secret, ingrown smile that she lurched slightly. For all her settlement background, she had clearly never gotten her space legs. He himself, and there was another secret smile, of satisfaction this time, for all that he was an Earthman, could move about in zero gravity as though he were born to it. Chow Li Wu took a deep breath. He had a broad face, the type that looked like it belonged with a short body, but he was taller than average when he stood up. His hair was dark and perfectly straight, and his eyes were markedly narrow. He said softly, "Captain..." Wendell said, "What is it, Chow Li? If you tell me some problem has developed in the programming, I may be tempted to choke you." "No problem, Captain. No problem at all. In fact, there is such an absence of problems that it strikes me that we're through and should go back to Earth. I would like to suggest that." "Back to Earth?" Wendell had paused before she said that, had taken the time to look a little stupefied. "Why? We haven't accomplished our task yet." "I think we have, Captain," said Wu, his face growing expressionless. "We just didn't know what our task was to begin with. We have worked out a practical system of superluminal flight, and we didn't have that when we left Earth." "I know that, but what of it?" "And we don't have any means of communication with Earth. If we go on now to the neighbor star, and if something happens to us, if something goes wrong, Earth will not have practical superluminal flight, and there is no telling when they will. This could have a serious effect on Earth's evacuation as the neighbor star approaches. I feel that it is important that we go back and explain what we've learned." Wendell had listened gravely. "I see. And you, Jarlow, what are your views on this?" Henry Jarlow was tall and blond and dour. There was a settled melancholy on his face that gave a totally wrong impression of his character, and his long fingers, which had nothing apparently delicate about them, were magic when they worked with the interior of computers or with almost any instrument on board. He said, "I think Wu makes sense, frankly. If we had superluminal communication, we'd get the information back to Earth that way and go on. What would happen to us after that would be of no importance except to us. As it is, we can't sit on the gravitational correction." "And you, Blankowitz?" asked Wendell quietly. Mary Blankowitz stirred uneasily. She was a small young woman, and her long dark hair was cut straight across just over her eyebrows. Between that and the delicacy of her bone structure and her quick, nervous movements, She looked like a miniature Cleopatra. She said, "I don't really know. I don't have very definite feelings about this, but the men seem to have talked me into it. Don't you think it's important to get the information to Earth? We've worked out crucial effects on this trip, and we need more and better ships with computers designed to take the gravitational correction into account. We'll be able to make a single transition between the solar system and the neighbor star and do it under stronger gravitational intensities so that we can start closer to the sun and end closer to the neighbor star and not have to spend weeks of coasting at both ends. It seems to me that Earth has to know about this." Wendell said, "I see. The whole point seems to me to be whether it wouldn't be wise to get the information of the gravitational correction back to Earth right now. Wu, is that really as essential as you make it appear? You didn't get the idea for the correction here on the ship. It seems to me that you discussed it with me months ago." She thought a moment. "Almost a year ago." "We didn't really discuss it, Captain. You were impatient with me, as I recall, and wouldn't really listen." "Yes, I've admitted I was mistaken, but you did write it down. I told you to make up a formal report and that I would go over it when I had time." She held up a hand. "I know I never had time to go over it, and I don't even recall if I received it, but I imagine, Wu, that you, being you, would have prepared the report in some detail and with all the reasoning and mathematics anyone could want. Didn't you do that, Wu? And isn't that report in the records?" Wu's lips seemed to tighten, but his tone of voice did not alter in any way. "Yes, I prepared the report, but it was just speculation, and I don't suppose anyone else will pay any attention to it any more than you did, Captain. Why not? Not everyone is as stupid as I am, Wu. Even if they paid attention, it would still be nothing more than speculation. When we go back, we will be able to present proof. Once the speculation exists, someone will get the proof. You know how science works," Wu said in a slow and significant tone. "Someone. Now, we have the nature of your concern, Wu. You're not worried that Earth won't obtain a practical method of superluminal flight. You are worried that they will, but that the credit will not be yours. Isn't that right?" "Captain, there's nothing wrong with that. A scientist has every right to be concerned over matters of priority." Wendell positively smoldered. "Have you forgotten that I am the captain of this ship and make the decisions?" "I haven't forgotten that," said Wu. "But this is not a sailing vessel of the 18th century. We are all scientists, primarily, and we must make decisions in some sort of democratic fashion. If the majority wishes to return—" "Wait," said Fisher sharply. "Before this continues, do you mind if I say something? I'm the only one who hasn't spoken, and if we're going to be democratic, I would like to take my turn on the floor. May I, Captain?" "Go ahead," said Wendell, her right hand clenching and unclenching as though it just longed to grab someone by the throat. Fisher said, "Just about 7.5 centuries ago, Christopher Columbus sailed westward from Spain and eventually discovered America, though he himself never knew that that was what he had done. En route, he made the discovery that the deviation of the magnetic compass from the true north, the so-called magnetic declination, changed with longitude. This was an important finding and was, in fact, the first purely scientific discovery made in the course of a sea voyage. Now, how many know that Columbus discovered the variation of magnetic declination? Virtually no one. How many know that Columbus discovered America? Virtually everyone. So suppose that Columbus, on discovering the variation, decided midway to go home and make the glad announcement to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, preserving his priority as the discoverer of the phenomenon. That discovery might conceivably have been greeted with interest, and the monarchs might eventually have sent out another expedition headed, let's say, by Amerigo Vespucci, who would then have reached America. In that case, who would remember that Columbus had made some sort of discovery about the compass? Virtually no one. Who would remember that Vespucci had discovered America? Virtually everyone. So do you really want to go back? The discovery of the gravitational correction will, I assure you, be remembered by a few as a small side effect of superluminal travel. But the crew of the next expedition that will actually reach the neighbor star will be hailed as the first to reach a star by superluminal flight. You three, even you, Wu, will scarcely be worth a footnote. You might think that as a reward for this great discovery that Wu has made, it will be you that will be sent out on a second expedition, but I'm afraid not. You see, Igor Koropatsky, who is the director of the Terrestrial Board of Inquiry, and who is waiting for us back on Earth, is particularly interested in information on the neighbor star and its planetary system. He will explode like Krakatoa when he finds out that we were within reach of it and turned back. And of course Captain Wendell will be forced to explain that you three had mutinied, which is an extremely serious offense, even if we are not an 18th century sailing vessel. Far from going out on the next expedition, you will never see the inside of a laboratory again. Count on it. What you may see, despite your scientific eminence, is the inside of a jail. Don't underestimate Koropatsky's fury. So, think about it, you three. On to the neighbor star, or back home? There was a silence. For a while, no one said anything. Well, said Wendell harshly, I think that Fisher has explained the situation very clearly. Doesn't anyone have anything to say? Blankowitz said in a low voice, Actually, I never thought it through. I think we ought to go on. Jarlow grunted. I think so, too. Wendell said, What about you, Chow Li Wu? Wu shrugged. I wouldn't stand against the rest. I'm glad to hear that. This incident is forgotten as far as the Earth authorities will be concerned, but there had better be no repetition, no further action of any kind that could be considered mutinous. 78. Back in their own quarters, Fisher said, You don't mind, I hope, that I interfered. I was afraid you would explode to no effect. No, it was good. I wouldn't have thought of the Columbus analogy, which was perfect. Thank you, Cryle. She took his hand and squeezed it. He smiled briefly. I had to justify my presence on board ship somehow. You more than justified it, and you have no idea how disgusted I was to have Wu act as he did when I had just finished telling you how happy I was over his findings and over the credit he would get. I was feeling noble over my willingness to share credit over the ethics of scientific research that gives to each his fair due, and then he puts his private pride ahead of the project. We're all human, Tessa. I know. And seeing that the man's interior has its ethical dark spots doesn't alter the fact that he has a scientific mind that is fearfully sharp. I'm afraid I'd have to admit that my own arguments were based on private desires rather than the public good, so to speak. I want to go to the neighbor star for reasons that have nothing to do with the project. I understand that. I am still grateful. It embarrassed Fisher that there were tears in her eyes and that she had to blink them away. He kissed her. 79. It was just a star, too faint yet to stand out in any way. In fact, Cryle Fisher would have lost it were it not for the fact that he had punched in the network that zeroed in on it in concentric circles and radii. It looks disappointingly like a star, doesn't it? Said Fisher, his face taking on the moroseness it seemed to have when he let it fall into its natural lines. Mary Blankowitz, who was the only one with him at the observation panel, said, That's all it is, Cryle, a star. I mean, it looks like a faint star, and we're so close. Close in a manner of speaking. We're still 1/10 of a light year away, which is not really close. It's just that the captain's cautious. I'd have dragged this superluminal in a lot closer. I wish we were a lot closer right now. I can hardly wait. Before this last transition, you were set to go home, Mary. Not really. They just talked me into it. Once you made your little speech, I felt like a complete jackass. I took it for granted that if we returned, we'd all go back a second time, but of course, you really clarified the situation. Oh, but I want to use the ND so badly. Fisher knew what the ND was. It was the neuronic detector. He felt the stirring himself. To detect intelligence would be to know they had come upon something that was infinitely more important than all metals, rocks, ices, and vapors they could otherwise discover. He said hesitantly, Can you tell at this distance? She shook her head. No, we'd have to be a lot closer. And we can't just coast in from this distance. It would take us about a year. Once the captain is satisfied with what we can find out about the neighbor star from here, we'll make another transition. What I expect is that in 2 days at the most, we'll be within a couple of astronomic units of the neighbor star, and then I can start making observations and be useful. It's a drag feeling like a deadweight. Yes, said Fisher dryly. I know. A look of concern crossed Blankowitz's face. I'm sorry, Cryle. I wasn't referring to you.
You might as well have been. I might not be of any use no matter how close we come to the neighbor's star.
You will be useful if we detect intelligence. You'll be able to talk to them. You're a Rotorian, and we'll need that.
Fisher smiled grimly. A Rotorian for just a few years.
That's enough, isn't it?
We'll see. He changed the subject deliberately. Are you sure the neuronic detector will work?
Absolutely sure. We could follow any settlement in orbit just by its radiation of plexons.
What are plexons, Mary?
Just a name I made up for the photon complex characteristic of mammalian brains. We could detect horses, if we're not too far away, but we can detect human brains in masses at astronomic distances.
Why plexons?
From complexity. Someday, you'll see, someday they're going to be working on plexons not just to detect life, but to study the intimate functioning of the brain. I've made up a name for that, too. Plexophysiology. Or maybe plexoneuronics.
Fisher said, Do you consider names important?
Yes, indeed. It gives you a way of speaking concisely. You don't have to say, that field of science that involves the relationship of this and that. You just say plexoneuronics. Yes, that sounds better. It's a shortcut. It saves your thinking time for more important subjects. Besides, she hesitated.
Besides? Yes?
The words came in a rush. If I make up a name and it sticks, that alone would get me a footnote in the history of science. The word plexon was first introduced by Marilee Augina Blankowitz in 2237 on the occasion of the pioneer faster-than-light flight of the superluminal. I'm not likely to be mentioned anywhere else or for any other reason, and I'll settle for that.
Fisher said, What if you detect your plexons, Mary, and there are no human beings present?
You mean alien life? That would be even more exciting than detecting people, but there's not much chance, really. We've been disappointed over and over again. We thought there might be at least primitive forms of life on the Moon, on Mars, on Callisto, on Titan. It never came to anything. People have speculated on all kinds of weird life, living galaxies, living dust clouds, life on the surface of a neutron star, all sorts of things. There's no evidence for any of it. Now, if I detect anything, it will be human life. I'm convinced of that.
Wouldn't you be detecting the plexons emitted by the 5 people on the ship? Wouldn't we drown out anything we can spot at millions of kilometers of distance?
That is a complication, Cryle. We have to balance the ND so that we 5 are canceled out, and it has to be delicately done. Even a little leakage would wipe out anything we could detect elsewhere. Someday, Cryle, automated NDs will be sent through hyperspace to all sorts of places to detect plexons. There'll be no human beings in their vicinity, and that alone would make them at least a couple of orders of magnitude more sensitive than anything we can do now, with ourselves hanging around and having to be allowed for. We'll find out where intelligence exists long before we approach any place ourselves.
Chow Li Wu made his appearance. He looked at Fisher with a touch of distaste and said indifferently, How's the neighbor star?
Blankowitz said, Nothing much at this distance.
Well, we'll probably be making another transition tomorrow or the next day, and then we'll see.
Blankowitz said, It will be exciting, won't it?
Wu said, It will be, if we find the Rotorians. He glanced at Fisher. But will we? If that were a question directed to Fisher, he did not respond to it. He merely stared at Wu expressionlessly. Will we? Fisher thought. The long wait would be over soon. Chapter 35. Converging. 80. As noted before, Janus Pitt did not often allow himself the luxury of self-pity. In anyone else, he would consider such a thing a despicable sign of weakness and self-indulgence. There were, however, times when he sadly rebelled at the fact that the people of Rota were only too willing to leave all of the unpleasant decisions to him. There was a council, yes, duly elected and meticulously involved in passing laws and in making decisions, all but the important ones, the ones that dealt with the future of Rota. That was left to him. It was not even consciously left to him. The matters of importance were simply ignored, simply rendered non-existent by mutual unspoken agreement. Here they were, in an empty system, leisurely building new settlements, absently convinced that time stretched infinitely before them. Everywhere,
was the calm assumption that once they had filled this new asteroid belt, generations from now, and a matter of no immediate concern to anyone presently alive, the hyper-assistance technique would have improved to the point where it would be comparatively easy to seek out and occupy new planets. Time existed in plenty. Time blended into eternity. Only to Pitt himself was it left to consider the fact that time was short, that at any given moment, without warning, time might come to an end. When would Nemesis be discovered back in the solar system? When would some settlement decide to follow Rotor's lead? It had to come someday. With Nemesis inexorably moving in the direction of the sun, it would eventually reach that point, still far distant, of course, but close enough, at which the people of the solar system would have to be blind not to see it. Pitt's computer, with the aid of a programmer who was convinced he was working out a problem of academic interest only, had estimated that by the end of 1,000 years the discovery of Nemesis would be inevitable, and that the settlements would begin to disperse. Pitt had then put the question, would the settlements come to Nemesis? The answer was no. By that time, hyper-assistance would be far more efficient, far cheaper. The settlements would know more about the nearer stars, which of them had planets and what kind. They would not bother with the red dwarf star, but would head out for the sun-like stars. And that would leave Earth itself, which would be desperate. Afraid of space, clearly degenerate already, and sinking farther into slime and misery as 1,000 years passed and the doom of Nemesis became apparent, what would they do? They could not undertake long trips. They were Earth people, surface-bound. They would have to wait for Nemesis to get reasonably close. They could not hope to go anywhere else. Pitt had the vision of a ramshackle world trying to find security in the more tightly held system of Nemesis, trying to find refuge in a star with a system built tightly enough together to hold in place while it was destroying that of the sun it passed. It was a terrible scenario, and yet inevitable. Why could not Nemesis have been receding from the sun? How everything would be changed. The discovery of Nemesis would have become somewhat less likely with time, and if the discovery came to pass, Nemesis would become ever less desirable and less possible as a place of refuge. If it were receding, Earth would not even need a refuge. But that was not the way it was. The Earthmen would come, ragtag, degenerating Earthmen of every variety of makeshift and abnormal culture flooding in. What could the Rotorians do but destroy them while they were still in space? But would they have a Janus Pit to show them that there was no choice but that? Would they have Janus Pits between now and then to make sure that Rotor had the weapons and the resolution to prepare for this and to do it when the time came? But the computer's analysis was, after all, a deceitfully optimistic one. The discovery of Nemesis by the solar system must come about within 1,000 years, said the computer. But how much within? What if the discovery came tomorrow? What if it had come 3 years ago? Might some settlement, groping for the nearest star, knowing nothing useful about farther ones, be following in Rotor's trail now? Each day, Pitt woke up wondering, is this the day? Why was this misery reserved for him? Why did everyone else sleep quietly in the lap of eternity, while only he himself was left to deal each day with the possibility of a kind of doom? He had done something about it, of course. He had set up a scanning service throughout the asteroid belt, a body whose function it was to supervise the automated receptors that constantly swept the sky, and to detect at as great a distance as possible the copious waste energy disposal of an approaching settlement. It had taken some time to set it all up properly, but for 12 years now every scrap of dubious information had been followed up, and every once in a while something seemed sufficiently questionable to be referred to Pitt. And every time it happened, it set off the clanging of an alarm bell in Pitt's head. It turned out always to be nothing so far, and the initial relief was always followed by a kind of rage against the scanners. If anything was uncertain, they washed their hands of it, let it go, turned it over to Pitt. Let him deal with it, let him suffer, let him make the hard decisions. It was at this point that Pitt's self-pity became lachrymose, and he would begin to stir uneasily at the possibility that he might be showing weakness. There was this one, for instance. Pitt fingered the report that his computer had uncoded, and that had inspired this mental, self-pitying survey of his own continuous, unbearable, and underappreciated service to the Rotorian people. This was the first report that had been referred to him in 4 months, and it seemed to him that it was of minimal importance. A suspicious energy source was approaching, but allowing for its probable distance, it was an unusually small source, a smaller source by some 4 orders of magnitude than one would expect of a settlement. It was a source so small that it was all but inseparable from noise. They might have spared him this. The report that it was of a peculiar wavelength pattern that seemed to make it of human origin was ridiculous. How could they tell anything about a source so weak, except that it was not a settlement and therefore could not be of human origin, whatever the wavelength pattern? Those idiot scanners must not annoy me in this fashion, thought Pitt. He tossed the report aside petulantly and picked up the latest report from René d'Aubisson. That girl, Marlena, did not have the plague even yet. She madly persisted in putting herself in danger in more and more elaborate ways, and yet remained unharmed.
Pitt sighed. Perhaps it didn't matter. The girl seemed to want to remain on Erythro, and if she remained, that might be as good as having her come down with the plague. In fact, it would force Eugenia Insignia to stay on Erythro, too, and he would be rid of both of them. To be sure, he would feel safer if d'Aubisson, rather than Guenard, were in charge of the dome and could oversee both mother and daughter. That would have to be arranged in the near future in some way that would not make Guenard a martyr. Would it be safe to make him commissioner of New Rotor? That would certainly rate as a promotion, and he would be unlikely to refuse the position, especially since in theory it would place him on an even rank with Pitt himself. Or would that give Guenard a bit too much of the reality of power in addition to the appearance? Was there an alternative? He would have to think of it. Ridiculous.
How much easier it would all have been if that girl Marlena had only done something as simple as getting the plague. In a spasm of irritation at Marlena's refusal to do so, he picked up the report on the energy source again. Look at that. A little puff of energy, and they bothered him with it. He wasn't going to stand for it. He punched a memo into the computer for instant transmission. He was not to be bothered by minutiae. Keep an eye out for a settlement. 81. On board the superluminal, the discoveries came like a series of hammer blows, one after the other. They were still at a great distance from the neighbor star when it became apparent that it possessed a planet. "A planet?" said Crile Fisher with tense triumph. "I knew." "No," said Tessa Wendell hastily. "It's not what you think. Get it through your head, Crile, that there are planets and planets. Virtually every star has some sort of planetary system or other. After all, more than half the stars in the galaxy are multiple star systems, and planets are just stars that are too small to be stars, you see. This planet we see isn't habitable. If it were habitable, we wouldn't see it at this distance, especially in the dim light of the neighbor star." "You mean it's a gas giant?" "Of course it is. I would have been more surprised if there hadn't been one than at finding out that one exists." "But if there's a large planet, there may be small planets, too." "Maybe," conceded Wendell, "but scarcely habitable ones. They'll either be too cold for life, or their rotation will be locked, and they'll be showing only one side to the star, which would make it too warm on one side and too cold on the other. All that Rotor could do, if it were here, would be to place itself in orbit around the star or possibly around the gas giant." "That might be exactly what they've done." "For all these years?" Wendell shrugged. "It's conceivable, I suppose, but you can't count on it, Crile." 82. The next blows were more startling ones. "A satellite?" said Tessa Wendell. "Well, why not? Jupiter has 4 sizable ones. Why should it be surprising that this gas giant has one?" "It's not a satellite like any that exists in the solar system, Captain," said Henry Jarlow. "It's roughly the size of Earth, from the measurements I've been able to make." "Well," said Wendell, maintaining her indifference, "what follows from that?" "Nothing, necessarily," said Jarlow, "but the satellite shows peculiar characteristics. I wish I were an astronomer." "At the moment," said Wendell, "I wish someone on the ship was, but please go on. You're not completely ignorant of astronomy." "The point is that since it revolves around the gas giant, it shows one face only to the gas giant, which means that all sides of it face the neighbor star in the course of its revolution around the gas giant. And the nature of the orbit is such that, as near as I can tell, the temperature of the world is in the liquid water stage. And it has an atmosphere. Now, I don't have all the subtleties at my fingertips. As I said, I'm not an astronomer. Still, It seems to me that there's a good chance that the satellite is a habitable world. Crile Fisher received the news with a wide smile. He said, I'm not surprised. Igor Koropatsky predicted the existence of a habitable planet. He did it without any data on the subject. It was just a matter of deduction. Did Koropatsky do that? And when did he talk to you, I wonder? Sometime before we left. He reasoned that nothing was likely to have happened to Rotor on the way to the neighbor star, and since they didn't return, that they must have found a planet to colonize. And there it is. And just why did he tell you this, Crile? Crile paused and considered, then he said, he was interested in making certain that the planet would be explored for possible future use by Earth when the time came for our old planet to be evacuated. And why do you suppose he didn't tell me this? Do you have any idea? I suppose, Tessa, said Crile carefully, that he thought I would be the more impressionable of the two of us, more eager to urge that the planet be explored. Because of your daughter. He knew of the situation, Tessa. And why didn't you tell me this? I wasn't sure there was anything to tell. I felt that I might as well wait and see if Koropatsky was right. Since he was, I am now telling you. The planet must be habitable by his reasoning. It's a satellite, said Wendell, obviously in a temper. A distinction without a difference. Wendell said, Look, Crile, no one seems to be considering my position in all this. Koropatsky fills you full of nonsense in order to have us explore this system and then presumably return to Earth with the news. Wu was anxious to have us return with news even before we reached this system. You are anxious for a reunion with your family regardless of any wider considerations. In all this, there seems to be very little thought given to the fact that I'm the captain and that I will make the decisions. Fisher's voice grew cajoling. Be reasonable, Tessa. What decisions are there to make? What are your choices? You say Koropatsky filled me with nonsense, but he didn't. There's the planet, or the satellite, if you prefer. It must be explored. Its existence may mean life for Earth. This may be humanity's future home. In fact, some of humanity may be there already. You be reasonable, Crile. A world can be the right size and temperature and still be uninhabitable for any of a variety of reasons. After all, suppose it has a poisonous atmosphere, or is incredibly volcanic, or has a high level of radioactivity. It has only a red dwarf star to light and warm it, and it is in the immediate neighborhood of a large gas giant. That is not a normal environment for an Earth-type world, and how will such an abnormal environment affect it? It must still be explored, even if only to find out certainly that it is uninhabitable. For that, it may not be necessary to land, said Wendell grimly. We'll get closer and judge better. Try, Crile, please try not to outrun the data. I couldn't bear your disappointment. Fisher nodded. I'll try. Yet Koropatsky deduced a habitable planet when everyone else told me it was totally impossible. You did too, Tessa. Over and over. But there it is, and it may be habitable. So let me hope while I can. Perhaps the people of Rotor are now on that world. And perhaps my daughter is, too. 83. Charlie Wu said rather indifferently, The captain is really furious. The last thing she wanted was to find a planet here. A world, I mean, since she won't allow us to call it a planet that may be habitable. It means it will have to be explored and we'll just have to go back and report. You know that's not what she wants. This is her one and only chance to be out in deep space. Once this is over, she's through for life. Others will work on superluminal techniques. Others will explore space. She'll be retired to an advisory position only. She'll hate it. How about you, Charlie? Would you go out in space again, given a chance? Blankowitz asked. Wu didn't hesitate. I'm not sure that I want to go wandering around in space. I don't have the exploring bug. But you know, last night I got the queer notion I might just like to settle down here, if it's habitable. How about you? Settle down here? Of course not. I don't say I'd like to be earthbound forever, but I'd like to be back there for a while anyway, before striking out again. I've been thinking about it. This satellite is one in, 10,000? Who would figure on a habitable world in a red dwarf system? It should be explored. I'm even willing to spend time on it and have someone else go back to Earth and take care of my priority on the gravitational effect. You'd protect my interests. Wouldn't you, Mary? Of course I would, Charlie. And so would Captain Wendell. She has all the data signed and witnessed.
So, there you are. And I think the captain is wrong to want to explore the galaxy. She could visit 100 stars and not see one world as unusual as this one. Why bother with quantity when you've got quality right in hand?
Personally, said Blankowitz, I think that what bothers her is Fisher's kid. What if he finds her?
So what? He can take her back to Earth with him. What would that be to the captain?
There's a wife involved, too, you know.
Do you ever hear him mention her?
That wouldn't mean he...
Her mouth closed suddenly at the sound outside, and Carl Fisher walked in and nodded at the two. Blankowitz said quickly, as though to wipe out the previous conversation,
Has Henry finished with the spectroscopy?
Fisher shook his head. I can't tell. The poor fellow is nervous. He's afraid of misinterpreting the thing, I suppose.
Wu said,
Come on. It's the computer that does the interpretation. He can hide behind that.
No, he can't, said Blankowitz with fervor. I like that. You theoreticians think that all we observers do is just tend a computer, give it a stroke or two, and say, nice doggy, then read off the results. It's not so. What the computer says depends on what you put into it, and I never heard a theoretician face an observation he didn't like without blaming the observer. Never once did I hear him say, there must be something wrong with the computer.
Hold on, said Wu. Let's not flood this place with recrimination. Have you ever heard me blaming observers?
If you didn't like Henry's observations,
I'd take them anyway. I don't have any theories about this world. And that's why you take whatever he gives you. At this point, Henry Jarlow walked in with Tessa Wendell close behind. He looked like a cloud making up its mind to rain. Wendell said,
Very well, Jarlow, we're all here. Now tell us, what does it look like?
The trouble is, said Jarlow, there isn't enough ultraviolet in the light of this weakling star to raise a sunburn on an albino. I have to work with microwaves, and that tells me at once that there's water vapor in the world's atmosphere.
Wendell shrugged it off with an impatient lift of her shoulders.
We don't need you to tell us that. A world the size of Earth in a liquid water range of temperature would surely have water and therefore water vapor. That moves it one more notch toward habitability, but only one more thoroughly expected notch.
Oh, no, said Jarlow uneasily. It's habitable, no question.
Because of the water vapor?
No, I have something better than that.
What?
Jarlow looked around him at the other four rather grimly and said,
Would you say a world was habitable if, in actual fact, it was inhabited?
Yes, I think I could bring myself to say that, said Wu calmly.
Are you telling me that you can see that it's inhabited at this distance? Asked Wendell sharply.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Captain. There's free oxygen in the atmosphere and in quantity. Can you tell me how that can be without photosynthesis? And can you tell me how you can have photosynthesis without the presence of life? And can you tell me how a planet can be uninhabitable if it has oxygen-producing life on it?
There was dead silence for a moment. Then Wendell said, That is so unlikely, Jarlow. Are you sure you didn't mess up the programming?
And Blankowitz quietly raised her eyebrows at Wu in an unspoken, See?
Jarlow said stiffly,
I have never messed up, as you call it, a programming in my life, but of course I'm willing to stand corrected if anyone here feels he is more knowledgeable about atmospheric infrared analysis than I am. It's not my field of expertise, but I did make careful use of Blanc and Nkrumah on the subject.
Carl Fisher, who had gained considerable self-confidence since the incident involving Wu's bid to return home, did not hesitate to insert his views. Look, he said, this will either be confirmed or denied as we get closer, but why don't we assume that Dr. Jarlow's analysis is correct and see where that takes us? If there is oxygen in the atmosphere of this world, might we not assume that it's been terraformed? All eyes turned to look at him.
Terraformed?
Said Jarlow blankly.
Yes, terraformed. Why not? You have this world that is suitable for life, except that it has the carbon dioxide and nitrogen atmosphere that worlds without life have, like Mars and Venus. And you dump algae into the ocean, and pretty soon it's goodbye carbon dioxide and hello oxygen. Or maybe you do something else. I'm no expert.
They were still looking at him.
Fisher went on. The reason I'm suggesting this is that I remember there was talk about terraforming on the farms on Rotor. I worked there. There were even some seminars on terraforming that I attended, because I felt it might have something to do with the hyper-assistance program. It didn't, but at least I heard about terraforming. Finally, Jarlow said, In all you heard about terraforming, Fisher, do you by any chance recall anyone saying how long it would take?
Fisher spread his arms.
You tell me, Dr. Jarlow. It will save time, I'm sure. All right.
It took Rotor 2 years to get here, if it got here. That means it's been here 13 years. If all of Rotor were solid algae and it was all dumped into the ocean and lived and grew and produced oxygen, then to get to the present level where I estimate the oxygen content is 18% and carbon dioxide is present only in traces, I would imagine it would take some thousands of years, perhaps hundreds of years, if conditions were enormously favorable. It certainly would take more than 13 years, and frankly, Earth algae are adapted to Earth conditions quite precisely. On another world, the algae might not grow or might do so very slowly till it adapted itself. 13 years wouldn't change a thing. Fisher seemed unperturbed. But there is lots of oxygen there and no carbon dioxide, so if it's not the result of Rotorian action, what is it the result of? Doesn't it strike you that we must assume there's non-earthly life on this world? It's what I did assume, said Jarlow. Wendell said, It's what we have to assume immediately. Native vegetation is photosynthesizing. It doesn't mean for one moment that Rotorians are on the world, or that they ever even reached this system. Fisher looked annoyed. Well, Captain, he said with pointed formality, I have to say that neither does it mean the Rotorians aren't on the world, or that they haven't reached the system. If the planet has vegetation of its own, it just means that no terraforming was required and the Rotorians could move right in. I don't know, said Blankowitz. I should think there would be no reasonable chance at all that vegetation evolving on a strange planet would be nourishing to human beings. I doubt that human beings could digest it, or that they could assimilate even if they could digest it. I would certainly offer high odds that it would be poisonous, and if there's plant life, there's bound to be animal life, and we don't know what that would entail. Even in that case, said Fisher, it's still possible that the Rotorians would fence off a tract of land, kill the native life within it, and seed plants of their own. I imagine this alien planting, if you want to call it that, would expand with the years. Supposition on supposition, muttered Wendell. In any case, said Fisher, it's completely useless to sit here and make up scenarios when the logical thing is to explore the world as best we can, and from as close a view as possible, even from its surface, if that seems feasible. And Wu said with surprising force, I completely agree, Blankowitz said. I'm a biophysicist, and if there's life on the planet, then whatever else it may have or may not have, we must explore it. Wendell looked from one to the other, and, reddening slightly, said, I suppose we must. 84. The closer we get, said Tessa Wendell, and the more information we gather, the more confusing it all is. Is there any question that this is apparently a dead world? There is no illumination on the night hemisphere. There are no signs of vegetation or of any form of life. No gross signs, said Wu coolly, but something must be happening to keep oxygen in the air. Not being a chemist, I can't think of any chemical process that would do the trick. Can anyone? He scarcely waited for an answer. In fact, he went on, I seriously question whether a chemist could come up with a chemical explanation. If the oxygen is there, it must be a biological process that produces it. We just don't know of anything else. Wendell said, If we say that, then we're judging from our experience with exactly one oxygen-containing atmosphere, Earth's. Someday we may be laughed at. It may turn out that the galaxy is littered with oxygen atmospheres that have no connection with life, and we'll be on record as having been stymied entirely because of our experience with the one planet that is a freak and has a biological source of the oxygen. No, said Jarlow angrily. You can't get out of it that way, Captain. You can picture all sorts of scenarios, but you can't expect the laws of nature to change for your convenience. If you want to have a non-biological source of an oxygen-containing atmosphere, you have to suggest a mechanism. But, said Wendell, there's no sign of chlorophyll in the light reflected from the world. Why should there be? Said Jarlow. The chances are that a somewhat different molecule has been evolved under the selective pressure of light from a red dwarf star. May I make a suggestion? Please do, said Wendell bitterly. It seems to me you do nothing else. Very well. All we can actually tell is that the land areas of the world seem to be completely denuded of life. That means nothing. Until 400 million years ago, Earth's land areas were similarly sterile, but the planet had an oxygen atmosphere and abundant life. Sea life. Yes, Captain. There's nothing wrong with sea life, and that would include algae or the equivalent, microscopic plants that would do perfectly well as oxygen factories. The algae in Earth's seas produce 80% of the oxygen that pours into the atmosphere each year. Doesn't this explain everything? It explains the oxygen atmosphere, and it also explains the apparent lack of land life. It also means we can safely explore the planet by landing on the sterile land surface of the world and studying the sea with what instruments we have, leaving it for a later expedition, suitably equipped, to do the detailed work. Yes, but human beings are land animals. If Rotor had reached this system, they would surely have attempted to colonize the land areas, and of such colonization there is no hint. Is it really necessary to investigate the world further? The captain asked. Oh, yes, said Wu quickly. We can't go back with deductions only. We need some facts. There may be surprises. Do you expect any? Asked Wendell with a touch of anger. It doesn't matter whether I do or not. Can we go back to Earth and tell them that, without looking, we were sure there would be no surprises?
That would not be very sensible. It seems to me, said Wendell, that you've changed your mind rather drastically. You were ready to return without even approaching the neighbor star. As I recall, said Wu, I had my mind changed for me. In any case, under the circumstances, we must explore. I know, Captain, that there is a certain temptation to seize the opportunity to visit a few other star systems, but now that there is an apparently habitable world in view, we must come back to Earth with maximum information on something that may be far more important to our planet in a very practical sense than any amount of catalog-type information concerning the nearer stars. Besides, and he pointed at the viewport with what was almost surprise on his face, I want to take a closer look at that world. I have this feeling it will be completely safe.
This feeling, said Wendell sardonically. I'm allowed my intuitions, Captain. Mary Blankowitz said in a rather husky voice, I have my intuitions too, Captain, and I'm worried. Wendell looked at the young woman with sudden surprise. She said, Are you weeping, Blankowitz? No, not really, Captain. I'm just very upset. Why? I've been using the ND. The neuronic detector? On that empty world? Why? Blankowitz said, Because I came here to use it, because that's my function. And the results are negative, said Wendell. I'm sorry, Blankowitz, but if we visit other star systems, you'll have other chances. But that's just it, Captain. The results are not negative. I detect intelligence on the world, and that's why I'm upset. It's a ridiculous result, and I don't know what's wrong.
Jarlow said, Perhaps the device isn't working. It's so new that it wouldn't be surprising if it weren't reliable.
But why isn't it working? Is the neuronic detector detecting us here on the ship, or is it simply giving a false positive? I've checked it. The shielding is in perfect order, and if I had a false positive, I ought to have it elsewhere. There are no signs of any positive responses from the gas giant, for instance, or from the neighbor star, or from random points in space, but every time I allow it to sweep the satellite, I get a response.
You mean, said Wendell, that on this world where we can detect no life, you detect intelligence?
It's a very minimal response. I can just barely pick it up.
Crowell Fisher said, Actually, Captain, what about Jarlow's point? If there's life in the world's ocean and we don't detect it because the water's opaque, there might still be intelligent life, and perhaps Dr. Blankowitz detects that.
Wu said, Fisher has a good point. After all, life in the sea, however intelligent, is not likely to have a technology. You can't have fire in the sea. Non-technological life does not make itself very evident, but it may still be intelligent. And a species, however intelligent, is not to be feared without technology, especially if it can't leave the sea, and if we remain on land. It just makes things more interesting and makes it more necessary for us to investigate.
Blankowitz said in annoyance,
You all talk so quickly and so endlessly that I don't get a chance to say anything. You're all wrong. If it were intelligent sea life, I would get a positive response only from the oceans. I get it everywhere, just about evenly. Land as well as sea. I don't understand it at all.
On land as well? Said Wendell, clearly incredulous.
Then there must be something wrong. But I can't find anything wrong, said Blankowitz. That's what's so upsetting. I just don't understand this.
Then, as though in extenuation, she added,
It's very feeble, of course, but it's there.
Fisher said, I think I can explain it. All eyes turned to him, and he grew immediately defensive. Maybe I'm not a scientist, he said, but that doesn't mean I can't see something that's pretty plain. There's intelligence in the sea, but we can't see it because the water hides it. All right, that makes sense. But there's intelligence on land, too. Well, that's hidden also. It's underground. Underground, said Jarlow explosively. Why should it be underground? There's nothing wrong with the air or with the temperature or with anything we can detect. What's here to hide from? From the light, for one thing, said Fisher forcefully. I'm talking about the Rotorians. Suppose they did colonize the planet. Why would they want to remain under the red light of the neighbor star, light in which their Rotorian plant life would not flourish, and under which they themselves would grow despondent? Underground, they could have artificial lighting, and both they and their plants would be better off. Besides, he paused, and Wendell said, Go on, what else? Well, you have to understand the Rotorians. They live on the inside of a world. It's what they're used to and what they consider normal. They wouldn't find it comfortable to cling to the outside skin of a world. They would dig underneath as a matter of course.
Wendell said, Then you're suggesting
that Blankowitz's neuronic detector is detecting the presence of human beings under the surface of the planet. Yes, why not? It's the thickness of the soil between their caverns and the surface that weakens the response the neuronic detector is measuring, Wendell said. But Blankowitz gets more or less the same response over both land and sea. Over the entire planet, it's very even, said Blankowitz. All right, said Fisher. Native intelligence in the sea, Rotorians underground on land. Why not? Wait, said Jarlow. You get a response everywhere, Blankowitz, right? Everywhere. I've detected some slight ups and downs, but the response is so shallow I can't really be sure. Certainly there seems to be some intelligence everywhere on the planet. Jarlow said, I suppose that's possible in the sea, but how is it possible on land? Do you suppose that Rotorians in 13 years, have dug a network of tunnels under all the land surface of this world? If you got one area of response, or even two, small ones taking up a tiny fraction of the world's surface, I'd consider the possibility of Rotorian burrowing. But the entire surface? Please, tell that to my Aunt Tilly. Wu said, Am I to take it, Henry, that you're suggesting that there is an alien intelligence underground everywhere on the land surface? Jarlow said, I don't see what other conclusion we can come to unless we want to conclude that Blankowitz's device is completely meaningless. In that case, said Wendell, I wonder if it's safe to go down and investigate. An alien intelligence is not necessarily a friendly intelligence, and the superluminal is not equipped to make war. Wu said, I don't think we can give up. We must find out what kind of intelligent life is present and how it might interfere, if at all, with any plans we may make to evacuate Earth and come here. Blankowitz said, There is one place where the response is a tiny bit more intense than it is anywhere else. Not much. Shall I try to find it again? Wendell said, Go ahead, try. We can examine the surroundings there carefully and then decide whether to descend or not. Wu smiled blandly. I'm sure it will be entirely safe to do so. Wendell merely scowled unhappily. 85. The peculiar thing about Saltod Leverett, in the opinion of Janus Pitt, was that he liked it out in the asteroid belt. Apparently there were some people who truly enjoyed emptiness, who loved inanimacy. I don't dislike people, Leverett would explain. I can get all I want of them on holovision, talk to them, listen to them, laugh with them. I can do everything but feel them and smell them, and who wants to do that? Besides, we're building 5 settlements in the asteroid belt, and I can visit any one of them and get my fill of people and smell them, too, for what good that does me. And then, when he did come to Rotor, the metropolis as he insisted on calling it, he would keep looking from one side to the other as though he expected people to crowd in on him. He even looked at chairs suspiciously and sat down on them with a sidewise slide as though hoping to wipe off the aura that the previous backside had left upon it. Janus Pitt had always thought he was the ideal acting commissioner for the asteroid project. That position had, in effect, given him a free hand in everything that had to do with the outer rim of the Nemesian system. That included not only the settlements in progress, but with the scanning service itself. They had finished their lunch in the privacy of Pitt's quarters, for Saltod would sooner go hungry than eat in a dining room to which the general public, meaning even a third person who was unknown to him, would be admitted. Pitt, in fact, felt a certain surprise that Leverett had agreed to eat with him. Pitt studied him casually. Leverett was so lean and leathery and gave such an appearance of whipcord and gristle that he didn't look as if he had ever been young or would ever be old. His eyes were faded blue, his hair faded yellow. Pitt said, When was the last time you were on Rotor, Saltod? Nearly 2 years ago, and I take it unkindly of you to put me through this, Janus. Why? What have I done? I certainly haven't summoned you here, though since you are here, old friend, you're welcome. You might as well have summoned me. What's this message you sent out to the effect that you were not to be bothered with little things? Are you getting to the point where you're so big you want only big things? Pitt's smile grew a trifle strained. I don't know what you're talking about, Saltod. They had a report for you. They detected a small bit of radiation coming in from outside. They sent it to you, and you sent back one of your special memos about how you couldn't be bothered. Oh, that. Pitt remembered. It had been that moment of self-pity and irritation. Surely he was allowed to be irritated at times. Well, your people are watching for settlements. They shouldn't bother me with minor matters. If that's your attitude, fine, but it so happens they've found something that's not a settlement, and they don't want to report it to you. They've reported it to me, and they've requested me to pass it on to you, despite your order that you are not to be bothered with minutiae. They figured it's my job to handle you, but I'd rather not, Janus. Are you becoming a cantankerous fellow in your powerful old age? Don't rattle on, Saltod. What is it they've reported? Said Pitt, with more than a touch of cantankerousness about him. They spotted a vessel. What do you mean, a vessel? Not a settlement? Leverett held up a gnarled paw.
Not a settlement. I said a vessel.
I don't understand.
What's to understand? Do you need a computer? If so, yours is right there. A vessel is a ship making its way through space with a crew on board.
How large?
It could carry half a dozen people, I suppose.
Then it must be one of ours.
It isn't. Every one of ours is accounted for. This one is simply not of Rotorian manufacture. The scanning service may have been reluctant to talk to you about it, but they did some work on their own. No computer anywhere in the system has been involved with the construction of any ship like that vessel, and no one could have built a vessel like that without computer involvement at some stage.
Then you conclude?
That it's not a Rotorian vessel. It comes from elsewhere. As long as there was the slightest chance that it might have been produced by us, my boys kept quiet and didn't disturb you per your instructions. When it appeared definitely not to be one of our own, they passed it on to me and said you should be told, but that they wouldn't do it. You know, Janus, past a certain point, trampling on people is counterproductive.
Shut up, said Pitt peevishly. How could it be non-Rotorian? Where would it come from?
I suppose it had to come from the solar system.
Impossible. A vessel of the size you describe, with half a dozen people on board, couldn't possibly have made the trip from the solar system, even if they discovered hyper-assistance, and it is certainly conceivable they did. A half-dozen people at close quarters for over 2 years could not complete the trip alive. Maybe there are some exemplary crews well-trained and unusually suited to the task, who could make the trip and end up at least partly sane, but nobody in the solar system would risk it. Nothing less than a complete settlement, a self-contained world occupied by people accustomed to it from birth, could possibly make an interstellar trip and do well.
Nevertheless, said Leverett, we have here a small vessel of non-Rotorian manufacture. That's a fact, and you have no choice but to accept that, I promise you. Where do you say it came from? The nearest star is the sun. That's a fact, too. If it didn't come from the solar system, then it came from some other star system, and the journey was a good deal longer than 2 years and a bit. If 2 years and a bit is impossible, everything else is certainly impossible.
Pitt said, Suppose it's not human at all. Suppose these are other forms of life with other psychologies that can endure long trips at close quarters.
Or suppose they are people this big, and Leverett held his thumb and forefinger a quarter of an inch apart, and that the vessel is a settlement for them. Well, it's not so. They're not aliens. They're not teeny-weenies. That vessel isn't Rotorian, but it is human. We'd expect aliens to look completely different from human beings, and they ought to build ships completely different from those of human beings. That vessel is a human vessel right down to the serial code along its side, which is in the terrestrial alphabet.
You didn't say that.
I didn't think it needed saying, Pitt said.
It could be a human ship, but it could be automated. It could have robots on board.
It could, said Leverett. In that case, should we blow it out of the sky? If there are no human beings on board, there are no ethical problems involved. You destroy property, but after all, they're trespassing.
Pitt said, I'm considering it.
Leverett smiled broadly. Don't. That vessel has not spent more than 2 years traveling through space.
What do you mean?
Have you forgotten the condition Rotor was in when we arrived here? We did spend over 2 years in passage, and half of that time we were in normal space going at just under the speed of light. At that speed, the surface was abraded by collision with atoms, molecules, and dust particles. It took polishing and repairs, as I recall. Don't you remember?
And this ship? Said Pitt, without bothering to say whether he remembered.
As shiny as though it had traveled no more than a few million kilometers at ordinary speeds.
That's impossible. Don't bother me with these games.
It's not impossible. A few million kilometers at ordinary speeds is all they passed through. The rest of the way? Hyperspace.
What are you talking about?
Pitt's patience was wearing thin. Superluminal flight. They've got it.
That's theoretically impossible.
Is it? Well, if you can think of any other way of explaining all this, go to it.
Pitt stared at him open-mouthed.
But I know. The physicists say it's impossible, but they have it anyway. Now, let me tell you this. If they have superluminal flight, they must have superluminal communication. Then the solar system knows they're here, and it knows what's happening. If we blow the ship out of the sky, the solar system will know that, too, and after a while, a fleet of such vessels will come out of space, and they'll come shooting at us.
What would you do, then?
Pitt found himself temporarily unable to think. What else is there to do but greet them in friendly fashion, find out what they are, who they are, what they're doing, and what they want? Now, it's my idea that they plan to land on Erythro. We'll have to land there, too, and talk to them.
On Erythro?
If they're on Erythro, Janus, where do you want us to be? We've got to confront them there. We've got to take that chance.
Pitt felt his mind beginning to tick over again. He said, Since this seems to you to be necessary, would you be willing to do it, with a ship and a crew, of course? You mean you won't? As commissioner? I can't come down to greet some unknown ship. Beneath the official dignity, I see. So I'm to face the aliens or the teeny-weenies or the robots or whatever without you. I'll be in constant contact, of course, Saltod. Voice and image. At a distance. Yes. But a successful mission on your part would be suitably rewarded, after all. Is that so? In that case... Leverett looked at Pitt speculatively. Pitt waited, then said, Are you going to name a price? I am going to suggest a price. If you want me to meet this vessel on Erythro, then I want Erythro. What do you mean? I want Erythro as my home. I'm tired of the asteroids. I'm tired of scanning. I'm tired of people. I've had enough. I want a whole empty world. I want to build nice living quarters, get food and necessaries from the dome, have my own farm and my own animals if I can coax them to do well. How long have you wanted this? I don't know. It's been growing on me. And since I came here and have gotten a good look at Rota with its crowds and noise, Erythro looks better than ever to me. Pitt frowned. That makes two of you. You're just like that mad girl. What mad girl? Eugenia Insigna's daughter. You know Insigna, I suppose. The astronomer, of course. I haven't met her daughter. Completely mad. She wants to stay on Erythro. I don't consider that mad. I consider that very sensible. In fact, if she wants to stay on Erythro, I could endure a woman. Pitt held up a finger. I said, girl. How old is she? 15. Oh? Well, she'll get older. Unfortunately, so will I. She's not one of your raving beauties. If you'll take a good look, Janus, said Leverett, neither am I. You have my terms. You want it officially recorded in the computer? Just as a formality, eh, Janus? Pitt did not smile. Very well. We'll try to watch where that vessel lands, and we'll make you ready for Erythro. Chapter 36. Meeting. 86. Eugenia Insigna said in a tone that seemed to place her halfway between puzzlement and discontent, Marlena was singing this morning, some song about home, home in the stars, where the worlds are all swinging and free. I know the song, said Siva Ganar, nodding. I'd sing it for you, but I can't carry a tune. They'd just finished lunch. They had lunch together every day now, something Ganar looked forward to with quiet satisfaction, even though the subject of conversation was invariably Marlena, and although Ganar felt that Insigna might be turning to him only out of desperation, since to whom else could she talk freely on the subject? He didn't care, whatever the excuse. I never heard her sing before, said Insigna. I always thought she couldn't. Actually, she has a pleasant contralto. It must be a sign that she's happy now, or excited, or contented, or something good, Eugenia. My own feeling is that she's found her place in the universe, found her unique reason for living. It's not given to all of us to find that. Most of us, Eugenia, drag onward, searching for life's personal meaning, not finding it, and ending with anything from roaring desperation to quiet resignation. I'm the quietly resigned type myself. Insigna managed to smile. I suspect you don't think that of me. You're not roaringly desperate, Eugenia, but you do tend to continue to fight lost battles. Her eyes dropped. Do you mean Cryle? Gunnar said. If you think I do, then I do. But actually, I was thinking of Marlena. She's been out a dozen times. She loves it. It makes her happy, and yet you sit here fighting off terror. What is it, Eugenia, that bothers you about it? Insigna ruminated, pushing her fork around on her plate. Then she said, It's the sense of loss, the unfairness of it. Cryle made a choice, and I lost him. Marlena has made a choice, and I'm losing her, if not to the plague, then to Erythro. I know. He reached for her hand, and she placed it rather absently in his. She said, Marlena is more and more eager to be out there in that absolute wilderness and less interested in being with us. Eventually, she will find a way of living out there and return at lengthening intervals, then be gone. You're probably right. But all of life is a symphony of successive losses. You lose your youth, your parents, your loves, your friends, your comforts, your health, and finally your life. To deny loss is to lose it all anyway, and to lose, in addition, your self-possession and your peace of mind. She was never a happy child, Siva. Do you blame yourself for that? I might have been more understanding. It's never too late to start. Marlena wanted a whole world, and she has it. She wanted to convert what has always been a burdensome ability of hers into a method for communicating directly with another mind, and she has it. Would you force her to give that up? Would you avoid your own loss of her more or less continuous presence by inflicting on her a greater loss than you or I can conceive?
the true use of her unusual brain? Insignia actually laughed a little, though her eyes were swimming with tears. You could talk a rabbit out of its hole, Seaver. Could I? My speech was never as effective as Crowell's silences, Insignia said. There were other influences. She frowned. It doesn't matter. You're here now, Seaver, and you're a great comfort to me. Gunnar said ruefully, It's the surest sign that I have reached my present age that I am actually comforted at being a comfort to you. The fires burn low when we ask not for this or that, but for comfort. There's nothing wrong with that, surely. Nothing wrong in the world. I suspect there are many couples who have gone through the wilds of passion and the rites of ecstasy without ever finding comfort in each other, and in the end, they might have been willing to exchange it all for comfort. I don't know. The quiet victories are so quiet, essential, but overlooked. Like you, my poor Seaver. Now, Eugenia. I've spent all my life trying to avoid the trap of self-pity, and you mustn't tempt me into it just to watch me writhe. Oh, Seaver, I don't want to watch you writhe. There. I just wanted to hear you say that. See how clever I am? But, you know, if you want a substitute for Marlena's presence, I am willing to hang around when you need comfort. Even a whole world to myself wouldn't tempt me from your side if you didn't want me to go. She squeezed his hand. I don't deserve you, Seaver. Don't use that as an excuse not to have me, Eugenia. I'm willing to waste myself on you, and you shouldn't stop me from making a supreme sacrifice. Have you found no one worthier? I haven't looked. Nor have I sensed among the women of Rota any great demand for me. Besides, what would I do with a worthier object? How dull it would be to offer myself as a duly deserved gift. How much more romantic to be an undeserved gift, to be bounty from the skies, to be godlike in your condescension to the unworthy. Gunnar nodded vigorously. I like that. Yes, yes. That's exactly the picture that appeals to me. Insignia laughed again and more freely. You're crazy, too. You know, I never noticed that somehow. I have hidden depths. As you get to know me still better, taking your time, of course. He was interrupted by the sharp buzz of the message receiver. He frowned. There you are, Eugenia. I get you to the point. I don't even remember how I did it, where you are ready to melt into my arms, and we're interrupted. Uh-oh. His voice suddenly changed completely. It's from Saltard Leverett. Who's he? You don't know him. Hardly anyone does. He's the nearest thing to a hermit I've ever met. He works in the asteroid belt because he likes it there. I haven't seen the old bum in years. I don't know why I say old, though, because he's my age. It's sealed, too. Sealed to my thumbprints, I see. That makes it secret enough for me to ask you to leave before I open it. Insignia rose at once, but Gunnar motioned her down. Don't be silly, Eugenia. Secrecy is just the disease of officialdom. I pay no attention to it. He pressed his thumb down on the sheet, then the other thumb in its appropriate place, and letters began to appear. Gunnar said, I often thought that if a person lacked thumbs... And then he fell silent. Still silent, he passed her the message. Am I allowed to read this? Gunnar shook his head. Of course not. But who cares? Read it. She did so, almost at a glance, then looked up. An alien ship? About to land here? Gunnar nodded. At least that's what it says. Insignia said wildly, But what about Marlena? She's out there. Erythro will protect her. How do you know? This may be a ship of aliens, real aliens, non-humans. The thing on Erythro may have no power over them. We're aliens to Erythro, yet it can easily control us. I must go out there. What good? I must be with her. Come with me. Help me. We'll bring her back into the dome. If these are all-powerful and malevolent invaders, we won't be safe inside. Oh, Seaver, is this a time for logic? Please, I must be with my daughter. 87. They had taken photographs, and now they were studying them. Tessa Wendell shook her head. Unbelievable. The whole world is absolutely desolate, except this. Intelligence everywhere, said Mary Blankowitz, her brow furrowed. No question about it now when we've been so close. Desolate or not, intelligence is there. But most intensely at that dome, right? Most intensely, Captain, most easily noticeable, and most familiar. Outside the dome, there are slight differences, and I'm not sure what it signifies. Wu said, We've never tested any high intelligence other than human, so of course... Wendell turned to him. Is it your opinion the intelligence outside the dome isn't human? Since we agree that human beings couldn't have burrowed everywhere underground in 13 years, what other conclusion is it possible to come to? And the dome, is that human? Wu said, That's a different thing entirely and doesn't depend on Blankowitz's plexons. There are astronomical instruments to be seen. The dome, or part of it, is an astronomical observatory. Couldn't alien intelligences be astronomers as well? Asked Jarlow a bit sardonically. Of course, said Wu, but with instruments of their own. When I see what looks to me like an infrared computerized scanner of exactly the type I would see on Earth, well, let's put it this way. Forget the nature of the intelligence. I see instruments that were either manufactured in the solar system or built from designs prepared in the solar system. There is no question about that. I cannot conceive that alien intelligences without contact with human beings could have built such instruments. Very well, said Wendell. I agree with you, Wu. Whatever there is on this world, there are or were human beings under that dome. Cryle Fisher said sharply. Don't just say human beings, Captain. There are Rotorians. There can be no other human beings on this world, excluding ourselves. Wu said, and that's unanswerable, too. Blankowitz said, it's such a small dome. Rotor must have had tens of thousands of people on it. 60,000, murmured Fisher. They can't all fit into that dome. For one thing, said Fisher, there may be other domes. We could sweep around the world 1,000 times and yet miss objects of all sorts. There's only this one place where there seemed to be a change in the plexon type. If there were other domes like that, I would have spotted a few more of them, I'm sure, Blankowitz said. Or, said Fisher, another possibility is that what we see is a tiny bit of an entire structure which, for all we know, may spread out for miles below the surface. Wu said, the Rotorians came in a settlement. The settlement may still exist. There may be many. This dome may be a mere outpost. We haven't seen a settlement, said Jarlow. We haven't looked, said Wu. We've concentrated entirely on this world. I haven't spotted intelligence anywhere but on this world, said Blankowitz. You haven't looked either, said Wu. We'd really have to scan the heavens to spot a settlement or two, but once you detected plexons from this world, you looked nowhere else. I will, if you think it's necessary. Wendell held up a hand. If there are settlements, why haven't they spotted us? We've made no attempt to shield our energy emissions. After all, we were pretty confident that this star system was empty. Wu said, they may have had the same overconfidence, Captain. They haven't been looking for us either, and so we've slipped past them. Or, if they have detected us, they may be uncertain as to who or what we are, and they're hesitating as to what action to take, just as we are. What I say, though, is that we do know one spot on the surface of this large satellite where there must be human beings, and I think we must go down and make contact with them. Do you think it would be safe to do so? Asked Blankowitz. My guess, said Wu firmly, is that it would be. They can't shoot us out of hand. After all, they'd want to know more about us before they do so. Besides, if all we dare do is stay here in uncertainty, then we will accomplish absolutely nothing, and we ought to go back home and tell them what we have discovered. Earth will send out a whole fleet of superluminal vessels, but they won't be thankful to us if we come back with only minimal information. We'll go down in history as the expedition that flinched. He smiled blandly. You see, Captain, I've learned a few lessons from Fisher. Wendell said, then you think we should now go down and make contact? Absolutely, said Wu. And you, Blankowitz? I'm curious. Not about the dome, but about the possible alien life. I'd want to find out about them, too. Jarlow? I wish we had adequate weapons or hypercommunication. If we're wiped out, Earth will have found out nothing. Absolutely nothing as the result of our trip. Then it might be that someone else will come here as unprepared as we and just as unsure. Still, if we survive the contact, we'll be going back with important knowledge. I suppose we should chance it, Fisher said quietly. Are you going to ask me for my opinion, Captain? I assume that you wish to land to see the Rotorians. Exactly. So may I suggest, let's land as quietly as we can and as unobtrusively, and I'll leave the ship to reconnoiter. If anything goes wrong, then take off and return to Earth, leaving me behind. I am dispensable, but the ship must return. Wendell said at once, her face seeming to tighten. Why you? Fisher said. Because I know the Rotorians, at least, and because I wish to go. I, too, said Wu. I must be with you. Why risk two? Asked Fisher. Because two are safer than one. Because in case of trouble, one might escape while the other holds off the threat. And most of all, because, as you say, you know the Rotorians. Your judgment may be warped.
Wendell said. "We will land, then. Fisher and Wu will leave the ship. If at any time Fisher and Wu disagree on procedure, Wu will be the decision-maker."
"Why?"
demanded Fisher indignantly. "Wu has said you know the Rhetorians, and your decisions may be warped," said Wendell, looking at Fisher firmly. "And I agree with him." 88. Marlena was happy. She felt as if she were wrapped in gentle arms, protected, shielded. She could see the reddish light of Nemesis and feel the wind against her cheeks. She could watch the clouds obscure part or all of Nemesis' large globe now and then, so that the light would dim and turn grayish. But she could see as easily in the gray as in the red, and she could see in shades and tints that made fascinating patterns. And though the wind grew cooler when Nemesis' light was hidden, it never chilled her. It was as though Erythro were somehow enhancing her sight, somehow warming the air around her body when necessary, somehow caring for her in every way. And she could talk to Erythro. She had made up her mind to think of the cells that made up the life on Erythro, as the planet. Why not? What else? Individually, the cells were only cells, as primitive, much more primitive, in fact, than the individual cells of her own body. It was only all of the prokaryote cells together that made up an organism that encircled the planet in a billion trillion tiny interconnected pieces that so filled and permeated and grasped the planet that it might as well be thought of as the planet. How odd, thought Marlena. This giant life form must never, before the coming of Rota, have known that anything live existed other than itself. Her questions and sensations did not have to exist entirely in her mind. Erythro would rise before her sometimes like thin gray smoke, consolidating into a wraith-like human figure wavering at the edges. There was always about it a flowing feeling. She could not actually see that, but she sensed beyond doubt that millions of invisible cells were leaving each second and immediately being replaced by others. No one prokaryote cell could exist for long out of its water film, so that each was only evanescently part of the figure, but the figure itself was as permanent as it wished to be, and never lost its identity. Erythro did not take Orinel's form again. It had gathered, without being told, that was disturbing. Its appearance was neutral now, changing slightly with the vagaries of Marlena's own thought. Erythro could follow the delicate changes of her mind pattern far better, she decided, than she herself could, and the figure adjusted to that, looking more like some figure in her mind's eye at one moment, and then as she tried to focus on it and identify it, it would shift gently into something else. Occasionally she could catch glimpses, the curve of her mother's cheek, Uncle Seaver's strong nose, bits of the girls and boys she had met at school. It was an interactive symphony. It was not so much a conversation between them as a mental ballet she could not describe, something that was infinitely soothing, infinite in variety, partly changing appearance, partly changing voice, partly changing thought. It was a conversation in so many dimensions that the possibility of going back to communication that consisted only of speech left her feeling flat, lifeless. Her gift of sensing by body language flowered into something she had never imagined earlier. Thoughts could be exchanged far more swiftly and deeply than by the coarse crudeness of speech. Erythro filled her, with the shock of encountering other minds. Minds, plural. One more might have been grasped easily, another world, another mind. But to encounter many minds, crowding on each other, each different, overlapping in small space, unthinkable. The thoughts that permeated Marlena's mind as Erythro expressed itself could be expressed only distantly and unsatisfactorily in words. Behind those words, overflowing and drowning them, were the emotions, the feelings, the neuronic vibrations that shattered Erythro into a rearrangement of concepts. It had experimented with the minds, felt them, not felt as human beings would mean felt, but something else entirely that could be approached very distantly by that human word and concept. And some of the minds crumpled, decayed, became unpleasant. Erythro ceased to feel minds at random, but sought out minds that would withstand the contact. "And you found me?" said Marlena. "I found you." "But why? Why did you look for me?" she asked eagerly. The figure wavered and turned smokier. "Just to find you." It was no answer. "Why do you want me to be with you?" The figure started to fade, and the thought was a fugitive one. "Just to be with me."
and it was gone. Only its image was gone. Marlena felt its protection still, its warm enclosure. But why had it disappeared? Had she displeased it with her questions? She heard a sound. On an empty world, it is possible to catalogue the sounds briefly, for there aren't many. There is the noise of flowing water and the more delicate moan of blowing air. There are the predictable noises you make yourself, whether the falling of a footstep, the rustle of clothing, or the whistle of breath. Marlena heard something that was none of these and turned in the direction of it. Over the rocky outcropping on her left, there appeared the head of a man. Her first thought, of course, was that it was someone from the dome who had come to get her, and she felt a surge of anger. Why would they still be searching for her? She would refuse to wear a wave emitter from now on, and they would then have no way of locating her except by blind search. But she did not recognize the face, and surely she had met everyone in the dome by now. She might not know the individual names or anything about them, but she would know when she saw anyone from the dome that she had seen that face before. She had not seen this new face anywhere in the dome. Those eyes were staring at her. The mouth was a little open, as if the person were panting. And then, whoever it was topping the rise and running to her. She faced him. The protection she felt around her was strong. She was not afraid. He stopped, 10 feet away, staring, leaning forward as though he had reached a barrier he could not penetrate, one that deprived him of the ability to advance farther. Finally, he said in a strangled voice, "Roseanne." 89. Marlena stared at him, observing carefully. His micro-movements were eager and radiated a sense of ownership, possession, closeness, mine. She took a step backward. How was that possible? Why should he? A dim memory of a hollow image she had once seen when she was a little girl. And finally, she could deny it no more. However impossible it sounded, however unimaginable, she huddled within the protective blanket and said, "Father?" He rushed at her, as though he wanted to seize her in his arms, and she stepped away again. He paused, swaying, then put one hand to his forehead, as though fighting dizziness. He said, "Marlene, I meant to say Marlene." He pronounced it incorrectly, Marlena noticed. 2 syllables. But that was right for him. How would he know? A second man came up and stood next to him. He had straight black hair, a wide face, narrow eyes, a sallow complexion. Marlena had never seen a man who quite looked like him. She gaped a little and had to make an effort to close her mouth. The second man said to the first in a soft, incredulous voice, "Is this your daughter, Fisher?" Marlena's eyes widened. Fisher. It was her father. Her father didn't look at the other man, only at her. "Yes." The other said even more softly, "First deal of the cards, Fisher. You come here and the first person you meet is your daughter?" Fisher seemed to make an effort to turn his eyes from his daughter, but he failed. "I think that's it, Wu. Marlene, your last name is Fisher, isn't it? Your mother is Eugenia Insignia, am I right? My name is Ctrl Fisher, and I'm your father." He held out his arms to her. Marlena was well aware that the look of yearning on her father's face was completely real, but she stepped back yet again and said coldly, "How is it you're here?" "I came from Earth to find you. To find you, after all these years." "Why did you want to find me? You left me when I was a baby." "I had to then, but it was always with the intention of coming back for you." And another voice, harsh, steely, broke in and said, "So you came back for Marlena? For nothing else?" Eugenia Insignia was standing there, face pale, lips almost colorless, hands trembling. Behind her was Seaver Gunnar, looking astonished but remaining in the background. Neither one was wearing protective clothing. Insignia said, voice hurried, semi-hysterical, "I thought there would be people from some settlement, people from the solar system. I thought there might be some alien life form. I went through every possibility I could think of, and in all the thoughts that crowded in on me after I was told a strange ship was landing, I never once thought it might be Ctrl Fisher coming back. And for Marlena. I came with others on an important mission. This is Chow Li Wu, a shipmate, and we meet. Did it ever occur to you that you might encounter me, or were your thoughts entirely on Marlena? What was your important mission, to find Marlena?" "No, that was not the mission, just my desire." "And I?" Fisher's eyes fell. "I came for Marlene." "You came for her? To take her away?" "I thought," began Fisher, and his words stuck. Wu watched him wonderingly. Gunnar frowned in thoughtful anger. Insignia whirled toward her daughter. Marlena, would you go anywhere with this man? I'm not going anywhere with anyone, Mother, said Marlena quietly. Insignia said, There's your answer, Cryle. You can't leave me with my child of a year and come back 15 years later with a, by the way, I'll take her over now, and not a thought of me. She's your daughter biologically, but nothing more. She's mine by the right of 15 years of loving and caring. Marlena said, There is no point in quarreling over me, Mother. Chow Li Wu stepped forward. Pardon me. I have been introduced, but no one has been introduced to me. You are, madam? Eugenia Insignia Fisher, she pointed at Fisher. His wife, once. And this is your daughter, madam? Yes, this is Marlena Fisher. Wu bowed slightly. And this other gentleman? Gunnar said, I'm Seaver Gunnar, commander of the dome that you see behind me on the horizon. Ah, good. Commander, I would like to speak to you. I regret that there seems to be a family argument here, but it has nothing to do with our mission. And just what is your mission? Growled another new voice. Coming toward them was a white-haired figure, his mouth turned down, with something that looked very much like a weapon in his hand. Hello, Seaver, he said as he passed Gunnar. Gunnar looked startled. Saltat, why are you here? I am representing Commissioner Janus Pitt of Rotor. I repeat my question to you, sir. What is your mission, and what is your name? My name, at least, said Wu, is easily given. It is Dr. Chow Li Wu. And you, sir? Saltat Leverett. Greetings. We come in peace, said Wu, eyeing the weapon. I hope so, said Leverett grimly. I have 6 ships with me, and they've got your ship in their sights. Indeed, said Wu. This small dome? With a fleet? This small dome is only a tiny outpost, said Leverett. I have the fleet. Do not count on a bluff. I will take your word for it, said Wu. But our one small ship comes from Earth. It got here because it has the capacity for superluminal flight. Do you know what I mean? Faster than light travel. I know what you mean, Gunnar said suddenly. Is Dr. Wu telling the truth, Marlena? Yes, he is, Uncle Seaver, said Marlena. Interesting, murmured Gunnar. Wu said calmly, I am delighted to have my word confirmed by this young lady. Am I to suppose she is Rotor's expert on superluminal flight? You need not suppose anything, said Leverett impatiently. Why are you here? You have not been invited. No, we haven't. We didn't know that anyone was here to object to us, but I urge you not to give in unnecessarily to any bad temper. At any false move from you, our ship will just disappear into hyperspace. Marlena said quickly, He's not certain about that. Wu frowned. I'm certain enough. And even if you manage to destroy the ship, our home base on Earth knows where we are and is getting constant reports. If anything happens to us, the next expedition will be one of 50 superluminal battle cruisers. Don't risk it, sir. Marlena said, That is not so. Gunnar said, What is not so, Marlena? When he said that the home base on Earth knows where he is, that was not so, and he knew that was not so. Gunnar said, That's good enough for me, Saltat. These people do not have hypercommunication. Wu's expression did not change. Are you relying on the speculation of a teenage girl? It's not speculation, it's a certainty. Saltat, I'll explain later. Take my word for it. Marlena said suddenly, Ask my father. He'll tell you. She didn't quite understand how her father would know about her gift. She had surely not had it, or at least had not displayed it when she was 1 year old. But his understanding was clear. It shouted itself at her, for all that others could not see it. Fisher said, It's no use, Wu. Marlena can see right through us. For the first time, Wu's coolness seemed to desert him. He frowned and said tartly, How would you know anything at all about this girl, even if she's your daughter? You haven't seen her since she was an infant. I had a younger sister once, said Fisher in a low voice. Gunnar said with sudden enlightenment, It runs in the family, then. Interesting. Well, Dr. Wu, you see, we have a tool here that allows no bluffing. Let us then be open with each other. Why have you come to this world? To save the solar system. Ask the young lady, since she is your absolute authority, if I am telling the truth this time. Marlena said, Of course you're telling the truth, Dr. Wu. We know about the danger. My mother discovered it. Wu said, And we discovered it too, little lady, without any help from your mother. Saltat Leverett looked from one to another and said, May I ask what you're all talking about? Gunnar said, Believe me, Saltod, Janus Pitt knows all about it. I'm sorry he hasn't told you. But if you get in touch with him now, he will. Tell him we are dealing with people who know how to travel faster than light, and that we might be able to make a deal. 90. The four of them sat in Seaver Gunnar's private quarters in the Dome, and Gunnar tried to keep his sense of history from overwhelming him. This was the first example in human history of an interstellar negotiation. If each of the four were famous for nothing else, their names would ring down the corridors of galactic history for this alone. 2 and 2. There, on the side of the solar system, Earth, really, and who would have thought that decadent Earth would be representing the solar system, that they should have developed superluminal flight rather than one of the up-to-date live-wire settlements, were Chow Li Wu and Crowell Fisher. Wu was talkative and insinuating, a mathematician, but one who was clearly possessed of practical acumen. Fisher, on the other hand, and Gunnar still could not accustom himself to the notion that he was actually seeing him again, sat there quietly, lost in thought and contributing little. On his own side was Saltod Leverett, suspicious and uneasy at being in such close contact with three at once, but firm, lacking the wordy flow of Wu, yet having no trouble in making himself clear. As for Gunnar, he was as quiet as Fisher, but he was waiting for them to settle the matter, since he knew something the other three did not. Night had fallen by now, and hours had passed. First lunch, then dinner had been served. There had been breaks to snap the tension, and during one of them Gunnar had gone out to see Eugenia Insignia and Marlena. "It's not going badly," said Gunnar. "Both sides have a great deal to gain." "What about Cryle?" asked Insignia nervously. "Has he brought up the matter of Marlena?" "Honestly, Eugenia, that is not the subject of discussion, and he has not brought her up. I do think he is very unhappy about it." "He should be," said Insignia bitterly. Gunnar hesitated. "What do you think, Marlena?" Marlena looked at him with her dark, unfathomable eyes. "I've gotten beyond that, Uncle Seaver." "A little hard-hearted," muttered Gunnar. But Insignia snapped at him. "Why shouldn't she be? Deserted in infancy." "I'm not hard-hearted," said Marlena thoughtfully. "If I can arrange to have his mind eased, I will. But I don't belong with him, you see, or with you either, Mother. I'm sorry, but I belong with Erythro. Uncle Seaver, you will tell me what's decided, won't you?" "I promised I would." "It's important, I know. I should be there to represent Erythro." "I imagine that Erythro is there, but you will be part of it before it's over. Even if I didn't assure you of that, Marlena, which I do, I think that Erythro would see to it." And then he returned to continue the discussion. Chow Li Wu was leaning back in his seat now, his astute face showing no signs of weariness. "Let me summarize," he said. "In the absence of superluminal flight, this neighbor star, I shall call it Nemesis, as you do, is the nearest star to the solar system, so that any ship making its way to the stars would be bound to stop here first. Once all humanity has true superluminal flight, however, distance is no longer a factor, and human beings will not search out the nearest star, but the most comfortable star. The search will be on for sun-like stars that happen to be circled by at least one Earth-like planet. Nemesis will be put to one side. Rota, which has, till now, apparently made a fetish of secrecy to keep others away and to reserve this stellar system for itself, need do so no more. Not only will this system be unwanted by other settlements, but Rota itself may no longer want it. It may choose, if it so desires, to search out sun-like stars for itself. There are billions of such stars in the spiral arms of the galaxy. In order for Rota to have superluminal flight, it might occur to you that you could point a weapon at me and demand all I know. I am a mathematician, a highly theoretical one, and my information is limited. Even if you were to capture our ship itself, you would learn very little from it. What you must do is to send a deputation of scientists and engineers to Earth, where we could train you adequately. In return, we ask for this world, which you call Erythro. It is my understanding that you do not occupy it in any way except for the presence of this dome, which is used for astronomical and other kinds of research. You are living in settlements. Whereas the settlements of the solar system can wander off in search of sun-like planets, the people of Earth cannot. There are 8 billion of us, who must be evacuated in a few thousand years, and as Nemesis approaches more and more closely to the solar system, Erythro will more and more easily serve as a way station on which to place Earth people until such time as we can find Earth-like worlds to transfer them to.
We will return to Earth with a Rotorian of your choosing as proof that we were really here. More ships will be built, and they will return. You can be sure we will return, for we must have Erythro. We will then take back your scientists, who will learn the technique of superluminal flight, a technique we will also grant to the other settlements. Does all this adequately summarize what we have decided?
Leverett said, It's not all quite that easy. Erythro will have to be terraformed if it is to support any sizable number of Earth people.
Yes, I have left out details, said Wu. These will have to be dealt with, too, but not by us.
True, Commissioner Pitt and the Council will have to decide on Rotor's behalf.
And the Global Congress on Earth's behalf. But with so much at stake, I don't foresee failure.
There will have to be safeguards. How far can we trust Earth?
About as far as Earth can trust Rotor, I imagine. It may take a year to work out safeguards, or 5 years, or 10 years. It will take years in any case to build an adequate supply of ships with which to begin. But we have a program that should last several thousand years, one that will end with the necessary abandonment of Earth and the beginning of the colonization of the galaxy.
Assuming there are no competing intelligences to be taken into account, growled Leverett.
An assumption we can make until we are forced to abandon it. That is for the future. Will you consult your commissioner now? Will you choose your Rotorian to accompany us and allow us to leave for Earth as soon as possible?
Now, Fisher leaned forward. May I suggest that my daughter Marlena be the one? But Gennard did not allow the sentence to be completed. I'm sorry, Cryle. I've consulted her. She will not leave this world. If her mother goes with her, then... No, Cryle. Her mother has nothing to do with it. Even if you wanted Eugenia back and Eugenia were to decide to go with you, Marlena would still remain on Erythro. And if you decided to stay here to be with her, that would do you no good either. She is lost to you and to her mother as well, Fisher said angrily. She's only a child. She can't make these decisions. Unfortunately for you and for Eugenia, and for all of us here, and perhaps for all of humanity, she can make these decisions. In fact, I have promised that when we are through here, as I think we now are, that we will acquaint her with our decisions. Wu said, Surely that is not necessary? Leverett said, Come, Seaver, we don't have to go to a little girl for permission.
Gennard said, Please listen to me. It is necessary, and we do have to go to her. Allow me to try an experiment. I am suggesting that Marlena be brought in here so that we can tell her what we have decided. If one of you thinks that is not desirable, let him leave. Let him stand up and leave.
Leverett said, I think you've taken leave of your senses, Seaver. I have no intention of playing games with a teenager. I'm going to speak to Pitt. Where do you keep your transmitter?
He stood up and, almost at once, staggered and fell.
Wu half rose in alarm. Mr. Leverett.
Leverett rolled over and held up his arm.
Help me up, somebody.
Gennard helped him to his feet and back into the chair. What happened? He asked.
I'm not sure, said Leverett. I had this blinding headache for just a moment.
So you were not able to leave the room?
Gennard turned to Wu.
Since you don't think seeing Marlena is necessary, would you care to leave the room?
Very carefully.
Eyes fixed on Gennard, Wu rose slowly from his chair, winced, and sat down again. He said politely, Perhaps we had better see the young woman.
Gennard said,
We must. On this world, at least, what that young woman wishes is the law.
91.
No, said Marlena so forcibly that it amounted almost to a shriek. You can't do it.
Can't do what? Said Leverett, his white eyebrows drawing close to the furrowed line between.
Use Erythro for a way station or for anything.
Leverett stared at her angrily, and his lips drew back as if to speak, but Wu intervened. Why not, young woman? It is an empty, unused world.
It is not empty. It is not unused. Uncle Seaver, tell them,
Gennard said. What Marlena wants to say is that Erythro is occupied by innumerable prokaryote cells capable of photosynthesis. That is why there is oxygen in Erythro's atmosphere. Very well, said Wu. What difference does that make?
Gennard cleared his throat.
Individually, the cells are as primitive as life can be above the virus level, but apparently they cannot be treated individually, taken all together. They form an organism of enormous complexity. It is world-girdling.
An organism? Wu remained polite.
A single organism, and Marlena calls it by the name of the planet, since they are so intimately related. Wu said, "Are you serious? How do you know about this organism?" "Chiefly through Marlena." "Through the young woman," said Wu, "who may be a hysteric?" Gunnar lifted a finger. "Do not say anything seriously against her. I'm not sure that Erythro, the organism, has a sense of humor. We know chiefly through Marlena, not entirely. When Sultan Leverett stood up to leave, he was knocked down. When you half rose a while ago, perhaps also to leave, you were clearly uncomfortable. Those are the reactions of Erythro. It protects Marlena by acting directly on our minds. In the early days of our existence on this world, it inadvertently caused a small epidemic of mental disease that we called the Erythro Plague. I'm afraid that if it wishes, it can produce irrecoverable mental damage, and if it wishes, it can kill. Please, do not test this." Fisher said, "You mean it is not Marlena who—" "No, Cryle. Marlena has certain abilities, but they don't extend to the point of doing harm. It is Erythro that is dangerous." "How do we stop it from being dangerous?" asked Fisher. "By listening politely to Marlena, to begin with. Then, too, let me be the one to talk with her. Erythro at least knows me, and believe me when I say that I want to save Earth. I have no desire to bring about the death of billions." He turned to Marlena. "You understand, Marlena, don't you, that Earth is in danger? Your mother showed you that the close approach of Nemesis might destroy Earth." "I know that, Uncle Seaver," said Marlena in an agonized voice, "but Erythro belongs to itself." "It might want to share, Marlena. It allows the dome to remain here on the planet. We don't seem to disturb it." "But there are less than 1,000 people in the dome, and they stay in the dome. Erythro doesn't mind the dome because that means it can study human minds." "It can study human minds all the more when Earthmen come here." 8 billion of them?" "No, not all 8 billion. They'll come here to settle down temporarily and then go off somewhere. At any one time, there'll only be a fraction of the population here." "It will be millions. I'm sure it will be. You can't squeeze them all into a dome and supply them with food and water, and all they'll need. You'll have to spread them out on Erythro and terraform it. Erythro couldn't survive it. It would have to protect itself." "Are you sure of that?" "It would have to. Wouldn't you? It would mean the death of billions." "I can't help that." She pressed her lips together, then said, "There's a different way." Leverett said gruffly, "What's the girl talking about? What different way?" Marlena glanced briefly in Leverett's direction, then turned to Gunnar. "I don't know. Erythro knows. At least it says that the knowledge is here, but it can't explain." Gunnar held up both arms to stop what might have been a flurry of questions. "Let me talk." Then he said very quietly, "Marlena, be calm. If you're worried about Erythro, that is useless. You know it can protect itself against anything. Tell me what you mean when you say Erythro can't explain." Marlena was breathless and gasping. "Erythro knows the knowledge is here, but it doesn't have human experience, human science, human ways of thinking. It doesn't understand." "The knowledge is in the minds present here?" "Yes, Uncle Seaver." "Can't it probe the minds?" "It would hurt them. It can probe my mind without hurting it." "I should hope so," said Gunnar. "But do you have the knowledge?" "No, of course not. But it can use my mind as a probe for the others here. Yours, my father's, all." "Is that safe?" "Erythro thinks it is, but... Oh, Uncle Seaver, I'm afraid." "Surely this is madness," whispered Wu, and Gunnar quickly put a finger to his lips. Fisher was on his feet. "Marlena, you mustn't—" Gunnar waved him back furiously. "There's nothing you can do, Cryle. There are billions of human beings at risk. We keep on saying it over and over again, and the organism must be allowed to do what it can. Marlena." Marlena's eyes had turned upward. She seemed to be in a trance. "Uncle Seaver," she whispered, "hold me." Half stumbling, half falling, she moved toward Gunnar, who seized her and held her tightly. "Marlena, relax. It will be all right." He sat down carefully in his chair, still holding her rigid body. 92. It was like a silent explosion of light that obliterated the world. Nothing existed beyond itself. Gunnar was not even conscious of being Gunnar. The self did not exist either. Only a luminous, interconnecting fog of great complexity existed, one that was expanding and separating into threads that took on the same great complexity even as they separated. A whirling and a receding, and then an expansion as it approached again. On and on hypnotically, like something that had always existed and would always exist without end. Falling endlessly into an opening that widened as it approached without ever getting wider. Continuing change without alteration. Little puffs unfolding into new complexity. On and on. No sound, no sensation, not even vision. A consciousness of something that had the properties of light without being light. It was the mind becoming aware of itself. And then, painfully, if there had been such a thing as pain in the universe, and with a sob, if there had been such a thing as a sound in the universe, it began to dim and turn and spin faster and faster into a point of light that flashed and was gone. 93. The universe was obtrusive in its existence. Wu stretched and said, "Did anyone else experience that?" Fisher nodded. Leverett said, "Well, I'm a believer. If it's madness, we're all mad together." But Gunnar was still holding Marlena, bending over her painfully. She was breathing raggedly. "Marlena! Marlena!" Fisher had struggled to his feet. "Is she all right?" "I can't say," muttered Gunnar. "She's alive, but that's not enough." Her eyes opened. She was staring at Gunnar, her eyes empty, unfocused. "Marlena," whispered Gunnar in despair. "Uncle Seaver," whispered Marlena in return. Gunnar let himself breathe. At least she had recognized him. "Don't move," he said. "Wait till it's over." "It is over. I'm so glad it's over." "But are you all right?" She paused, then said, "Yes, I feel all right. Erythro says I'm all right." Wu said, "Did you find this hidden knowledge we're supposed to have?" "Yes, Dr. Wu, I did." She passed a hand over her damp brow. "It was you, actually, who had it." "I?" said Wu vehemently. "What was it?" "I don't understand it," said Marlena. "You will, maybe, if I describe it." "Describe what?" "Something that's gravity pushing things away instead of pulling them toward." "Gravitational repulsion, yes," said Wu. "It's part of superluminal flight." He drew a deep breath, and his body straightened. "It's a discovery I made." "Well then," said Marlena, "if you pass close by Nemesis in superluminal flight, there's gravitational repulsion. The faster you move, the more the repulsion." "Yes, the ship would be pushed away." "Wouldn't Nemesis be pushed in the opposite direction?" "Yes, in inverse ratio of mass, but Nemesis' move would be immeasurably small." "But what if it were repeated over and over for hundreds of years?" "Nemesis' movement would still be very small." "But its path would be slightly changed, and over the light years, the distance would mount up, and Nemesis might pass Earth just far enough away so that Earth would be spared." Wu said, "Well," Leverett said, "could something of the sort be worked out?" "We could try. An asteroid passing by at ordinary speed, shifting into hyperspace for 1/1,000,000th of a second and back at ordinary speed 1,000,000 miles out. Asteroids in orbit around Nemesis, always moving into hyperspace on the same side." For a moment he was lost in thought. Then, defensively, "I would surely have thought of this on my own, given a little time." Gunnar said, "You may still have the credit. Marlena took it from your mind, after all." He looked about at the other three and said, "Well, gentlemen, unless something goes terribly wrong, let's forget about using Erythro as a way station, which it wouldn't allow anyway. We needn't concern ourselves with evacuating Earth if we can learn to make full and proper use of gravitational repulsion. I think the situation has been much improved because we brought in Marlena." "Uncle Seaver," said Marlena. "Yes, dear?" "I'm so sleepy." 94. Tessa Wendell looked at Cryle Fisher gravely. "I keep saying to myself, you're back. Somehow I didn't think you'd be back, once it was clear you had found the Rotorians." Marlena was the first person. The very first person I found. He was staring at nothingness, and Wendell let him. He would have to think it through. They had enough to think about in other directions. They were taking a Rotorian back with them, René Daubisson, a neurophysicist. 20 years before, she had worked in a hospital on Earth. There would be bound to be those who would remember and recognize her. There would be records that would serve to identify her, and she would be the living proof of what they had done. Wu was a changed person, too. He was full of plans for making use of gravitational repulsion to nudge the movement of the neighbor star. He called it Nemesis now, but if he could formulate a plan to move it ever so slightly, it might not be Earth's Nemesis at all. And Wu had grown modest. He didn't want the credit for the discovery, which to Wendell seemed completely unbelievable. He said the project had been worked out in conference, and he would say no more. What's more, he was definitely planning to return to the Nemesian system, and not just to run the project. He wanted to be there. "If I have to walk," he said. Wendell became aware that Fisher was looking at her, frowning slightly. "Why didn't you think I'd be back, Tessa?" She decided to be matter-of-fact. "Your wife is younger than I am, Cryle, and she would hold on to your daughter. I was sure of that. And desperate as you were to have your daughter, I thought—" "That I would stay with Eugenia because that was the only way?" "Something like that." Fisher shook his head. "It wouldn't have worked out that way, no matter what. I thought she was Roseanne at first, my sister. The eyes, mostly, but there was a Roseanne look about her in other ways, too. But she was far more than Roseanne. Tessa, she wasn't human, isn't human. I'll explain later. He shook his head. "Never mind, Cryle," said Wendell. "Explain whenever you please." "It hasn't been a total loss. I've seen her, she's alive, she's well. And in the end, I guess I didn't want more. Somehow, after my experience, Marlena became just Marlena. For the rest of my life, Tessa, you are all I want." "Making the best of it, Cryle?" "A very good best it is, Tessa. I'll be formally divorced. We'll be formally married. I will leave Rotor and Nemesis to Wu, and you and I can stay on Earth or any settlement you wish. We'll each have good pensions, and we can leave the galaxy and its problems to others. We've done enough, Tessa. That is, if that's what you wish, too." "I can hardly wait, Cryle." An hour later, they were still holding each other. 95. Eugenia and Cygna said, "I'm so glad I wasn't there. I keep thinking about it. Poor Marlena. She must have been so afraid." "Yes, she was. But she did it, made it possible to save Earth. Even Pitt can do nothing about it now. In a sense, his whole life work has been made useless. Not only is there no purpose to his whole project of secretly building up a new civilization, but he has to help supervise the project for the salvation of the Earth. He has to. Rotor is no longer hidden. It can be reached at any time, and every bit of humanity on and off Earth will turn against us if we don't rejoin the human race. It couldn't have happened without Marlena." And Cygna wasn't thinking of the greater significances. She said, "But when she was frightened, really frightened, it was to you she turned, not to Cryle." "Yes." "And you held her, not Cryle." "Yes. But, Eugenia, don't make anything mystical out of it. She knew me, but she didn't know Cryle. You're bound to explain it very sensibly, Seaver. That's you. But I'm glad it was you she turned to. He didn't deserve her." "Fair enough. He didn't deserve her. But now, please, Eugenia, let go. Cryle is leaving. He'll never be back. He's seen his daughter. He's watched her provide a way to save Earth. I don't begrudge him that, and you shouldn't either. So if you don't mind, I am changing the subject. Do you know that René Daubisson is leaving with them?" "Yes. Everyone is talking about it. I won't miss her somehow. I never thought she was very sympathetic to Marlena. Neither were you at times, Eugenia. It's a great thing for René. Once she realized the so-called erythro plague was not a useful field of study, her work here was shattered. But on Earth, she can introduce modern brain scanning and have a great professional life." "All right. Good for her." "But Wu will be back. Very bright man. It was his brain that yielded the proper finding. You know, I'm sure that when he comes back to work on the repulsion effect, his real desire will be to remain on Erythro. The Erythro organism has picked him as it had picked Marlena. And what's funnier still, I think it's picked Leverett as well." "What system do you suppose it uses, Seaver?" "Do you mean, why does it take Wu and not Cryle? Why does it take Leverett and not me?" "Well, I can see that Wu must be a far more brilliant man than Cryle, but Seaver, you are much better than Leverett. Not that I would have wanted to lose you. Thank you. I presume the erythro organism has a criterion of its own. I even think I have a dim idea of what it might be." "Really?" "Yes. When my mind was being probed, it meant that through Marlena, the erythro-organism itself was entering us. I caught a glimpse of its thoughts, I imagine. Not consciously, of course, but when it was over, I seemed to know things I didn't know before. Marlena has the strange talent that makes it possible for her to communicate with the organism, and makes it also possible for it to use her brain as a probe for other brains. But I think that's just a practical advantage. It chose her for something far more unusual. What would that be? Imagine you're a piece of string, Eugenia. How would you feel if you suddenly and unexpectedly became aware of a piece of lace? Imagine you're a circle. How would you feel if you came across a patterned sphere? Erythro had knowledge of only one kind of mind, its own. Its mind is immensely huge, but so pedestrian. It is what it is only because it is made up of trillions of cellular units, all very loosely connected. Then it came across human minds, in which the cellular units were comparatively few, but in which there were incredible numbers of interconnections, incredible complexity, lace instead of string. It must have been overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of it. It must have found Marlena's mind to be the most beautiful of all. That was why it seized upon her. Wouldn't you, if you had a chance to acquire a real Rembrandt or a Van Gogh? That was why it protected her so avidly. Wouldn't you protect a great work of art? Yet it risked her for the sake of humanity. It was rough on Marlena, but rather noble of the organism.
Anyway, that is what I consider the erythro-organism to be. I consider it an art connoisseur, a collector of beautiful minds. Insignia laughed. By that token, Wu and Leverett must have very beautiful minds. They probably do to erythro. And it will continue collecting when scientists from Earth arrive. You know, it will end by collecting a group of human beings different from the common run. The erythro group. It may help them find new homes in space, and in the end, perhaps the galaxy will have two kinds of worlds, worlds of Earthmen and worlds of more efficient pioneers, the true spacers. I wonder how that would work out. Surely it would mean the future would lie with them. I regret that somehow. Don't think of that, said Insignia urgently. Let people of the future deal with the future as it comes. Right now, you and I are human beings judging each other by human standards. Gunnar smiled joyously, his pleasantly homely face lighting up. I'm glad of that, because I find your mind beautiful, and perhaps you find mine equally beautiful. Oh, Seaver, I always did. Always. Gunnar's smile faded somewhat. But there are other kinds of beauty, I know. Not for me any longer. You have all the kinds of beauty. Seaver, we lost the morning, you and I. But there's still the afternoon. In that case, what more can I possibly want, Eugenia? The morning is well lost, if we can share the afternoon. Their hands touched. Epilogue. Again, Janus Pitt sat there alone and closed. The red dwarf star was no longer an engine of death. It was just a red dwarf star to be pushed to one side by an ever more arrogant humanity, growing yet further in power. But Nemesis still existed, though it was no longer the star. For billions of years, life on Earth had been isolated, performing its separate experiment, rising and sinking, flourishing, and undergoing vast extinctions. Perhaps there were other worlds on which life existed, each one isolated for billions of years. All experiments, all, or almost all, failures in the long run. One, or perhaps two, that were successes and worth all the rest. But that was only if the universe were large enough to isolate all the experiments. If Rota, their ark, had been isolated as Earth and the solar system had been, it might have been the one to work. But now, he clenched his fists in fury and desperation, for he knew that humanity would run from star to star as easily as it had run from continent to continent, and before that from region to region. There would be no isolation, no self-contained experiments. His grand experiment had been discovered and doomed. The same anarchy, the same degeneration, the same thoughtless short-term thinking, all the same cultural and social disparities would continue to prevail, galaxy-wide. What would there be now? Galactic empires? All the sins and follies graduated from one world to millions, every woe and every difficulty horribly magnified? Who would be able to make sense out of a galaxy when no one had ever made sense out of a single world? Who would learn to read the trends and foresee the future in a whole galaxy teeming with humanity? Nemesis had indeed come.